Chapter 501. Shopping and Move Selection. After arriving in Rustboro City, Kane changed his appearance and headed straight to the city's black market. Although Leafy Town also had a black market, compared to the large cities in the Hoenn region like Rustboro City, Leafy Town's black market was merely a shadow of what it could be. Before leaving Leafy Town, Kane released the Pokémon he had captured in the mysterious lake, letting them stay in the pond in his backyard. With the Slowpoke herd watching over them, the backyard security was ensured. He didn't take Larvitar with him, leaving it under Miltank's supervision to help it better control its strength. Aaron also assisted Larvitar in training, hoping it would learn more effectively. Dressed in a black cloak, Kane made his way to the Pokémon sales area. He first sold the Pokémon obtained from the Void Organization team and some captured from the Shadow Unit Captain, Ray, keeping only those he deemed valuable. Among them were Breloom with the Poison Heal ability, Zangoose with the Toxic Boost ability, Yanmega, and Ray's Ariados, all Pokémon that could strengthen his team. He sold the remaining Pokémon for a total of 3.5 million Pokédollars, a fairly respectable sum. Next, he went to the Hunters Guild, completed a few missions that matched the Pokémon he had captured, and sold those that didn't align with any task. Since all were green quality or light green quality Pokémon, they didn't hold significant value but still earned him 2 million points and 2.5 million Pokédollars. In reality, the hunting missions Kane had organized for his team had generated even more money, but those funds were in the shared account of the hunter team, managed by his trusted subordinate, Sky. Kane had no plans to touch that money yet, as it was earmarked for the development of both the hunting team and the Heaven team. Once both were fully established, Kane would start reaping the real benefits. Afterward, Kane headed to the move shop in the black market. In these shops, basic moves like Protect or Hidden Power were common, but rarer moves depended on luck. The move Kane was most interested in at that moment was Trick Room for Slowking. Although it wasn't an attack, this move was crucial for a slow Pokémon like Slowking in one-on-one battles. Perhaps for fast Pokémon like Weavile or Honchkrow, this move would be a hindrance, but for Slowking, who was destined to be one of the gym's Pokémon, Trick Room was indispensable. Rustboro City was large enough for Kane to find a Trick Room TM in the black market, but it came at an exorbitant price, 3 million Pokédollars, with no room for negotiation. Given the rarity of Psychic-type TMs, especially spatial moves, Kane bought it without hesitation. After all, he had plenty of money to spare. Kane also acquired several other moves for his Pokémon to diversify his battle strategies. He bought the Shadow Ball TM for Honchkrow, Skarmory, and Weavile. Although the move's power was moderate, it was a fairly useful ranged option. Additionally, Haunter, who was skilled with Shadow Ball, could help his teammates master the move faster. Kane also purchased specific moves for each of his Pokémon. He gave Honchkrow the move Double Team, which could increase its chances of evading attacks, especially while charging up powerful moves. For Slowking, he acquired Safeguard, an expensive but vital move to protect Slowking from status conditions while it launched its powerful special attacks from a distance. For Skarmory, in addition to Shadow Ball, Kane purchased Poison Jab, a move that maximizes its poison type. Combined with its pincers and tail as attack points, the move Poison Jab is perfect for boosting its offense. For Haunter, Kane decided on Thunderbolt. This wasn't initially planned, but when Kane saw the TM, he couldn't resist buying it, given the rarity of the move and the lack of electric-type moves in his team. Although Haunter wasn't an electric type, Kane trusted its high special attack to make good use of the move. He also bought the Venoshock move for Haunter, which perfectly complemented Haunter's poison type, and Blizzard for Weavile, a move Kane found by sheer luck in the shop. He couldn't resist and bought it without hesitation. In total, Kane spent 13 million Pokédollars, but the moves he acquired would significantly enhance his Pokémon, making the investment well worth it. He still had 45.8 million Pokédollars left, more than enough to cover his expenses for a while. Just as he was leaving the black market, he received a call from Steven. End of chapter. Chapter 502. Supremacy of Titles. In the Devon Corporation building, inside Steven's office on the top floor. Stephen, busy and seated behind piles of papers and documents, was reviewing everything as his secretary handed him more to sign. Meanwhile, Kane was comfortably seated on the sofa in front of him, legs crossed. Although Stephen had not yet fully taken control of Devon Corporation, many of the internal affairs were already being transferred to him. Several company veterans were also eager to develop their skills under his leadership. After being away for a while, Stephen now faced an endless amount of documents. Kane, after leaving the black market, received a message that Stephen had returned to Devon Corporation, so he went to his office. From the moment he entered, Stephen hadn't stopped going through paperwork. Kane couldn't help but think about how busy Stephen would be once he officially assumed the role of company president. It was no wonder he resigned from the position of Hoenn champion. If not for the need to manage Devon Corporation, no one could have taken the champion title from him. Though the next in line, Wallace, was no match for Stephen. Kane had a steaming cup of tea in front of him, specially prepared for him. After all, Kane held the position of an advisor at Devon Corporation, a role that, while lacking real power, was above many mid-level positions in the company. Stephen was working tirelessly while Kane relaxed, which seemed somewhat unfair, but Kane had no way to help. Out of boredom, Kane picked up 3 stones that Stephen had collected on his recent trip. To Kane, they looked like ordinary stones with strange patterns, and even after scanning them with the system, they didn't show anything special. But to Stephen, these stones were the greatest achievement of his journey. Kane couldn't understand the mindset of the wealthy. After placing the stones back on the table, Kane, still bored, brought out his Torchic. The small Pokémon didn't cause any disturbance in Stephen's large office. Torchic remained still on Kane's lap, observing its surroundings, while Kane stroked its soft feathers, eliciting a look of pleasure from the little Pokémon. The information about Torchic was already quite stable. Its potential had reached a 90% chance of retaining the dark blue color. Kane's efforts were paying off, and the little Pokémon now trusted him deeply. After 2 hours, Stephen finally pulled away from his mountain of documents. He exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the sofa next to Kane. Well, Kane," said Stephen, eyeing the Torchic. "Is this the Pokémon you recently caught?" Kane nodded silently. "Good Pokémon." "It's in excellent condition," Stephen continued. Suddenly, Stephen seemed to recall something and stared intently at Kane. "What's with that look?" Kane asked, feeling uneasy. "I can't believe it." "You're amazing, Kane!" Stephen exclaimed. "You didn't tell me you participated in the breeder exam." "The youngest in history to become an intermediate breeder. The future star of the Breeders' Guild and now the almost gym leader of Leafy Town. You've kept all this under wraps." Kane frowned but then relaxed, shrugging as he replied. "Those titles are nothing compared to being the heir to Devon Corporation, the firstborn of the Stone family." Stephen was left speechless. "That's true," Stephen murmured. "That's true supremacy of titles." The truth was, while Kane had many impressive titles, none were as powerful as being the heir to Devon Corporation, which wielded real authority. Unlike Kane, who could barely access the resources of the Breeders' Guild, Stephen controlled a significant portion of Devon Corporation's resources. Kane's titles were still largely honorary, and only when he reached the rank of advanced breeder would he gain access to real power and resources. But these achievements confirmed that Stephen had made a good choice in trusting Kane. From a chance meeting on the magnetic train, their friendship had proven to be a great success. "Are you done with your work?" Kane asked. "Yes, most of it was already resolved, I just needed to give my approval." "I'm still getting familiar with the business," Stephen replied, stretching. Kane shifted the topic to his gym in Leafy Town. "The gym is already built, and the Pokémon Center is underway. Leafy Town's potential is starting to show. Do you think Devon Corporation would be interested in expanding there?" Stephen pondered for a moment before nodding. "It's a good spot. With the gym and the Pokémon Center, and no major forces involved, it could be an excellent opportunity for the company's economic expansion." Kane understood that Stephen, though his friend, was also the heir to Devon Corporation and had to consider the interests of both sides. Still, it seemed promising. "All right," Stephen continued. I'll have the company send a team to evaluate Leafy Town's situation. Then we'll discuss how we can collaborate. With that settled, Kane brought up his next request. I wanted to buy some minerals, the highest quality possible. Not only did Aaron need them, but Larvitar as well, as these minerals were essential for their growth. End of chapter. Chapter 503. I want a mine too. That's easy, minerals are never scarce in my family, Stephen replied with a nonchalant gesture. Having your own mine was definitely an advantage. How great it would be to find my own mine. Kane thought to himself. He didn't need to keep everything, half would be more than enough. How has Aaron been lately? Stephen asked, showing concern for the Pokémon that had come from his family. He's been fine. I haven't trained him much yet since he endured a lot of pressure before, something unusual for a Pokémon his age. After spending time playing with other Pokémon of similar levels, his mood has improved significantly, though his combative nature hasn't changed, Kane replied with a smile, recalling Aaron. Being able to follow an excellent trainer and breeder like you is a great stroke of luck for him. Maybe one day he'll surpass his grandfather. No, actually, I'm sure he will, Stephen said admiringly. Stephen had come to respect Kane for his dedication and responsibility toward his Pokémon. I'd like to visit Leafy Town with you someday, Stephen said suddenly, completely unrelated to their prior conversation. Kane looked at him in surprise, his eyes clearly saying, do you really have time for that? Stephen had just returned, and now he wanted to leave again. Stephen understood Kane's look and smiled, saying, it's not that I want to go out for fun, but to inspect the Leafy Town area. Plus, we could take a little detour to visit Mount Chimney. It said there are some very valuable volcanic stones there, and last time, I didn't get the chance to explore it properly. There are also some pretty powerful wild Pokémon on the mountain, and having a companion would make everything much easier. Your real goal is Mount Chimney, and Leafy Town is just an excuse. Kane thought incredulously. However, the idea was also tempting to him. Mount Chimney was the largest active volcano in the Hoenn region, attracting numerous visitors each year. Most people couldn't go beyond the midsection of the mountain. Climbing higher was dangerous, and only the strongest trainers dared to venture further. The higher areas housed powerful wild Pokémon that remained unexplored. Additionally, an active volcano like that surely contained valuable minerals. If he was lucky, he might even find a fire stone, which he could sell for some good money. Since Aaron and Larvitar needed to consume large quantities of minerals to grow, obtaining a good amount of high-quality minerals would be beneficial. Don't you need to inform your family? Kane asked. Stephen's smile widened at the question. He knew Kane had agreed. As long as Kane agreed, everything would be much simpler. The truth was that, although the two knew each other well, neither had complete certainty about the other's true strength. Kane was sure Stephen was hiding his true power, and likewise, Stephen suspected Kane was also concealing part of his abilities. For now, I still have the freedom to manage my time. In a few years, who knows? Stephen replied with an expression Kane couldn't decipher. Such was the life of heirs to powerful families, what they gained always came with sacrifices. This reflection led Kane to think of James, another member of a great clan, who had chosen to join Team Rocket. Unlike Stephen, James had fled his family to do what he truly wanted, even if it meant enduring hunger and facing all sorts of hardships. But that was the life he had chosen and loved. Stephen, on the other hand, had accepted the responsibilities of his family, but only after doing everything he wanted. That was why neither the Stone family nor Devon Corporation had ever limited his decisions. He had fulfilled his desires before taking on his role. James and Stephen were completely different people. Though they shared a similar background, their decisions had led them down distinct paths. Kane nodded, understanding that Stephen had his choices, just as he had his own. In his case, he was caught between the Pokémon League and Team Rocket. If he wanted to benefit from both sides, he'd also have to be prepared to be exposed at any moment. If that happened, he would have to choose between fully allying with one side or becoming strong enough not to depend on either. Though Kane knew that if forced to choose, he would likely end up siding with Team Rocket, it didn't stop him from admiring Steven. Steven was someone with great charisma as well. The two left the Devon Corporation building, and although Steven's secretary tried to stop him, Steven decided to leave with Kane. "I'm going home first to get ready and bring the minerals you asked for. You can use the time to prepare, and we'll meet in Verdanturf Town tomorrow at noon, in front of the Pokémon Center," Steven said. "All right, here's the money for the minerals," Kane said, handing him an unmarked card with 1 million Pokédollars. "Buy whatever you think is appropriate. The better the quality of the minerals, the better." Steven accepted the card without hesitation. In the past, when Kane didn't have much, Steven had helped him. But now that Kane had proven himself, Steven had no problem accepting his money. The two parted ways in front of the Devon Corporation building. Steven got into his car and headed home, while Kane flew to Leafy Town on the back of his Tropius. He had to make some preparations for the expedition. Primarily, he needed to organize training for his Pokémon, especially Aaron, Mudkip, Poliwag, and Torchic, who would benefit from the practice. He also had to start planning training for Larvitar, which was progressing quickly and would likely be ready soon. Upon arriving in Leafy Town, Kane went to his backyard. Some of his Pokémon would stay there to train while he took the younger ones on the expedition. Torchic had finally stabilized its potential and now had a considerable level, with exceptional talent and speed, making it a future key member of Kane's team. End of chapter. Chapter 504. Don't you have any awareness? This time, Kane left his newly evolved Weavile and Honchkrow in the backyard. Both had reached level 39, just one step away from the advanced level. However, since they had just leveled up, they couldn't improve again immediately. They needed time to train and accumulate experience. Moreover, Kane and Steven were heading out, and neither Honchkrow nor Weavile were suitable to appear in front of Steven. Since going out wouldn't provide them with training and they'd be confined to their Pokeballs the entire time, why not leave them in the backyard? There, they could train freely, and hardly anyone would show up. When Honchkrow and Weavile got bored, they could even find some wild Pokémon in the backyard to battle for training. After explaining the situation, both Pokémon were a bit reluctant but eventually agreed. After all, it wasn't appropriate for them to appear while Kane was acting under his league identity. Fortunately, Kane had purchased some moves for them, and after learning those moves, they needed time to train with them. This time, Kane planned to bring primarily Slowking and Skarmory. Haunter would remain in Kane's shadow as the last line of defense, only appearing in emergencies. Besides, Kane's Haunter had already been revealed before, representing his league identity. The other Pokémon he would bring were Torchic, Poliwag, Aaron, and Mudkip. Along with Slowking and Skarmory, this formed the standard 6 Pokémon team for the league. Finally, Tropius, used as a flying transport, would also accompany Kane on this outing. As for Larvitar, it would stay in the backyard for now, with Kane leaving plenty of food. When Aaron and the others learned they were going on an adventure with Kane, they were ecstatic. Finally, it was time to start battling. This was the first step in their growth under Kane's care. The next day, after organizing his gear, Kane mounted Tropius and left Leafy Town. While flying, he noticed from afar that the Pokémon Center was nearly completed. The league's construction team was remarkably efficient. Kane also spotted a group of people in black suits carrying various instruments and notebooks entering Leafy Town. They wore Devon Corporation badges on their chests. These were the people Steven had sent yesterday, the Devon Corporation's research and data collection team. Their efficiency was truly impressive. With that, Kane felt reassured and flew away on Tropius. At the Pokémon Center entrance in Verdanturf Town, Kane, dressed in his league trainer uniform, waited by the door. Although their meeting was scheduled for 12 noon, Kane arrived about 20 minutes early. Fortunately, Steven didn't keep him waiting long. He approached wearing a large hat that covered almost his entire face, leaving only his nose and mouth visible, while his eyes were hidden under the brim. He wore an elegant black suit, perfectly pressed. Despite concealing his appearance, Steven's striking presence still drew many gazes in Verdanturf town. In comparison, Kane, with his ordinary appearance and simple attire, went completely unnoticed. As Steven approached, Kane also noticed some girls on the street pointing at Steven and shyly discussing how to approach him. Dressed like that, what's the point of wearing a hat? Kane looked at Steven approaching with a resigned expression. Only when Steven got closer could Kane see the sly glint in Steven's eyes beneath the hat. This style of dressing had been his habit since childhood, and he wore the hat to avoid unnecessary trouble. Wearing a hat keeps me from being recognized, or it'd be impossible to escape this time, Steven said with a shrug. Though he still attracted many glances, at least no one recognized him, and that was good enough. Kane was left speechless. "Let's go, we'll start climbing from here," Steven said, pointing to the area behind the Verdanturf Town Pokémon Center. Verdanturf Town was located at the base of Mount Chimney, and due to the wind currents, the area was never affected by volcanic ash. For this reason, most people who wanted to climb Mount Chimney started from Verdanturf Town. This was one of the main factors contributing to Verdanturf Town's growth. To avoid suspicion, the two blended in with other trainers, slowly ascending Mount Chimney from Verdanturf Town. At first, there were more people, but fewer wild Pokémon appeared, significantly reducing the level of danger. While there were many people in the early stages of the climb, progress was much faster. As they advanced to the halfway point, the number of people decreased rapidly, as many trainers lacked the strength to continue. At this level, wild Pokémon were already more powerful and numerous. Only trainers with considerable strength could make it this far. But how many trainers could really get this far? Once you passed the halfway mark and reached the summit of Mount Chimney, you entered a truly dangerous zone. There, many powerful Pokémon resided, and if you were unlucky, you might encounter a Quasi-Elite or even Elite-level Pokémon. If that happened, all you could do was pray you could escape. Many people went to Mount Chimney, but most only did so for the thrill. Few had reached the true summit of the mountain. The strongest trainers weren't interested in the hot environment of Mount Chimney for uncertain opportunities, and the weaker ones couldn't reach it. Only trainers who genuinely enjoyed adventure dared to climb to the top of the active volcano. Do they think just anyone can endure that heat? Kane and Steven walked along the path up Mount Chimney, and they really stood out. However, this had nothing to do with Kane, every gaze was directed at Steven. Even so, Kane felt a bit uncomfortable. Being constantly ignored, even if he didn't care, was starting to bother him a little. "Steven, do you always go out like this?" Kane asked. "Yeah, this hat is my favorite. Honestly, I don't like wearing hats, but I have no choice, I'm too handsome," Steven said, lowering the brim of his hat and bowing his head. "Don't you understand what I'm trying to say? Wearing that hat gives you a mysterious look and draws even more attention. Don't you realize that? Maybe if you didn't wear it, you wouldn't get as many stares. Let's stop walking. If we keep going like this, I feel like we're in a zoo cage," Kane said, somewhat exasperated. Steven looked at Kane in surprise. "That eye-catching? Flying directly?" If Kane knew what Steven was thinking, he'd definitely smack him on the head. "Who do you think is causing all this? Don't you have any awareness?" End of chapter. Chapter 505. Skarmory's progress. After the awkward moment, they found a less crowded corner. Kane summoned his Tropius. With a strange look, Steven watched as Kane climbed onto Tropius's back. Although he found it odd, Steven didn't hesitate to take out a Pokeball and summon his Skarmory, then leapt onto its back. Before they could be surrounded, they flew away on their Pokémon. Instinctively, Kane scanned Steven's Skarmory's data. Pokémon. Skarmory, dark blue. Gender? Male. Level. 43. Type. Steel plus flying. Ability. Keen Eye. Held item. Metal coat. Egg moves. Drill Peck, Stealth Rock, Endure, Whirlwind. Basic moves. Leer, Peck, Sand Attack, Metal Claw, Air Cutter, Fury Attack, Feint, Swift, Spikes, Agility, Steel Wing, Slash, Metal Sound. Learned moves: Snore, Sky Attack, Tailwind, Iron Defense, Stealth Rock, Icy Wind. TM moves: Protect, Substitute, Hidden Power, Water, Toxic, Roost, Aerial Ace, Swords Dance, X-Scissor, Sleep Talk. Skarmory's quality had reached Dark Blue. This surprised Kane, though it was something he had expected. Skarmory, as one of Steven's main battle Pokémon, remained among his strongest even after Steven became the champion of Hoenn. The first time Kane saw it, its quality was only blue, but now it had reached Dark Blue. This level of quality was fitting for someone of Steven's status. It was likely that Steven had a special method for enhancing the aptitude of Steel-type Pokémon. While Kane was curious, he understood these matters often involved family secrets, so he couldn't ask. Besides, he couldn't explain how he was able to see Skarmory's aptitude. So, Kane remained silent, flying behind Steven, occasionally casting curious and admiring glances. The two flew far from Verdanturf town as if fleeing. Midway through the flight, Steven removed his hat, letting out a long sigh. Finally, I don't have to wear this hat anymore. It's so uncomfortable, Steven said as he had Skarmory slowed down to fly alongside Kane. Earlier, Steven's Skarmory had been flying at nearly the same speed as Kane's Tropius, but now Skarmory had to slow down to avoid leaving Tropius behind. After all, Skarmory had previously been at level 38, but now it had reached level 43, becoming an advanced level Pokémon. This was how Steven managed to level up his Pokémon so quickly, explaining why he would soon become the Hoenn region's champion. Kane felt a bit jealous. However, what he envied the most was the Swords Dance move Skarmory possessed. The day before, Kane had searched all the black market move shops but couldn't find a TM for Swords Dance. It was clear that it was a very rare move. Yet, Skarmory had already learned it from the first time Kane saw it. The powerful and wealthy truly were terrifying. While Kane observed Skarmory, Steven was also eyeing Tropius. From the beginning, he had been curious. The last time he saw Tropius, its strength seemed to be at a similar level to now. After all this time, it appeared Tropius hadn't improved much. However, it looked a bit chubbier, perhaps because it had been well fed? If you don't understand something, ask. Kane, it seems like your Tropius's strength hasn't improved much, right? Steven asked. Had Kane been focusing more on his home responsibilities, neglecting his Pokémon's training? Kane glanced at him sideways and said disdainfully, "It doesn't seem like it hasn't improved at all. Plus, it's been eating well lately but hasn't exercised enough, so it's gained a little weight." Saying this, Kane gently patted Tropius's neck. For some reason, Tropius felt a chill run down its spine. And this under a blazing sun, with its chlorophyll ability active. Tropius quickly flapped its wings to accelerate its flight, aware it would need to curb its appetite next time. Hearing Kane, Steven burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! Yeah, it's true, it has put on a bit of weight. I just didn't want to say it. Tropius doesn't enjoy battling much. When I captured it, we agreed it would only serve as a flying mount. When it becomes stronger, it'll decide whether to stay or leave, though I'll still provide for its food at Leafy Town regardless." That was what Kane had promised. Though he didn't mention that he initially captured Tropius by overpowering it with brute force. Steven, hearing this, understood better. Not all Pokémon enjoy battling. Once, when Kane accompanied him to his family's mines, they noticed that within the group of Aran, several preferred spending their days eating and sleeping, living extremely comfortable lives. If not for Agron's supervision, half the Aran might have succumbed to laziness. The belligerent Aran Kane had captured was already a unique case within its group. After understanding Tropius's situation, Steven didn't dwell on it further and had Skarmory slow its pace. At the same time, Steven began considering whether he should have a flying Pokémon exclusively as a mount. Skarmory was good and fast, but its armor made traveling very uncomfortable. The flight wasn't exactly pleasant. Additionally, Being a steel type, Skarmory's metallic armor absorbed heat under the sun, becoming increasingly hot. Skarmory didn't feel it as much, but Steven felt it clearly. Tropius, on the other hand, thanks to its chlorophyll ability, absorbed the sun's heat before it could cause discomfort. And its back was much cooler, a clear advantage of having a grass-type Pokémon. Steven was truly envious. Watching Kane sitting comfortably atop Tropius, Steven felt sweat running down his forehead. Luckily, the speed of flight helped keep the heat at bay. Moreover, Verdanturf town wasn't too far from Mount Chimney, so they would arrive soon. Of course, they weren't going to climb from the base. They ordered their Pokémon to fly directly to the midpoint of Mount Chimney, around the middle zone. The passers-by who saw Kane and Steven mounted on their Pokémon weren't surprised. Although not common, strong trainers occasionally did the same. They descended into a forested area on Mount Chimney's slope. The place had a pleasant environment, with no signs of volcanic ash, and green trees contrasting with the opposite side of the mountain, where everything was shrouded in grey. However, on the slope, the temperature was already noticeably higher than at the base of the mountain. As they climbed, the heat would intensify. Such was the power of a volcano. Without much conversation, the two began their trek to the summit. From that point, they would have to deal with wild Pokémon that appeared unexpectedly. And also people with ill intentions, who could appear at any moment, a risk both had to remain alert to. Fortunately, Steven wasn't a novice, he had considerable experience in the wild, so Kane didn't need to warn him about anything. End of chapter. Chapter 506. Healthy competition. Starting directly with a high level of difficulty prevented Kane from achieving his goal of training his for small Pokémon. Perhaps, when he returns, there will be a good opportunity. After reaching the mountainside, the wild Pokémon were almost always above level 30. In this situation, Kane called out Skorupi. In this kind of forest, Skorupi, being a bug and poison type, could perform very well and also be trained. Steven, seeing Kane's Skorupi, lit up. Has Skorupi grown this much already? That size is a little intimidating, Steven said, looking at the energetic Skorupi. Kane smiled and replied, yeah, this little one has grown ridiculously fast. Steven also released a Pokeball. A silver Pokémon, fully covered in armor, appeared before Kane. Lyron. The evolution of Aaron. Kane's system activated and scanned the data of this Lyron. Pokémon. Lyron, dark blue. Gender? Male. Level. 39. Type. Steel plus rock. Ability. Sturdy. Held item. Hardstone. Egg moves. Body slam, smelling salts, head smash, stealth rock. Basic moves. Tackle, harden, mud slap, headbutt, metal claw, rock tomb, roar, iron head, rock slide, take down, metal sound, iron defense. Learned moves. Earth power, magnet rise, stomping tantrum, iron tail. TM moves. Protect, hidden power, water, earthquake, shadow claw, stone edge, bulldoze, swagger, substitute. The dark blue quality was within Kane's expectations. Before, when Kane observed the quality of Steven's Pokémon, he couldn't help but be amazed. But now, seeing them again, he felt he could accept it. Steven's family definitely has methods for improving the quality of Steel-type Pokémon. This Lyron, already at level 39, would likely reach light purple quality soon after evolving. Other than Professor Oak's Dragonite, Kane had yet to see a Pokémon with light purple quality. Steven likely already had 2 fully formed Metang, but it was unknown how far the Metang he kept hidden had progressed. The appearance of this Lyron demonstrated that the Pokémon Steven most needed to train now was this Lyron. Its average strength was above the advanced level. Although this Lyron was only level 39, an average advanced level Pokémon might not necessarily be its match. It's very well trained, Kane couldn't help but remark. Hearing Kane's words, Steven smiled. Praise from Kane, a prodigious breeder, was more gratifying than recognition from an average advanced breeder. Thus, the two began ascending the mountainside. They were both considered among the best in this area, and the wild Pokémon that appeared rarely posed a challenge to Skorupi and Lyron. There even seemed to be a healthy competition emerging between the two Pokémon. They began competing to see who could defeat their opponents first, take the least time, or defeat the most enemies. Steven, being a prominent member of the Alliance, wouldn't use lethal force against the wild Pokémon that attacked them. The most he would allow was for Lyron to defeat or incapacitate them. In response, Kane also refrained from allowing Skorupi to use lethal force. However, Skorupi, born to fight and eliminate its opponents, found itself somewhat restricted under these circumstances and couldn't perform at its best. Even so, Skorupi had its advantages. Against lower-level Pokémon, its sniper ability allowed for greater explosive power than Laren's. Although Laren's Stone Edge move had been exceptionally trained by Steven, Skorupi excelled at exploiting its opponent's weak points. Therefore, even though Laren's strength far surpassed Skorupi's, Skorupi's speed in defeating enemies wasn't much slower than Laren's. In these battles against lower-level Pokémon, Steven and Kane generally allowed their Pokémon to fight independently. This helped improve the innate combat awareness of their Pokémon. As trainers, they only needed to control their Pokémon's battle rhythm, as long as it aligned with their plans. The rhythm of the commands fit, and Pokémon fighting freely under a trainer's orders would show even greater reaction capabilities. In this regard, Kane and Steven showed surprising harmony. Perhaps Skorupi's strength earned Laren's recognition, and Laren's abilities were acknowledged by Skorupi. After battling continuously for nearly an hour, the two Pokémon grew closer and began communicating with each other, clearly recognizing one another. Kane and Steven were delighted by this. They followed behind their Pokémon, mostly pointing out weaknesses and ways to improve after each battle. During breaks, their conversation didn't stop. They mainly focused on sharing knowledge about Pokémon. Steven often sought Kane's advice on aspects of Pokémon training since Kane had already demonstrated his talent, and Steven valued his unique perspectives on Pokémon training. For his part, Kane gained valuable information from Steven about Steel, Ground, and Rock-type Pokémon. This included how to train Steel-type Pokémon for optimal development and methods to exploit the characteristics of Rock and Ground-type Pokémon. Both were considered prodigies in the Pokémon world, and their mutual exchange of knowledge not only enhanced their understanding but also increased their strength. Though Kane had a system, the data in the system came from various databases, and his knowledge of Steel-type Pokémon wasn't as extensive as Steven's. However, this calm atmosphere ended 2 hours later. As they ascended, the strength of the wild Pokémon also increased. Eventually, 2 Pokémon appeared that required their direct intervention to battle. 2 level 35 Magma. Although their quality was only light green, this level was quite formidable in this area. After all, Fire-type Pokémon were evidently more dominant against Grass and Bug types. For Bug-type Skorupi and Steel-type Lyron, they also posed a considerable threat. Kane and Steven's expressions were somewhat serious, not so much because of the Magma's strength, but because of the reason these 2 Pokémon appeared here. Magma is a pure Fire-type Pokémon, and its main habitat is volcanoes. However, this was still just the mountainside. They hadn't yet reached the volcano's peak. Magma shouldn't leave its habitat so easily. End of chapter. Chapter 507. Perfect Coordination. Why are those Magma here? Steven asked, looking at the 2 Magma approaching from the distance. This wasn't Steven's first time climbing Mount Chimney. He was a frequent visitor in search of oddly shaped volcanic rocks. He was quite familiar with Magma, who preferred high-temperature environments. Although the temperature on the mountain slope was high, it wasn't an ideal place for them. Moreover, Magma typically fed on magma minerals in volcanoes or other volcanic creatures, so they rarely descended the mountain to hunt. They have a strange expression on their faces. They look a bit frightened and somewhat irritated, Kane observed, keeping his gaze fixed on the 2 approaching Magma. While Kane and Steven pondered the situation, Skorupi and Lyron seemed excited. Although they had fought a lot on their way up, their opponents hadn't been challenging. Finally, two Pokémon appeared who seemed worthy of a fight. Let's first control the situation. You take one, and I'll handle the other, Steven suggested. Kane nodded. Skarmory, use Honchkrow and Toxic Spikes. Two of the moves Skarmory had recently learned were put to real combat use after just one night of training. The move Honchkrow was simpler, as Skarmory had received tips from Weavile the night before. By rubbing its pincers together, their shine increased slightly. Honchkrow is a move that boosts attack power and accuracy. However, mastering the Toxic Spikes move wasn't as advanced. Skarmory scattered some poisonous spikes sporadically along the path the Magma would traverse. Although there weren't many, given the Magma's current state, they were unlikely to notice the spikes. Lyron, use Stealth Rock and Hidden Power, Steven commanded. Several invisible rocks appeared along the Magma's path. Whether intentional or not, the invisible rocks complemented Skarmory's toxic spikes, exposing the latter. If the Magma continued moving forward, they were bound to step on the spikes. Noticing the smile on Steven's face, Kane knew it was intentional. Although the two had never fought together before, they already displayed seamless coordination. A perfect coordination. Next, a blue energy orb materialized in front of Lyron. Laren's hidden power move was Water-type. Having a Water-type hidden power greatly compensated for Laren's weakness against Fire-type Pokémon. The two Magma still wore panicked expressions, but noticing Skarmory and Lyron blocking their path, their temperament, typical of Fire-types, flared up. Having been driven away elsewhere, they thought they could vent their frustration on this slope. How could they not handle these two Pokémon? It was evident the two Magma had been together for a long time. Even in their panicked state, their coordination remained intact. Two large bursts of flames shot out from the Magma's mouths, aimed at Skarmory and Lyron. It was the move Flame Burst, an attack with a wide range that caused fiery splashes, damaging nearby Pokémon. However, before the flames could reach Skarmory and Lyron raised its Water-type energy orb to meet the flames. Boom! SSSSS. The clash between the flames and the water energy produced a hissing sound. The surrounding temperature noticeably increased. Seeing their attack fail, the Magma pressed forward. Boom! But the result was that they collided directly with Laren's invisible rocks. Although they broke through some of them, they couldn't pass completely. Staggering, the Magma didn't understand what had happened. After adjusting themselves slightly, they tried to maneuver around the rocks, but to avoid colliding with more invisible rocks, they slowed down. In doing so, they stepped on Skarmory's toxic spikes. The poisoning effect activated, and although they were fire types, the poison was still quite potent. Eventually, they noticed the spikes on the ground and slowed down even further to avoid them. At this speed, they no longer posed a threat to Skarmory and Lyron. Skarmory, use Shadow Ball, Kane ordered. In this situation, Skarmory's newly acquired ranged attack proved useful. At such a slow pace, the Magma were easy targets. Lyron, use Stone Edge, Steven added. Both orders were given almost simultaneously. Compared to the Ghost-type move Shadow Ball, the Rock-type move Stone Edge was not only stronger in power but also super effective against Fire types. Moreover, Stone Edge was the same type as Lyron, further boosting its power. Here, the advantage of a well-resourced trainer became apparent. Even if Pokémon had the same level and potential, those who received better resources tended to excel. Steven's Pokémon had better move combinations and selections compared to Kane's. After all, Steven could obtain any TM he wanted, while Kane relied more on luck. Boom! Boom! The Shadow Ball struck one Magma, and Laren's Stone Edge hit the other. With the double effectiveness of the Rock-type move, the Magma attacked by Lyron suffered significant damage. Despite enduring Skarmory and Laren's attacks, the Magma barely made it past the invisible rocks and toxic spikes. Kane, be careful! Lyron, use Earthquake, Steven warned. Kane quickly understood. Skarmory, jump and use Venoshock. Skarmory, with its great attack power, wasn't going to fall behind. Additionally, the Magma were poisoned, doubling the power of the Venoshock move. In terms of data, Venoshock, which normally had a power of 65, doubled to 130. Shockwaves from Laren's earthquake began forming around it, causing smaller rocks to hover in the air. The strongest shockwave expanded outward from a central point toward the Magma. Following Kane's instructions, Skorupi jumped quickly over the Magma to avoid the earthquake. The Magma weren't so fortunate. With their double weakness to ground-type moves, the multi-target earthquake caused significant damage. Skorupi, upon landing, capitalized on the momentum from the earthquake and charged toward one of the Magma. Venoshock struck one of them. Skorupi's sharp eyes focused on the Magma, targeting a weak point in its body. The instability of the Magma after the earthquake gave Skorupi the perfect opportunity to exploit a weak spot. The sniper ability activated. One of the Magma lost its ability to fight. End of chapter. Chapter 508. One lie is enough. Originally, Lyron was about to use another attack on the remaining Magma. But Skorupi was already unleashed. Excited, it spun and charged at the remaining Magma. Under the terrified gaze of its opponent, Skorupi's Venoshock hit that Magma again. Although it didn't strike a weak spot, meaning its sniper ability wasn't activated, the Magma had already taken damage from the Stone Edge and Earthquake moves, both of which were super effective against Magma, as well as residual damage from the toxic spikes, leaving it exhausted. The powerful impact of Venoshock completely knocked it out. If Kane hadn't told Skorupi to hold back, those fallen Magma might have received a finishing blow from Skorupi. If the sniper ability could keep hitting the opponent's weak spots, that ability would be truly terrifying, Steven commented, observing Skorupi's magnificent skills. Kane nodded. With Steven's ability, it was likely he had already noticed Skorupi's sniper ability after so many battles since climbing the mountain. But this was the first time Skorupi had fully showcased its sniper ability. When facing much weaker opponents, the sniper ability's effect wasn't as noticeable. Skorupi returned proudly, like a true victor. Lyron let out a growl. Its complaint seemed to be that Skorupi had stolen its opponent. In response, Skorupi also growled, who knows what they were saying to each other, but in the end, Skorupi wrapped its pincers around Laren's neck in camaraderie. The state of these two Magma doesn't seem normal. Kane and Steven ignored Skorupi and Lyron. Steven agreed, I've been to Mount Chimney many times, and I've seen lots of Magma, but they all lived near the volcanic crater. They wouldn't come down without reason, besides, their usual prey isn't found down here. The body temperature of a Magma can reach 1,200 degrees. They usually live in high-temperature areas. The edge of a volcanic crater is ideal for them. The hotter the environment, the more energetic they are, Kane explained, sharing some of his knowledge about Magma. He then added, a Magma wouldn't leave its habitat without reason. In this situation, either there's been a change in the volcano, or a powerful enemy has appeared in their habitat, one so strong they can't face it. Hearing this, Steven looked somewhat serious. Either scenario seemed unfavorable. Mount Chimney is an active volcano, but it's generally in a stable state. Normally, it only emits volcanic ash, something the residents of Hoenn are accustomed to. In fact, volcanic ash is a distinctive feature of the Hoenn region. If Mount Chimney has changed and is about to erupt, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the other hand, if the second scenario is true, and an enemy has appeared in the Magma's habitat, it would be slightly better by comparison. After all, we don't know if the Magma's enemy is part of the League or some other organization. I think the second possibility is more likely. Mount Chimney hasn't erupted in nearly 100 years. If there were any changes, we wouldn't be the first to know. The League has had people investigating here all the time, those experts wouldn't ignore it, Kane added after a brief silence. After a pause, Kane said, in any case, it seems like this time things won't be so simple. We'd better be careful. Steven nodded with a serious expression. Hopefully, it's nothing serious. After all, we just wanted to enjoy a trip. Just as Steven was ready to move forward, he noticed that Kane wasn't moving. Steven, puzzled, turned to look at Kane, who stood still with a frown, eyes closed. Kane, What's wrong? Stephen asked. Kane sighed silently. If he could avoid it, he really didn't want to reveal that he was psychic. But if he wanted to hold a high position in the league in the future, he would inevitably encounter psychics already part of it. At that point, it would only be a matter of time before his psychic ability was discovered. Moreover, wouldn't he use his psychic abilities when facing a strong opponent in the future? Impossible! He worked hard to become a novice psychic and learn telepathy to gain an edge in battles. Lies, one is enough. The more things you try to hide, the more lies you'll need to cover them. When one small lie is discovered, all the others covering it will mercilessly crumble. So Kane thought that if he was going to hide something, it should only be one thing. Besides, Stephen was one of the few people in the league he trusted, almost on par with his mentor, Matsuda Takashi. Since the topic of his psychic abilities would eventually come to light, why not prepare his friend in advance? That way, when it's discovered, at least he'd have someone to back him up. Kane closed his eyes just for show. In the second he defeated the Magma, he had already considered all these possibilities. Wait a moment, I think I can find out what's going on, Kane said, walking toward the less injured Magma. Magma's head and tail are pure fire. When it lost consciousness, the flames on its head extinguished. Kane pulled out some heat-resistant gloves, put them on, and took some healing sprays from his storage space to quickly treat the Magma's surface wounds. With Kane's skill as a breeder and by combining medicines, Magma soon regained consciousness. Skarmory stayed close to Kane, ready to prevent any outburst from the Magma. However, upon waking, Magma seemed less frantic and less aggressive than before. It looked at Kane, who was treating its wounds, and at the Skarmory beside him, the same one that had defeated it. Magma remained calm. Kane sprayed the last bit of medicine on the damaged scales, treating the final bleeding wound. Given Magma's constitution, these injuries weren't severe. After Skarmory had extracted the poison, there was no real danger. A few hours of rest would be enough for recovery. But Magma also knew that its previous aggression was the cause of its injuries, so it was quite grateful for Kane's treatment. This is for you. I've removed the poison from your partner, there shouldn't be any problem. It will wake up soon. Kane placed some high-quality poke blocks in front of the Magma. Smelling the fragrance of the poke blocks, Magma's eyes lit up immediately. End of chapter. Chapter 509. Revealing Psychic Powers. Stephen stood behind Kane, observing everything he did. Although he didn't fully understand his intentions, he decided not to interrupt or stop him and watched patiently. Magma accepted the advanced poke blocks that Kane offered. Cautiously, it took one and put it in its mouth, savoring it like a delicacy. After eating one, it paused and cleverly hid the rest in a spot so ingenious that even Kane couldn't clearly see where it went. Then came the moment to witness a miracle. A characteristic psychic glow appeared in Kane's eyes. The eyes are the window to the soul, and psychic abilities are a combination of the mind and heart's capabilities, so the most visible part of using a psychic skill is, precisely, the eyes. Kane's eyes shone with a blue light, and a thin thread of light blue psychic energy connected his mind to Magma's. Telepathy. Or, more precisely, an advanced use of telepathy that allows one to directly perceive the intentions of the other party through psychic energy. In other words, Kane could communicate with Magma and understand its thoughts, just as Magma could comprehend Kane's words. Stephen, standing to the side, looked at Kane with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. What am I seeing? Psychic powers? No, a psychic? Kane is a psychic? Is this what Kane had been hiding? A genius breeder and also a psychic? This is incredible. Stephen's amazement was exactly what Kane had anticipated, but at that moment, he had no time to worry about it. The advanced telepathy he was using was a skill he had only recently learned. It requires extremely precise control of psychic abilities, something Kane was still perfecting. So, for him, using this skill was quite challenging. Patiently, Kane began connecting with Magma's thoughts. Magma, can you hear me? Kane asked mentally. Hearing Kane's voice in its head, Magma jumped, looking around for someone else, but it didn't see anyone. Stop looking around. It's me, the person in front of you, the one who gave you that delicious food, Cain said with resignation. When Cain said these words, Magma, with some doubt, focused on him. It had never seen anything so incredible before. It took 5 minutes before Magma finally accepted Cain's special ability. Then came the crucial moment of communication. Magma really struggled to articulate its thoughts, likely because wild Pokémon generally aren't skilled at organizing and expressing their ideas. Cain could only understand it with difficulty. After 15 minutes, Cain withdrew his psychic ability and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt slightly dizzy, as that specific use of telepathy had pushed him to his limit. Phew! He exhaled deeply. At that moment, a handkerchief appeared in front of Cain. Steven had already regained his usual calm demeanor. Cain had revealed his psychic ability, which had shocked Steven greatly. However, Cain had also shown him trust by doing so. Thanks, Cain said with a simple word of gratitude as he took the handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He then added, I just communicated with Magma, but it's true that wild Pokémon have serious difficulty organizing their thoughts and expressing them clearly. Cain couldn't help but complain a little. If it had been Honchkrow, it could have explained the entire situation in under 3 minutes, but with Magma, it was another matter. Not to mention Slowking, a Pokémon whose intelligence rivals that of humans. No comparison, no harm. Cain had mentally prepared himself for a complicated process, but he hadn't expected it to be this troublesome. From what I could understand from Magma, it seems that some creatures similar to us have appeared at the top of the mountain, which should mean humans. Moreover, they brought Pokémon that Magma had never seen before. Although they didn't attack directly, they caused damage to its habitat. The Magma tried to resist but were easily repelled, Cain explained briefly. Such a simple situation, how could it become so complicated? Cain sighed. Hearing Cain, Steven placed a hand on his chin, adopting a thoughtful expression. Based on what Cain had explained, it meant that a group of unknown humans had appeared at the top of Mount Chimney, causing environmental damage that significantly affected the Pokémon living there. The reason the 2 Magma they encountered were so desperate might have been because of those humans. With Steven's ability, he didn't need more explanations. In truth, for Steven, the most surprising thing at that moment was the fact that Cain turned out to be a psychic. Seeing Steven's expression, Cain let out a small, bitter laugh. He knew this conversation wouldn't be easy. After organizing his thoughts a bit, he said, I know you're probably surprised that I'm a psychic. Yes, I'm a psychic, but one of the most basic ones, the most inexperienced type that only knows how to use telepathy and a few elementary techniques. With my talent, I'll probably never be able to advance beyond this level. Cain's words plunged Steven into a moment of silence. The atmosphere between them grew a bit tense. Skarmory and Lyron, who were nearby, hugging each other like friends, didn't understand why their trainers were acting so strangely. This is too much, Steven exclaimed. Cain felt a small jolt in his heart, and without realizing it, his hand moved toward his belt, where his Pokeballs were. This was a problem he had to face, and Cain was already prepared for the worst. He wasn't yet a match for Steven, but with Slowking's help and its ability to use teleport, he was confident he could escape. This is truly too much. Cain, you're a psychic. And I'm only finding out now. It's unacceptable. The last time we battled, you didn't use your psychic power. Steven displayed his characteristic confident smile. To Steven, learning that Cain was a psychic only caused surprise and a bit of envy. He had no negative thoughts about Cain for having hidden this information. Hidden isn't the right word, is it? Cain is a prodigy, and revealing that he had psychic abilities wouldn't have brought him any benefit. In fact, it could only have brought danger. So this was Cain's trump card. No wonder I admire him. He really is a genius. Seeing Steven's confident smile, Cain let out a sigh of relief. Almost. Cain almost thought he would have to break away from the league. End of chapter. Chapter 510. Incredible potential. I'm just a beginner-level psychic, which isn't very helpful in everyday life. Only in battles, where I can use telepathy, can I gain a slight advantage, Kane said with a shrug. However, hearing this, Stephen felt like Kane was saying something akin to, "It's just like winning 5 million in the lottery, an insignificant amount of money." While Stephen didn't care much about such sums of money, the sentiment was clear. As one of the wealthiest in the Hoenn region, don't I have my own pride? So Stephen simply nodded calmly, extinguishing the last trace of envy in his heart. "I can only say, Kane, you truly have an exceptional talent," Stephen said in an even tone. "It's just a matter of luck. Do you remember my Slowpoke?" "It's already evolved," Kane replied. He then took out a Pokeball and released Slowking. "This is..." Upon seeing the Pokémon Kane summoned, though it stood upright like a Slowpoke, it was over 2 meters tall. Could this really be that clumsy Slowpoke? Is this Slowking? Though it was phrased as a question, the meaning was clear. Kane nodded and said, "Yes, do you remember the last time I asked for your help to find a King's Rock? By chance, when Slowpoke was holding the King's Rock and was bitten on the head by a Shelder, it was able to evolve into Slowking. So Slowking really is the evolution of Slowpoke. The King's Rock. That evolution requirement is truly rigorous." Stephen was already becoming immune to being surprised by Kane's discoveries. After all, if it was related to Kane, it seemed almost normal. The point isn't Slowking's evolution. I've already provided the method of Slowking's evolution to Professor Oak, but it hasn't been made public yet, it needs verification. Kane continued, "During Slowking's evolution, the massive increase in its psychic power caused me to awaken and boosted my psychic ability to the beginner level. But I've tried to improve since then, and it seems the beginner level is my limit." "I understand," Stephen said, nodding while stroking his chin. "A brilliant Slowking is indeed a very rare Pokémon, and this one seems to have been perfectly trained, with excellent talent for psychic abilities." "This is too much." Stephen gave Kane a look that signaled he should tone it down. "Please, stop showing off. Let me recover. You went out to train and returned as the youngest trainer in history to reach the intermediate level. On top of that, you're the leader of the Guild of Breeders' Youth Talent Group, and being the gym leader of Leafy Town seems like just a side gig. Now you're telling me you're also a psychic, even if it's just at the beginner level. That still has a big impact on battles. Do I, Stephen, the absolute genius and affluent magnate, have no pride?" Seeing that Stephen didn't want to continue discussing the topic, Kane didn't push it further. After all, up until now, the fact that he was a psychic was known only to Stephen. He hadn't even told his master, Matsuda Takashi. Perhaps he'd need to hint at it subtly, because if Matsuda Takashi found out his student was a psychic from someone else, that could lead to a good scolding. Both decided not to dwell further on the subject. Kane returned Slowking to its Pokeball and, along with Skarmory, continued climbing toward the mountain summit with Stephen. There could be unknown dangers at the summit, but neither of them mentioned it. Danger is the true essence of training. The summit of the mountain is home to many Fire-type Pokémon, and although they were only halfway up, many Fire-types had been displaced downward due to environmental damage at the peak. And since Skarmory is a Poison and Bug type, and Lyron is a Steel and Rock type, both Pokémon were at a disadvantage against Fire types. However, neither Kane nor Stephen chose to switch Pokémon. There was no need. They hadn't yet reached the point where their Pokémon couldn't prevail. Only when the opponent's type presents a disadvantage can true training occur. Based on the type Lyron gained from the move Hidden Power, it was clear that Stephen had certain means to counter Fire types, which are effective against Steel types. On the other hand, Kane didn't have a direct counter for Fire types, which were strong against Skarmory. But if Fire types couldn't land an attack on Skarmory, what use would that advantage be? A critical hit! That's the proper way for Skarmory to fight. They walked along a mountain path, surrounded by dense forests. With their continuous ascent, the temperature, which should have decreased with altitude, didn't. Instead, it gradually rose. And possibly due to the disruption of Fire types, this temperature increase was inconsistent. Many grass and bug-type Pokémon living in the forest, disliking this rising temperature, had no choice but to migrate downward. Since the Pokémon here were relatively high level, their descent would force other Pokémon further down to do the same. This chain reaction would undoubtedly have a significant negative impact on the Mount Chimney ecosystem. More importantly, common trainers at the mountain's base might not be able to handle these stronger migrating Pokémon. Realizing this, Kane and Steven quickened their pace. They needed to defeat these Pokémon faster. Skarmory had honed its ability to find enemies' weak points to the extreme. Now, with each attack, its critical hit probability had increased to 30%. A terrifying probability. This meant that, out of every 3 attacks by Skarmory, 1 would inevitably be a critical hit. And with Skarmory's sniper ability, it would deal tremendous damage to its opponent. It didn't matter if the type was a disadvantage, that was astonishing explosive strength. Additionally, with Skarmory's inherent physical strength, its combat talent was being maximized. Skarmory's power was increasing at a visible rate. Steven, observing Skarmory's progress, felt even more surprised and impressed by Kane. Truly, Kane was exceptional at training Pokémon. After this time in battle, Steven could tell that while Skarmory had incredible fighting instincts, its overall capability wasn't the best. It should have been slightly weaker than Lyron. Yet in facing enemies, Skarmory wasn't falling behind in the speed at which it defeated opponents. That was impressive. One must remember that Lyron's quality was dark blue, with a level of 39, nearing the advanced level. Steven might not have as precise an understanding of Pokémon levels and quality as Kane, but he could discern certain differences. This Skarmory is no ordinary Pokémon. If Skarmory evolves into Drapion in the future, its explosiveness and strength, coupled with its large size, would undoubtedly make it an excellent frontline attacker. Its 2 pincers, along with its tail and mouth, provide for attack points, making it extremely difficult for any Pokémon to defend against all of them at once. End of chapter. Chapter 5:11. Team Magma. Mount Chimney is very tall. Although both had quickened their pace, they were still far from the summit. After all, it sometimes seems close, but walking there is much farther than it appears. Additionally, as they progressed, wild Pokémon would frequently appear to block their path. Kane and Steven didn't have a clear solution for this. They couldn't simply ride their Skarmory and Tropius and fly to the top. Not to mention, flying at that altitude would be exhausting for their Pokémon, and the wild flying Pokémon inhabiting such heights are quite strong. Kane and Steven wouldn't have many means to defend themselves in the air. After all, they each only had 1 flying Pokémon, and if they carried them, who would handle the attacking? When night was about to fall, they barely managed to traverse the mountain slope and arrived at an arid area near the summit. Here, due to the high temperatures, neither flowers, grass, nor trees could survive. Kane and Steven already knew what the environment would be like, so before coming to Mount Chimney, they had prepared breathing devices. These were gadgets similar to masks that covered the mouth and nose, capable of filtering hot air and preventing oxygen deprivation caused by the altitude, a rather useful accessory. Steven had been to Mount Chimney several times before, so he had prepared these devices in advance. Although the sun had already set and night was beginning to fall, the temperature remained high. Upon reaching the summit, wild Pokémon became much less frequent. The area was covered with bare rocks and volcanic stones formed by heat, an ideal habitat for rock and fire-type Pokémon. It was also a favorite place for rock enthusiasts like Steven. However, Steven wasn't very interested in searching for stones this time, as the people who had suddenly appeared at the mountain's peak made both him and Kane uneasy. Under the last rays of the sun, they continued climbing. After a day of intense battles, Skarmory's level had increased by 1, reaching level 35. The level gap between it and Honchkrow and the others was narrowing. However, after progressing a bit further, they encountered another wild Pokémon blocking their path, one with considerable strength. It was a Torchic with reddened eyes, staring directly at Kane and Steven, intruders in its territory. Instinctively, Kane used his system to scan this Torchic's data. Pokémon. Torchic, green, in a state of rage. Gender? Female. Level? 39. Type? Fire. Ability? White smoke. Held item. None. Egg moves. Endure, Fissure, Flame Burst. Basic moves. Ember, Smog, Withdraw, Rapid Spin, Fire Spin, Smoke Screen, Flame Wheel, Curse, Lava Plume, Body Slam, Protect, Flamethrower, Iron Defense. Learned moves. Heat Wave, Earth Power, Stomping Tantrum. TM moves. None. Upon seeing the data for this Torkoal, Kane frowned. State of Rage. This reminded him of the Breloom his Sneasel had defeated during its evolution, which was also in a state of rage. Torkoal's condition was almost identical to Breloom's back then. Could there be a connection? Or had they simply been unlucky enough to encounter another enraged Pokémon? Stephen, be careful, this Torkoal seems to be in an abnormal state, Kane warned. Stephen nodded. Seeing this Torkoal, he also felt something was off. It was the strongest Pokémon they had encountered so far. A quasi-advanced level Pokémon, matching the level of Stephen's Lyron. We'll subdue it first, Stephen suggested. Regardless of why Torkoal was in this state, it was best to control it first. 10 minutes later, thanks to the teamwork of Skarmory and Lyron, the Torkoal fell before them. After a day of battles, Skarmory and Lyron had developed some synergy. Both Pokémon could execute simple combinations based on each other's abilities. Thus, their combined combat power was quite remarkable. Of course, the main reason was the synchronization developed between Kane and Stephen as trainers, allowing their Pokémon to work together effectively. Watching Skarmory and Lyron behave like good friends, Kane couldn't help but shake his head. Torkoal's condition was similar to Breloom's that day, so Kane treated it lightly and then let it go. In its current mental state, not even telepathy would allow Kane to obtain useful information. However, he had a preliminary suspicion about the people at the mountain summit. He hoped it wasn't them. Kane thought silently. If it really was that group, with the current strength he and Stephen had, they would likely only be able to escape. Placing Torkoal in a discreet corner, Kane and Stephen didn't linger. But both wore grim expressions, clearly thinking the same thing. As they advanced, a brief silence fell between them. Finally, Stephen was the first to speak. Kane, have you heard of Team Magma? Hearing Stephen's words, Kane paused briefly and then replied, I have a general idea. This surprised Stephen a bit. Not many people knew about Team Magma, as they kept themselves quite hidden, only a few high-ranking league members knew about them. That Kane knew surprised him. The last time I was at sea with my mentor, we were attacked by Team Aqua. I didn't know at first, but after investigating a bit, I learned about Team Aqua and Team Magma, Kane explained briefly. With this explanation, Stephen understood better. I see. You encountered Team Aqua. Team Aqua and Team Magma are not well known in the Hoenn region, but that doesn't mean they lack power. These two factions have existed for a long time, but they've mostly remained hidden, as if waiting for something. The League has sent people to investigate them thoroughly, but so far, no one has returned alive. At this point, Stephen's expression grew very serious. One of the people sent to investigate Team Magma was from the Stone family. To this day, they had not returned. Team Aqua and Team Magma haven't caused significant trouble yet, but their strength is a concern for the League, so we've always investigated them. I suspect the people at Mount Chimney's summit are members of Team Magma, Stephen said seriously. It was the first time Kane had seen Stephen with such a grave expression. Team Magma doesn't appear frequently, but when they do, it's usually at active or inactive volcanoes. Their whereabouts are uncertain, so the League hasn't been very successful in capturing them. But this incident at Mount Chimney has an 80% chance of being their doing. End of chapter. Chapter 5:12. Damn! In reality, what Stephen was thinking wasn't too far from what Kane had guessed. As for Team Magma, Stephen had learned more about them primarily through some League reports. When it came to who knew more, it would definitely be Kane. After all, in his previous life, Kane had experienced firsthand the emergence of both Team Magma and Team Aqua. As a member of Team Rocket, in order to infiltrate the Hoenn region, he had also made contact with people from Team Magma and Team Aqua. However, at that time, he was more of an enforcer and didn't have the authority to interact with them directly. Knowing that this was likely related to Team Magma, both of them stopped insisting. Kane sent a message to his master, Motsuda Takashi, while Steven also sent one, though Kane didn't know to whom. However, he suspected it was either to an expert from the Stone family or someone significant within the league. "Kane, be careful," Steven warned. Kane nodded. Neither of them mentioned the possibility of leaving. Both concealed their presence. After climbing over a pile of large rocks, they finally spotted human silhouettes. Hidden behind a large rock, Kane and Steven observed several people dressed entirely in red in the distance. They wore red hooded vests with hoods over their heads. On the vests, there was a black emblem. At first glance, it looked like a small mountain. Team Magma. Both Kane and Steven wore grim expressions. If it were another underground group in the Hoenn region, even if they couldn't defeat them with their current strength, they wouldn't feel as much pressure. But Team Magma was different. Although they hadn't fully surfaced yet, ever since a member of the Stone family mysteriously disappeared after getting involved with Team Magma, Steven had thoroughly investigated the organization and had a rough idea of their terrifying strength. Kane, of course, knew even more. In his past life, both Team Magma and Team Aqua were capable of going head-to-head with Team Rocket, so the strength of these teams was undeniable. There were several elite-level trainers within Team Magma. What they didn't know was who was leading the group this time or whether there was an elite-level individual present. Two members of Team Magma were chatting, but due to the distance and the swift airflow around the volcano, Kane and Steven couldn't hear what they were saying. There was no choice. After a moment's hesitation, Kane moved closer, using the massive rocks along the way to stay hidden. Steven watched Kane's movements. Although he intended to stop him, he ultimately decided not to say anything. Kane crept closer and, using his psychic ability, could barely hear what the two were saying. The two Team Magma members, a man and a woman, were guarding the entrance. "I wonder how much longer we'll have to stay here. We've been on this mission for days, and there isn't even a place to bathe," the woman complained. "Who knows? This mission is pretty simple, we just have to guard the entrance, and we'll receive big rewards. When we return, we can exchange points for supplies to enhance our skills," the man replied. "Guarding is easy, but I'm curious about what they're doing inside." "Stop being so curious. This mission is led by Lord Butler. Don't ask questions about things you shouldn't know." Even though his strength is average compared to other superiors, his temper is notoriously bad, the man said nervously. "I've heard that. Lord Butler only has this position because he's backed by Lord Tabitha," the woman muttered under her breath. "Shut up. How can you say something like that? Do you want to get killed?" After that, their conversation shifted to rumors about Team Magma's upper ranks, which Kane wasn't interested in, so he stopped listening. However, he had learned some important details from their conversation. Although he didn't know exactly what Team Magma was doing here, at least Maxi wasn't in charge, which gave Kane some relief. If Maxi were leading, Kane wouldn't even bother looking back before fleeing with Steven. They were on completely different levels. A confrontation with Maxi would be a death sentence. As for Butler, Kane didn't recall him being one of Team Magma's high-ranking members. But the name Tabitha was familiar to Kane. In his previous life, he'd heard of Tabitha as one of Team Magma's important leaders and potentially an elite-level trainer. At that moment, Steven, who had followed Kane's lead, arrived by his side. Kane used telepathy to share all the information he had obtained. "What do we do? Retreat or go in for a closer look?" Kane asked Steven telepathically. Steven didn't respond immediately, but after some thought, he nodded decisively. The message was clear: let's go in. In truth, Kane had the same intention, but since there were two of them, he preferred to get Steven's agreement. Kane took out a Pokeball again. To avoid detection, both Skarmory and Lyron had already been returned to their Pokeballs. This time, Kane didn't use Skarmory's Pokeball but instead brought out Slowking. Steven also refrained from bringing out Lyron and instead used his strongest Pokémon. This could be life-threatening, so they had to go all out from the start. Slowking and a completely silver-bodied Metang appeared. The moment Steven's Metang appeared, Kane obtained its data. Pokémon. Shiny Metang, purple. Gender? None. Level. 44. Type. Steel Psychic. Ability. Clear Body. Held Item. Metal Coat. Egg Moves. None. Basic Moves. Confusion, Metal Claw, Takedown, Pursuit, Bullet Punch, Miracle Eye, Scary Face, Agility, Meteor Mash. Learned Moves. Gravity, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Zen Headbutt, Magnet Rise, Icy Wind. TM Moves. Protect, Psyshock, Hidden Power, Flying, Hyper Beam, Earthquake, Psychic, Shadow Ball, Brick Break, Rock Slide, Substitute, Flash Cannon, Grass Knot. Damn! That was Kane's first reaction upon seeing that Metang. Was this the Metang Steven had been hiding? His strongest Metang? The last time Kane saw a Metang from Steven, it was at a lower level and of lesser quality. This one was far superior. This Metang had already reached level 44 and was on the verge of evolving into Metagross at level 45. But because Steven lacked a second Metang, he had concentrated his training on this higher quality one. A pseudo-legendary. Only after completing its final evolution could a pseudo-legendary Pokémon display its full potential. This shiny Metang was incredibly strong but wasn't yet at its peak. Once it evolves into Metagross, its strength will skyrocket. Steven will reach the level of an elite trainer in no time. Kane also needed to accelerate his own growth. End of chapter. Chapter 513. Butler of Team Magma. Steven's Metang truly reflected his status. This also highlighted the disparity among people in the Pokémon world. For ordinary citizens, becoming trainers meant giving their all to obtain even the most common Pokémon. But for someone like Steven, born into a noble family, from the day he was born, he already had a considerable advantage. This is the norm in this world and the main reason Kane didn't resist joining Team Rocket. The issue wasn't with people like Steven but with the world's system. Slowking and Metang, two Psychic-type Pokémon, combined their strengths in a way that 1 + 1 wasn't 2 but far more. The two exchanged glances, and their newly formed cooperation that day allowed them to make the right decisions in this situation. Slowking, take Metang and teleport next to those two people. Use your psychic powers to control them and ensure they make no noise, Kane ordered telepathically. Steven didn't give any orders to Metang, but it understood his intent. Slowking's psychic powers activated, and along with Metang, they disappeared from the spot. The strength these two powerful psychic Pokémon could deploy was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Slowking and Metang teleported next to the two Team Magma members and subdued them with their psychic abilities. Even though the nearby Mightyena were dark types, they couldn't put up much resistance against Slowking and Metang, who possessed the Miracle Eye move. Although the two Team Magma members weren't weak, they were clearly at a disadvantage against Kane and Steven. Especially considering that Slowking and Metang were their strongest cards. If not for the risk of making too much noise, they wouldn't have had to go to such lengths. Kane threw another Pokeball, summoning Skarmory. Skarmory, with its multiple legs and joints, showcased its advantage in the volcanic terrain, quickly approaching the two controlled Mightyena. Using the Poison Jab move twice was enough to knock them unconscious. Once everything was over, Kane and Steven slowly emerged from behind the rocks. Under the astonished gazes of the two Team Magma members, Kane ordered Slowking to render them unconscious. Since Steven was there, Kane couldn't eliminate them directly, which annoyed and frustrated him. The League's indecisiveness in dealing with enemies and their lack of firmness in actions were what led to repeated provocations. If everyone were as resolute as some inspectors, killing to stop violence, Kane believed the League wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Underground groups were on the rise. All because of the League's unnecessary compassion. After knocking them out and tying them up with ropes, Kane and Steven took the Team Magma jackets the two were wearing. They put them on and, surprisingly, felt a cool sensation despite the hot environment. Obviously, these jackets were specifically designed to withstand high temperatures. With their red hoods on, they now looked like Team Magma members. This was the solution Kane and Steven devised after discussing it. Entering without a disguise would have been much riskier. At least this way, they could avoid detection in basic checks. They woke the two Team Magma members by splashing water on them. When the two realized the people in front of them were wearing their jackets, their faces immediately turned pale. They knew they'd been attacked and wanted to raise the alarm, but their bodies wouldn't respond. Upon waking up and realizing their Team Magma jackets had been stolen, they knew they were finished. If the intruders didn't kill them, Team Magma's higher-ups would. Their faces quickly filled with despair. Seeing their expressions, Kane understood what they were thinking. Looking down at them, he said, "We're from the League. If you answer our questions, we might let you live, otherwise." Hearing this, the two Team Magma members regained some hope. Although they knew being discovered by the League posed a significant risk to their team, they also knew the League didn't kill indiscriminately. If they cooperated, the worst that could happen was being imprisoned. Anything was better than dying. There was always the possibility of being released in the future. The male member nodded frantically while Slowking kept their mouths sealed with its psychic powers, preventing them from speaking. "Now I'll release the control over your mouths. Answer my questions, and if I'm satisfied, we'll let you live," Kane said. With a signal, Slowking released the control but was ready to block them again if they tried to raise the alarm. However, that precaution turned out to be unnecessary. The two wanted to survive, and Team Magma was no longer their concern. After all, they were just pawns. Team Magma's ideals didn't matter to them, they only wanted a better life, which was why they joined the team in the first place. They didn't scream, and Kane nodded in satisfaction. "What is Team Magma's goal here?" Kane asked. The male member responded, "Sir, I don't know all the details, but the one leading this operation is Butler from Team Magma. He usually works for Mr. Tabitha, but I don't know if this mission was initiated by him or ordered by Mr. Tabitha. We're just pawns following orders." "How strong is Butler?" Kane asked. For Kane and Steven, the most important thing wasn't Team Magma's objective but Butler's strength as the operations leader. If he was too strong, they would prefer to withdraw, as League reinforcements would soon arrive. However, if he wasn't too strong, they'd be willing to investigate what was inside. The male member responded, "As for Butler's strength, I'm not sure about the details, but within Team Magma, it said he got his position because of his relationship with Mr. Tabitha. In terms of rank, he's just below the executives, at the level of the strongest officers." Team Magma's ranks were similar to Team Rocket's, but Kane wasn't sure if their power classification was also similar. If it was, a high-ranking officer could be at the level of an advanced trainer nearing elite status. But since Team Magma wasn't yet as strong as Team Rocket, he might only be an early-stage advanced trainer. Kane relaxed upon hearing Butler's described strength. As long as Butler wasn't elite level, everything would be fine. End of chapter. Chapter 514. Changing Clothes. After knocking the two Team Magma members unconscious again and hiding them in a corner, Kane and Steven ventured deeper into the cave behind them. A blast of hot air immediately hit them. This cave likely connected directly to the inside of the volcano or might even lead to volcanic lava. They disappeared into the depths of the cave. "Kane, I want to discuss something," Steven said softly as they cautiously moved forward. "What is it?" Kane looked at him curiously. "Well, can we switch jackets?" "This one's a bit small for me," Steven said resignedly, tugging at the Team Magma jacket he was wearing. The two Team Magma members they had knocked out were a man and a woman. Though both were adults, the woman's clothing was naturally smaller. Kane couldn't help but twitch slightly at the eye. No way! Why had he been the first to rush out from behind the rocks? Wasn't it precisely so he could pick the man's jacket? Even though Team Magma uniforms were standard, it was obvious that the woman's jacket was much smaller. Kane and Steven were still wearing their clothes underneath the jackets, so it was natural for it to feel snug. There was no way he was switching. Hearing Kane's reply, Steven felt like an idiot for not being the first to rush out. Kane barely managed to hold back a laugh. If Steven hadn't mentioned it, Kane wouldn't have even noticed that Steven's jacket didn't fit. But none of that mattered now. The important thing was figuring out what Team Magma was planning inside Mount Chimney. Elsewhere, after receiving messages from Kane and Steven, the Pokémon Trainer Alliance, which had already been monitoring Team Magma, convened an emergency meeting, primarily involving the Hoenn division. Kane and Steven, being prominent figures in the Alliance, had managed to put the higher-ups in a tricky position. "Why are we still debating? Just send reinforcements already," exclaimed someone at the far end of a long meeting table. The Alliance had detected Team Magma's activities some time ago, but since their objective was still unclear, they hadn't wanted to act rashly. Now, with Kane and Steven involved, perhaps they could uncover one of Team Magma's objectives. "And tell those two boys to return immediately. What are they doing getting mixed up in the Mount Chimney mess?" said another elder with white hair. Sitting at the head of the table, Hoenn Division President Juan rubbed his temples. He was responsible for hosting Alliance meetings in Hoenn, but every time he convened one, it ended in a headache. The attendees weren't nobodies, but chaos always ensued. Clap, clap, clap. Juan clapped to get their attention. Enough. Let's focus on what's important. Although those two boys haven't responded to our recent messages, the last report we received indicates that the leader of this Team Magma operation is Butler, a subordinate with no elite-level power, posing no high-ranking threat. There's no need for concern. Hearing there was no elite-level enemy, those present breathed a sigh of relief. Kane, a significant member of the Breeders' Guild, was also the gym leader of Leafy Town. Kane played a crucial role in Hoenn's integration into the Alliance, making his safety paramount, especially in the region. As for Steven, his importance went without saying. Seated to Juan's left was the representative of the powerful Stone family, one of Hoenn's most influential families. Since there was no high-ranking enemy, the elders no longer seemed as anxious. Those two boys should be able to escape without much trouble. Still, even if there isn't a high-level threat, it's important to uncover Team Magma's plans. It would be wise to send someone to investigate. Who volunteers? Juan asked. As soon as he said this, the room fell into complete silence. They had rushed to the meeting upon hearing about Team Magma's appearance and the involvement of two young talents. But learning there was no high-level threat had dampened their enthusiasm. Juan rubbed his temples again. These people. I'll go. A young man, who had been leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, broke the silence. With fiery red hair and an elegant cape, it was none other than Lance, the Dragon Master. No one had expected that he hadn't yet returned to Kanto. Lance, good. If you're going, I can rest easy. Even if there were a high-level enemy, you'd be able to protect those two boys, Juan said, visibly more relaxed. Lance nodded respectfully, then left the room without another word. After his departure, the room was abuzz with conversation. Is that young man Lance, the prodigy from Kanto? They say the Kanto headquarters has big plans for him. He's from the Dragon Clan and incredibly talented. No wonder Kanto wants to groom him. While the others discussed Lance, Juan fell into deep thought. Lance had already reached high-ranking power, and given his skills, it was only a matter of time before he ascended even further. Juan couldn't help but feel envious of Kanto's talent pool. Perhaps Hoenn needed a representative like that as well. Steven. Kane. There were many potential candidates in the Hoenn region. Seated beside Juan, the Stone family representative remained silent, also deep in thought, watching the direction Lance had exited. Meanwhile, Kane and Steven had been moving through the cave for half an hour. The temperature kept rising, but they hadn't encountered anyone yet. With Slowking and Metagross's psychic abilities, any human or Pokémon entering their range would be immediately detected. However, so far, they hadn't even found a wild Pokémon. It was evident that Team Magma had cleared the area before their arrival. Occasionally, they came across the corpses of wild Pokémon on the ground. Cain wasn't surprised, having been in similar situations before, but for Steven, who had grown up in a much more sheltered environment, the sight visibly unsettled him. Even when attacked by wild Pokémon, Steven had always spared their lives after each battle. That was the mindset instilled in him from a young age. End of chapter. Chapter 5:15. Serious Steven. Lance, riding on his trusty Charizard, was speeding toward Mount Chimney. However, Cain and Steven were unaware of this. And, in truth, even if they knew, they wouldn't have stopped their advance. The corpses of some wild Pokémon they encountered along the way had completely enraged Steven, who was usually a very calm person. After advancing for another half-hour in the cave, the passage began to widen. "There are excavation marks on the walls," Cain observed, noticing some traces on the cave's walls. "Let's go in and see what's happening," but cautiously, Steven suggested. Understood. The two crossed the last corridor and entered what appeared to be the interior of Mount Chimney. The surroundings were covered with reddish rocks, and the uniforms of Team Magma blended surprisingly well with the environment. Initially worried about being discovered, Cain and Steven found no one once inside. It was as if Team Magma wasn't there. However, the fresh excavation marks in the cave clearly indicated that someone had been there. After circling a pit from which hot lava flowed slowly and advancing a bit further, they finally spotted some members of Team Magma. Cautiously, Cain instructed Slowking and Metang to hide. In this warm environment, both Slowking, a water type, and Metang, a steel type, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Before them was an altar that seemed to have been built by humans, upon which rested some strange stones. In the center was a hand-sized red stone, which at first glance looked like a mineral formed from solidified lava. On either side were two gray stones with peculiar patterns. Viewed individually, they didn't reveal much, but placed on the altar, they were clearly no ordinary objects. In front of the altar stood three people. Two of them wore outfits similar to the Team Magma members they had encountered earlier, but the person in the center wore a darker red robe. Butler. Why were there only 3 members of Team Magma left? Based on the 2 guards at the entrance, Cain had estimated that at least 20 or 30 people had entered, but now only 3 remained. Although Butler was the strongest among them, something didn't seem right. They were too far to hear what was being said. Cain dared not move closer. The mighty hyena next to Butler was clearly far superior to the ones the guards outside had. Any suspicious movement would be detected immediately. Cain used telepathy to communicate with Steven, asking if they should act. Steven was visibly furious. The corpses of the wild Pokémon they had seen on their way were undoubtedly the work of Team Magma. Steven nodded without hesitation and took out another Pokeball from his belt. Sometimes, it's not about having many Pokémon in a battle but about properly managing the ones you have. Taking out another Pokeball signaled that Steven was ready to fight seriously. Cain, understanding the gesture, also retrieved the Pokeball containing Skarmory. He had brought Slowking and Skarmory on this mission, along with Haunter, who remained hidden in the shadows. Initially, he hadn't expected to encounter significant trouble and had planned to train Aaron and his other Pokémon, but meeting Team Magma had changed the situation. However, with Slowking handling its water-type moves well, Cain felt they were adequately prepared. "Follow my lead. If anything goes wrong, use your Pokémon to reach me. Slowking can use teleport to get us out of here instantly," Cain telepathically instructed Steven. Steven nodded, confirming he understood. Cain also issued telepathic orders to Slowking to use some support moves. Simultaneously, Steven instructed Metang to do the same, preparing for the upcoming battle. It would be a tough fight, and they needed to maximize their defenses. "When we start, focus on distracting Butler. I'll handle the other 2. Although we don't know why there are only 2 left, this is an opportunity for us. If we can't contain Butler, we retreat immediately," Cain concluded, giving final instructions before initiating action. Clearly, Butler was the primary threat, but the other 2 couldn't be underestimated. Cain would face both, a challenging task but necessary to avoid a 3-on-2 disadvantage. Taking a deep breath, Kane steadied himself mentally. Slowking used Teleport to appear behind them. Upon hearing the command, Slowking's psychic power surged. Metang, also a psychic type, expanded its own power to help Slowking precisely locate the teleportation coordinates. Growling. Just as Slowking activated Teleport, Butler's Mightyena sprang to its feet, letting out a fierce growl. As a Dark-type Pokémon, it was highly sensitive to and deeply hated psychic waves. After all, Slowking had planned to appear right beside it. Butler's expression changed immediately as he quickly drew a Pokeball from his belt, throwing it in front of him. A Camerupt appeared before them. However, the other two Team Magma members didn't react as swiftly as Butler, clearly demonstrating the disparity in their combat levels. Arriving via Teleport, Kane and Steven also released their Pokémon. Kane sent out Skorupi, while Steven revealed a second Metang. 2 Metang. Steven at his strongest. He was serious. The second Metang was the same one Kane had seen when they first met, but now it had also reached the advanced level, and surprisingly, its potential had improved. Kane couldn't believe it. How many resources would it take to raise a blue-tier Pokémon to light purple? It required far more effort than buying a light purple tier Pokémon outright. And this was a Metang, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, making the process even more difficult. Pokémon. Shiny Metang, light purple. Gender? Genderless. Level. 44. Type. Steel plus Psychic. Ability. Clear Body. Held item. Ockerberry. Egg moves. None. Basic moves. Confusion, Metal Claw, Takedown, Pursuit, Bullet Punch, Miracle Eye, Scary Face, Agility, Meteor Mash. Learned moves. Gravity, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Zen Headbutt, Magnet Rise, Signal Beam, Ally Switch. TM moves. Protect, Psyshock, Hidden Power, Rock, Hyper Beam, Earthquake, Psychic, Shadow Ball, Brick Break, Rock Slide, Substitute, Flash Cannon, Grass Knot. Was this the potential of Steven, Hoenn's talented trainer with such a powerful background, and the future Steel-type champion? Kane now had to rethink what he knew about these prodigies. End of chapter. Chapter 5:16. Rapid Resolution. Now was not the time to think about such things. While the two Team Magma members hadn't reacted, every effort had to be made. Skorupi used Toxic Spikes. Slowking, Psychic. Each Team Magma member had a Mightyena at their side. Skorupi couldn't directly attack the trainers, but Slowking's sudden burst of energy certainly could. After a day of training, Skorupi could now use the move Toxic Spikes much more smoothly, unlike the clumsiness it displayed during its first attempt earlier today. The ground became densely covered with poisonous spikes, surrounding the two Team Magma members and their Mightyena. Meanwhile, Slowking, fully amplifying its power, used Psychic, not targeting the Mightyena standing at the enemy's feet but one of the Team Magma members directly. A human body couldn't withstand the power of Slowking's psychic attack in its current state. The Team Magma member hit by the attack began bleeding from all facial orifices and slowly collapsed to the ground. The Mightyena at his side was left stunned, unsure of what to do. At that moment, the other Team Magma member finally reacted. He released 2 Pokeballs, summoning a Camerupt and another Mightyena. However, due to the poisonous spikes Skorupi had spread on the ground, both Camerupt and the new Mightyena were poisoned the moment they appeared. Everything was going far more smoothly than expected. Knocking someone out immediately had been unforeseen. The Mightyena of the unconscious enemy was no longer a threat. As for the 3 remaining Pokémon of the other member, Kane had already gathered information about them via his system. 2 Mightyena with light green quality at level 34, and a Camerupt with green quality at level 38, slightly stronger. Skorupi, use Agility to close in and then Venoshock. But finish off the poisoned Mightyena first. Slowking, use Psychic Water Gun to block Camerupt. Being Fire and Rock type, Camerupt was 4 times weak to Slowking's Water type moves. Using its psychic powers to boost its attack, Slowking's psychic water gun struck the slow-moving Camerupt, causing it to hiss in pain. If not for the hot environment weakening Slowking's water-type moves, that first strike might have defeated Camerupt outright. Skorupi quickly advanced and blocked the two Mightyena. Normally, Mightyena were of a similar size to Skorupi, but with Skorupi's current strength, one of its pincers could easily grab hold of a Mightyena. Having battled many Mightyena before, Skorupi had a clear understanding of their weak points. Skorupi spat a glob of corrosive venom, hitting the poisoned Mightyena square in the face, causing it to howl in pain as the poison burned its skin. The venom sac within Skorupi's body was now fully developed, and after absorbing the special poison-type energy from the shattered toxic orb, the poison it released was even more potent. Skorupi didn't stop its attack. Let's not forget that it could strike from 4 different parts of its body. Besides its pincers and mouth, the sharp stinger hanging from its back was its strongest weapon. Skorupi, use Poison Tail! Kane commanded telepathically. Wham! The stinger moved like lightning, striking Mightyena's side and hitting a vital spot. With Skorupi's sniper ability, combined with the damage Mightyena had already taken, it slowly collapsed to the ground. This all happened in just 2 to 3 seconds. Even in a fast-paced battle, it usually takes 5 or 6 seconds because of the delay between the trainer's command and the Pokémon's execution. However, Kane, thanks to telepathy, didn't face this delay. Camerupt, use Flame Burst on Skorupi. Mightyena, use Bite. The Team Magma member was always a few seconds behind Kane in reacting. Only after one of his Mightyena was defeated did he realize what was happening and issue commands. Although he gave his orders before Kane's next set, the synergy between him and his Pokémon wasn't as strong. Kane, on the other hand, had excellent rapport with his Pokémon and, with telepathy enabling instantaneous commands, wasted no time. Slowking, use Psychic Water Gun and finish off Camerupt. Skorupi, don't hold back, use Poison Tail Impact, Poison Tail plus Venoshock. This time, Kane and his Pokémon demonstrated what it means to react later but strike first. Slowking quickly formed its Psychic Water Gun, enveloped in psychic energy, and fired at Camerupt just as it began gathering fire energy to unleash a flame burst. However, as Camerupt opened its mouth, Slowking's Psychic Water Gun struck it directly. Not only was Camerupt unable to launch its attack, but it also suffered 4 times the damage from the water-type energy. Additionally, having its move interrupted caused even greater damage. As for the remaining Mightyena, Skorupi didn't hesitate to pounce. With both pincers, it grabbed hold of Mightyena's body. The Mightyena struggled with all its might, but Skorupi's pincers were the strongest part of its body. The difference in strength was clear. Once caught by Skorupi, escape was nearly impossible. The trick to the Poison Tail Impact combo lay in using Poison Tail to poison the target first, then following up with Venoshock for double the damage. Skorupi had practiced this combo all day and could now execute it with both speed and precision. Of course, the combo's effectiveness depended on Poison Tail successfully poisoning the target. For an ordinary Poison-type Pokémon, this might be challenging, but with Skorupi's fully developed Venom sac, it was a non-issue. Injecting venom through its stinger into the opponent's body made poisoning almost certain unless the target had high poison resistance. Skorupi's tail, the fastest striking part of its body, moved swiftly, hitting Mightyena's side in one motion. It then spat another glob of venom, which hit Mightyena directly. This combo also required Skorupi to have enough strength to restrain its opponent while performing the attack. In summary, this combo was perfect for Skorupi in its current state, and not easily replicable by other Pokémon. Too many factors had to align: sufficient strength, multiple attack points, high poison infliction probability, and precise skill synergy. Meeting all these conditions, Skorupi defeated the last Mightyena as well. Kane needed to finish this battle quickly so he could go assist Steven. End of chapter. Chapter 517. Nearly level Pokémon. Slowking's Psychic Water Gun had no trouble defeating Camerupt. The remaining Team Magma member tried to resist, but seeing the toxic spikes covering the area and his 3 defeated Pokémon on the ground, he decided to surrender. He knelt down, placed his hands on his head, and made it clear he wouldn't resist further. Earlier, in his efforts to help Butler achieve his goals, he had exhausted too many resources and had several Pokémon seriously injured. Kane signaled Slowking to immobilize him and then tied him up with rope, leaving his Pokeballs and equipment on the ground. There was no time to worry about him. The battle between Steven and Butler had already started a while ago. Although Kane had quickly resolved the fight with the two Team Magma members, both Steven and Butler were skilled trainers who had surely exchanged several moves by now. In general terms, Steven was at a disadvantage. Even so, he wasn't in a desperate situation. Despite having two Pokémon of such high quality, Steven couldn't compensate for the level difference. Moreover, Butler's Camerupt was his ace, and the advantage fire types had over Steven's steel types was glaringly evident. If it weren't for the two Metang combining their psychic power to block some of the fire-type moves, reducing the damage, they probably wouldn't have lasted as long. Kane used his system to scan Camerupt's data. Pokémon. Camerupt, light blue, anomaly. Gender? Male. Level. 50. Types. Fire plus rock. Ability. Magma armor. Held item. None. Egg moves. Body slam, rollout, mud bomb, yawn. Basic moves. Rock slide, fissure, eruption, growl, tackle, ember, focus energy, magnitude, flame burst, amnesia, lava plume, curse, take down, yawn, earthquake. Learned moves. Earth power, stomping tantrum, snore. TM moves. Protect, hidden power, flying, flamethrower, stone edge, bulldoze, sleep talk. This Camerupt had the typical moves a normal trainer's Pokémon would have, while the moves Steven had taught his Pokémon via TM seemed like cheating in comparison. However, seeing Camerupt's data made Kane's face darken. No, in fact, his expression turned extremely grim. A level 50 Camerupt, the near-elite level Pokémon. In his past life, the strongest Pokémon Kane had ever trained had barely reached level 52. Only when you reach near-elite level do you understand how terrifyingly powerful such a Pokémon can be. Even though this Camerupt had only just reached near-elite level, it was still extremely formidable. But what worried Kane most was the anomalous status in its data. Could it be related to the two Pokémon he had previously encountered in a frenzy state? Aside from Camerupt, Butler also had a Mightyena by his side, ready to strike at any moment. However, Mightyena had not moved, as Butler, having grown up in the underworld, was always on guard for potential surprise attacks. When Kane defeated the two Team Magma members, Butler merely frowned, neither intervening nor speaking. He watched as Kane defeated them, while Camerupt continued to pressure Steven's two Metang. Kane approached Steven, who maintained a serious expression while issuing precise orders to his Metang. If it weren't for Steven's excellent skills in directing his Pokémon, the Metang wouldn't have been able to withstand Camerupt's powerful flames. Both Pokémon, being steel types and relatively slow, allowed Camerupt to maximize its strength. When Steven noticed Kane beside him, his expression relaxed slightly. Kane's arrival meant the other two members had been dealt with, allowing Steven to fully concentrate on the battle. However, the power of this Camerupt was truly overwhelming. Unfortunately, the fire type encountered the steel types. Otherwise, Steven believed that even against a near-elite level Pokémon, his two Metang could stand a chance if they combined their efforts. Fire and ground typed, Camerupt boasted impressive resistances. Apart from its quadruple weakness to water-type moves and double weakness to ground-type moves, its other resistances were exceptional. It was resistant to poison, bug, steel, fire, and fairy types, and it was also immune to electric-type attacks. In short, it had very few weaknesses. No wonder Camerupt was one of Team Magma's signature Pokémon. You too. Could it be that one of you is the heir to the Stone family and the other is the famous prodigy who recently made the news? What was the name again? Cal something. Butler said, trying to recall the identities of the people standing in his way. Recognizing Steven was easy, with his 2 shiny Metang, but it took him a little longer to identify Kane, who had made a name for himself in Kanto and appeared on the news. After a moment, Butler finally remembered Kane's identity. Both Kane and Steven were momentarily taken aback. They hadn't expected anyone from Team Magma to recognize them, especially Kane. Recognizing Steven made sense, but identifying Kane was much harder. Ha ha ha! What a surprise to run into 2 young talents of the league here. It's my lucky day. My Camerupt just reached near elite level, and here are 2 geniuses to celebrate with me. This is a sign that my rise to power within Team Magma is near. Ha ha ha! Butler burst into arrogant laughter. Kane frowned. Butler's words contained a lot of information. Camerupt's power had just increased, reaching near elite level. And it seemed this ascent wasn't natural, he had used some kind of object to gain that power. The anomaly detected by the system was likely related to this sudden enhancement. Moreover, Butler clearly harbored great ambitions. He was determined to take control of Team Magma. Did he think Maxi was just a figurehead? At that moment, Kane saw it clearly. Butler was a trainer whose power exceeded his ability to control it. Those who gain power in such a way tend to lose themselves. Kane had seen many such people before. This phenomenon was caused by the distorted class system in the Pokémon world. Another one blinded by power. Let's go, Steven, Kane said indifferently. At first, he had felt a bit of pressure, but after understanding the kind of person Butler was, that feeling vanished. Now, he doubted Butler could effectively command his Pokémon. Yes, together. Steven responded confidently. As clever as he was, Steven also understood the type of opponent they were facing. End of chapter. Chapter 518. The so-called group chat. Since he couldn't kill them, Kane merely knocked the 2 Team Magma members unconscious and tied them up. With the physical constitution of humans in this world, the 2 didn't take long to wake up. They glanced at Kane and Steven, who were preparing to fight Butler, and showed no signs of nervousness. The fact that Kane hadn't killed them was a typical weakness of League members. As long as Butler managed to defeat these 2, they would regain their freedom. It's worth noting that while many had come, only the 2 of them remained alive. They were Butler's closest confidants. They knew Butler's power better than anyone else. Thanks to the support of Tabitha, one of Team Magma's admins, Butler had quickly risen from a low-ranking member to an officer. To advance rapidly to the Quasi-Elite level and match his current position, Butler had organized this mission. This operation was entirely Butler's plan, with little connection to Team Magma's higher-ups. Of course, Tabitha had turned a blind eye, which was crucial. After all, if Butler succeeded in becoming Quasi-Elite, he would still be under Tabitha's control. His power increase also benefited his superior, but if Butler failed to level up, it wouldn't be a significant loss for Tabitha. Having one more or fewer follower made little difference to Tabitha. This was the dilemma Butler faced. He desperately wanted to reach the Quasi-Elite level and become a key piece on the chessboard. For Butler, this operation had been a complete success. While most Team Magma members had fallen, sacrificing a few insignificant pawns in exchange for reaching the Quasi-Elite level was an easy choice. Finally, using a special item, Butler had managed to bring his Camerupt to the Quasi-Elite level. Although only Camerupt had crossed that threshold, taking that first step was the hardest. It could be said that Butler did not yet fully possess the level of a Quasi-Elite trainer, but he had one foot in the door. If he could further improve Camerupt or have another Pokémon reach that level, he would be a legitimate Quasi-Elite trainer. People only care about results, the details of the process often go unnoticed. After Camerupt gained this power, Butler began to show more ambition. He didn't just aspire to become an admin like Tabitha, now, he had his sights set on controlling Team Magma. This was the side effect of sudden power. However, a Quasi-Elite level Pokémon was still formidable, far surpassing an advanced level Pokémon. The 2 Team Magma members had full confidence in Butler. They were certain that Butler would win. They were convinced that the 2 who had tied them up, despite being strong, wouldn't stand a chance against Butler. Moreover, this place was an ideal battlefield for Fire-type Pokémon. The fiery energy in the air allowed Camerupt to launch continuous attacks. If Butler won, their status would also rise. The future looked bright for the two. They weren't worried in the slightest about being tied up on the ground. 2 shiny Metang, plus a rare shiny Slowking? Are these the gifts you brought me? If I keep these Pokémon and lie low for a while, Team Magma will be mine. Ha ha ha. Butler laughed wildly. His suppressed ambition had finally come to light. He didn't care who these two opponents were. Just for their Pokémon, it was worth the risk. These Pokémon represented not only the present but also his limitless future. Though Camerupt was strong, its species limitations were evident. Its potential paled compared to the 2 shiny Metang and the shiny Slowking. As for Skarmory, Butler hadn't even considered it. It was just a bug, easily defeated by his Fire-type Pokémon. Meanwhile, Steven took advantage of the brief pause to take out some Pokeblocks specially designed by Kane and fed them to his 2 Metang, helping them recover some energy. The hot environment was not ideal for steel types like Metang. At that moment, Kane had an idea. Using telepathy, Kane communicated with Slowking and Steven's 2 Metang. The 3 Psychic-type Pokémon helped Kane build a mental channel. Though telepathy didn't consume much energy, Kane was a novice Psychic and could only maintain it for about half an hour. But with 3 Psychic types, it wasn't an issue. This time, telepathy was different. It wasn't just for communicating with the Pokémon, it also connected Steven to the channel. A group chat. Steven was momentarily surprised but quickly understood. It was his first time trying such a strategy, and he found it quite innovative. He didn't need to give orders to his Metang or talk to Kane out loud. They could say everything mentally. Skarmory, use toxic spikes. Slowking, heal the Metang with heal pulse. Kane gave the commands. Butler, who had been boasting a moment ago, was ready to attack Steven's Metang but froze when he saw his opponents unmoving. However, Skarmory and Slowking acted without hesitation. Skarmory scattered toxic spikes around Camerupt, especially near Butler, covering the ground. Meanwhile, Slowking used Heal Pulse to restore the Metang's energy. Butler couldn't believe it. He had barely managed to weaken the Metang, and now they were recovering. A cold, icy rage appeared in Butler's eyes. If he wanted to take their Pokémon, these two had to die, no matter who they were. Camerupt, Earthquake. Butler ordered coldly, suppressing his growing ambition. End of chapter. Chapter 519. Camerupt's Uncontrolled Growth. After Butler gave the order, Camerupt's actions were a bit slow, but only by half a second. A shockwave from Earthquake spread from Camerupt toward the 2 Metang, Slowking, and Skarmory. The toxic spikes Skarmory had scattered on the ground were shaken and scattered by the Earthquake. Once the shockwave passed, only a few remnants remained. Metang, being a Steel and Psychic-type Pokémon, as well as a pseudo-legendary, had remarkable resistance due to its attributes. But Butler clearly understood Metang's type matchups. Ground-type moves dealt double damage, as did Ghost, Fire, and Dark types. Metang had double resistance to Normal, Flying, Rock, Steel, Grass, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy types, 8 types in total. Not to mention, Metang was immune to Poison-type moves and had quadruple resistance to Psychic types. But could Butler's knowledge of Metang rival Steven's? Steven understood Metang's weaknesses better than anyone. Magnet Rise. Steven telepathically commanded the 2 Metang after hearing Butler's instruction. The move Magnet Rise allows a Pokémon to levitate for a time. Due to their weight, Metang already had reduced movement speed, so they had trained extensively with Magnet Rise. Upon receiving Steven's command, they immediately floated into the air using electromagnetism. Slowking, use Psychic to levitate. Skarmory, climb to the top of the cave. Kane reacted quickly as well. Slowking used a thin layer of psychic energy to lift itself 5 centimeters off the ground. Skarmory, on the other hand, made a strong leap and used its forelegs to cling to the cave ceiling, leaving its tail dangling. Against a quasi-elite level Camerupt, Skarmory had very little utility. However, Slowking, being a water type, could be a key factor. Slowking might be the key to defeating Butler's Camerupt. Steven, help me keep Camerupt occupied and prevent Butler from using another Pokémon. I'm preparing Slowking for an all-out attack, Kane said telepathically. Steven's expression was serious. He knew that in this environment, Metang could only serve as distractions. Victory would depend on the quadruple damage Slowking's water-type attacks could deal. However, when Slowking attacked with full power, it might not be able to focus on defense simultaneously. Leave it to me, Steven responded with determination. As long as he was there, he wouldn't let anyone interfere with Kane's attack. All right. Slowking, do you remember the move you learned from Haunter? Use skill swap on Skarmory. Skarmory, stay up there. Use Toxic Spikes and Venoshock to keep Camerupt busy. If you can attack Butler directly, don't hold back, but make sure you stay safe. Since their last return from training, Kane had been working with Slowking to learn the move skill swap from Haunter. Though the Grumpig Kane had forcibly captured last time still had no clear purpose, Slowking had already mastered the use of skill swap. Slowking's psychic energy emitted a strange frequency as it exchanged its ability with Skarmory's. Now, Slowking's ability was Sniper. Slowking, go all out. Use Psychic Water Gun continuously. Seeing Camerupt fail its attack, Butler remained unfazed. If it were that easy to hit them, they wouldn't be league prodigies. Camerupt, use Amnesia and then launch Flame Burst at Metang. But what Butler didn't know was that Kane and Steven issued their commands much faster than him. A series of water guns shot from Slowking's mouth, wrapped in psychic energy. It was as if Slowking had turned into a cannon tower, and the psychic water guns were its ammunition. Swoosh! 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 With the help of psychic energy, the speed of the water guns reached its peak. Under Butler's command, Camerupt used Amnesia, boosting its special defense. Against 3 psychic types, boosting special defense made sense. But just as Camerupt was about to use another move, it was bombarded by a downpour of water guns. Butler's face hardened. He clearly hadn't heard Kane give any orders, yet Slowking's attacks were relentless. With Camerupt's speed, there was no way it could dodge. If evasion was impossible, it had to face the attack head-on. Camerupt continued charging its Flame Burst. Despite enduring Slowking's continuous attacks, and although the environment gave it an advantage, Camerupt's attack speed was slightly delayed. However, as a quasi-elite level Pokémon, Camerupt launched a blazing fireball directly at Slowking. This hateful Pokémon kept attacking it with water, the type it despised most. But when Butler saw Camerupt targeting Slowking, his expression abruptly changed. Camerupt, I ordered you to attack Metang, not Slowking. Rug! Camerupt roared in frustration, largely ignoring its trainer. It felt its trainer was becoming increasingly annoying. If it was going to attack an enemy, of course, it should target the one posing the greatest threat. The side effects of Camerupt's forced power boost by Butler were starting to show. But Kane and Steven began to smile. In that case, things would be much easier. Slowking, use Psychic Water Gun to block that attack, then keep attacking. Metang, move in front of Slowking and use your psychic power to weaken the fireball. Kane and Steven issued their orders simultaneously. Slowking quickly formed a water gun and fired it. In midair, it collided with Camerupt's Flame Burst. Boom! SSSSSSH. The heat evaporated the water. The Flame Burst overpowered the water gun and continued forward. But the 2 Metang were in its path. With a double dose of psychic power, combined with the weakening caused by the water gun, they managed to stop the attack. Meanwhile, Slowking's water guns continued striking Camerupt, occasionally triggering the sniper ability. Bang! 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 The water shots hit Camerupt with strong impact. Damn it! Listen to my orders. Use Eruption this time and attack both Metang. Butler yelled, his face filled with rage. Although Camerupt was powerful and the high-temperature environment gave it an endurance advantage, it couldn't keep taking Slowking's attacks. Rug! Camerupt roared, though clearly more irritated with its trainer. This time, however, it obeyed the command. Butler saw Camerupt finally following his orders, and his expression improved slightly, though the fury inside him had yet to subside. End of chapter. Chapter 520. Combined defeat of a quasi-elite Pokémon. Eruption. Among fire-type moves, this is one of the most powerful. The maximum power of this move reaches 150 points, but only if the Pokémon using it is in peak condition. As its energy decreases, the power of Eruption diminishes as well. However, Camerupt still had plenty of energy, despite being repeatedly attacked by Slowking. Its resilience was in good shape, partly due to the environment. A flame more intense and darker than the Will-O-Wisp move emerged from Camerupt's mouth. With the activation of this attack, the two volcanic humps on Camerupt's back began spewing black smoke, signaling that Camerupt was giving its all. Upon hearing Butler's command, Steven became serious. If this attack hit the Metang, even though they were pseudo-legendary Pokémon, they could sustain severe injuries. Kane, don't worry about this one. Keep attacking! Steven exclaimed firmly. Kane hesitated for a moment, considering whether to have Slowking help weaken Camerupt's attack. But after hearing Steven's words, he decided to focus even more on his assaults. Slowking, remember how Skarmory identifies enemy weak points. Use Psychic Water Gun all over its body and locate its weak spot, Kane commanded with determination. Yadin. Slowking nodded seriously. Its attack rhythm increased as it aimed Psychic Water Gun at Camerupt's humps. A wave of fire enveloped the Metang. Protect! Steven ordered. Earthquake was his next command. Although Steven called both Metang by the same name, somehow the two knew exactly which one was to act in each situation. This was the kind of synergy that only time and constant practice could produce. One of the Metang raised a protective shield, completely blocking Camerupt's eruption move. Meanwhile, the other stopped levitating and struck the ground, sending a seismic wave back toward its opponent. At the same time, Slowking's attack reached Camerupt's humps. Rug! Camerupt roared in pain. Slowking had found its weak spot, and with its sniper ability, the damage was amplified, compounded by the 4 times water-type disadvantage. The attack was devastating, followed by Metang's Earthquake move, which also struck an already weakened Camerupt. Rug! Camerupt roared again, its eyes beginning to glow red. Kane, using his scanning system, detected that Camerupt had entered an uncontrollable rage state. It was similar to what they had seen before with Breloom and Torchic. Butler also noticed the change. With a cold expression, he pulled a syringe from his pocket and began walking toward Camerupt. Steven! Kane shouted upon seeing this. Understood. Metang, use Hyper Beam. Steven commanded. 2 destructive rays were unleashed from the Metang, blinding Butler and forcing him to stop in his tracks. He narrowly avoided the attack by rolling on the ground, but the surprise on his face was evident. I can't let Camerupt fall to these attacks, Butler thought. However, Camerupt was already in a full-blown rage. So, he's the one who's driven them to this? Kane murmured to himself, understanding the situation. Camerupt, now completely frenzied, launched another eruption attack, this time targeting one of the Metang, which couldn't move after using Hyper Beam. But just before the attack landed, Skarmory fell from the top of the cavern, shielded by a green energy barrier. Steven smiled in satisfaction. A masterstroke, Skarmory, Steven commented. This explained why Steven had allowed the Metang to use Hyper Beam without too much concern. Got it, Kane replied cautiously. Although Camerupt had lost control, its attacks were stronger than ever. Return, Skarmory, Kane called out. Having fulfilled its role, Skarmory quickly scurried back to Kane's side. Its greatest utility had been exhausted, and now everything depended on Slowking and the Metang. The repeated Psychic Water Gun attacks from Slowking, combined with the Metang's Hyper Beam, had left Camerupt severely weakened. But now that it was in its rage state, it seemed immune to pain. Despite everything, the outcome of the battle was almost decided. If Butler had no other Pokémon, Kane and Steven were on the verge of victory. But did Butler have more Pokémon? Kane and Steven didn't know. However, Butler knew all too well. He had sacrificed everything for this encounter, including all his Team Magma companions. All he had left were his Mightyena and Camerupt. He had severely underestimated Kane and Steven. These two didn't need to speak to command their Pokémon, which meant at least one of them had to be a psychic. Finally, Camerupt, like Butler's other Pokémon, succumbed to its own rage. This is the final blow. Slowking, use your most powerful psychic water gun. Metang, another hyper beam. Kane and Steven commanded in unison. Slowking and the Metang's attack struck Camerupt simultaneously. The psychic water gun hit Camerupt's humps again, activating the sniper ability once more and causing devastating damage. At the same time, the Metang's hyper beam struck it head-on. Despite Camerupt's resilience and the environmental advantages, the outcome was inevitable. Boom! After a deafening explosion, as the smoke cleared, Camerupt lay on the ground, defeated. Kane and Steven had successfully defeated a Quasi-Elite Pokémon in a joint battle. Although this Camerupt wasn't a typical Quasi-Elite Pokémon and had stopped listening to its trainer, it was still a remarkable achievement. Both Slowking and the Metang gained significant benefits. Slowking leveled up, reaching level 41. Meanwhile, the two Metang, under Kane's watchful gaze, also leveled up, reaching level 45. What does it mean for two Metang to reach level 45? They both began to shine intensely. They were evolving. Just like that, all of a sudden. End of chapter. Chapter 521. Shiny Metagross. Two Metang began emitting a bright white glow. It was the light of evolution. Steven's expression lit up with joy. He had invested so much in training these two Metang. With the resources of the Stone family and Devon Corporation, anything Steven could acquire, he immediately provided to his Metang. As his first Pokémon, Steven shared a deep bond with them. He had always worked hard to train them, even asking Kane to prepare special Pokeblocks tailored for Metang to help them grow better. In truth, one of the Metang had reached the level necessary for evolution long ago, but it lacked its other half, which prevented its evolution. That's why Steven focused on training the second Metang. Not long ago, both Metang reached the same level, but for some reason, the anticipated evolution didn't occur. The last time Kane called him, Steven had been out searching for special stones, hoping to trigger the evolution, but he hadn't shared those details with Kane. Despite his earlier efforts, the evolution didn't happen. Now, however, after defeating the Quasi-Elite level Camerupt, the two Metang began to emit the light of evolution. Naturally, the two Metang moved closer together, and their auras evolved in unison. This was the second time Kane had witnessed a fusion evolution. The first was with Slowpoke and Shellder, who evolved into Slowking. But Slowking's evolution was different, as Slowpoke dominated the fusion while Shellder played a supporting role. In contrast, Metang evolved as equals, merging completely in a balanced manner. Metagross. When the brilliant light of evolution faded, a new silver Pokémon appeared in the cave. Unlike Metang, which had only 2 claws and 2 eyes, Metagross had 4 claws, allowing it to maintain better balance. At the center of its forehead, a large white X gave it an even more imposing appearance. The fully realized form of the pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Shiny Metagross. Steven's ace, the future champion of the Hoenn region, had successfully evolved before Kane's eyes. Kane's system immediately scanned the Metagross, providing detailed information. Pokémon. Shiny Metagross, purple. Gender? Genderless. Level 45. Type: Steel plus Psychic. Ability: Clear Body. Held item: Metal Coat, Ochre Berry. Egg moves: None. Basic moves: Confusion, Metal Claw, Takedown, Pursuit, Bullet Punch, Miracle Eye, Scary Face, Agility, Meteor Mash, Hammer Arm. Learned moves: Gravity, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Zen Headbutt, Magnet Rise, Icy Wind, Signal Beam, Ally Switch. TM moves: Protect, Psyshock, Hidden Power, Flying, Hyper Beam, Earthquake, Psychic, Shadow Ball, Brick Break, Rock Slide, Substitute, Flash Cannon, Grass Knot. At first glance, it seemed it had only gained a single level, maintaining its purple quality with slight fluctuations. However, there were no major issues. As for its moves, there weren't significant changes, and it didn't appear drastically stronger. But was that really all? Metang had a base stat total of 420, while Metagross reached a base stat total of 600, the standard mark for a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. There were many aspects that couldn't be reflected in a simple data chart. In a more detailed sheet Kane reviewed, the stats of this Metagross, with its excellent development and formidable quality, were maxed out. Realistically, the two Metang together wouldn't have been a match for this Metagross. It was only a matter of time before Steven familiarized himself with it and unleashed its full potential in battle. The two Metang, now fused into Metagross, also unified their thoughts completely. As the newly evolved Metagross floated in front of Steven, he showed a genuine smile and evident confidence. From this moment on, Steven's journey to becoming champion had truly begun. The preparation of the Metang, now Metagross, had been long, and all the effort Steven poured into them would finally pay off. After the evolution, Kane and Steven finally turned their attention to Butler, who appeared pale. The defeat of Camerupt, though unexpected, seemed inevitable in hindsight. Uncontrolled power is never truly one's own. Beside him, Butler still had a mighty Ina. Gritting his teeth, he seemed ready to make one last stand. But this time, Kane didn't even need to intervene. Steven, with his new Metagross, defeated Mighty Ina on his own. Although Mighty Ina was a Dark-type Pokémon, Metagross possessed the Miracle Eye move and many others at its disposal. A Mighty Ina of dark green quality and level 48 quickly fell under the claws of the newly evolved Metagross. The power of a pseudo-legendary was fully revealed. Mighty Ina had no chance to counterattack, being struck repeatedly. With a dull thud, Butler slowly collapsed to the ground. He had believed the sudden surge of power from Camerupt would bring him great benefits and elevate his position within Team Magma. The appearance of Kane and Steven had made him dream of greater possibilities, but harsh reality struck again. The effort to turn Camerupt into a raging beast had been his final mistake. Of course, the coordination between Kane and Steven was key to their victory. Together, they defeated a quasi-elite level Pokémon. Clap! 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 Just as they were about to capture Butler, applause echoed through the cave. Kane and Steven turned in unison, their expressions serious. They had been battling Butler all this time, yet someone else had been hiding behind them unnoticed. Turning around, they saw a man with red hair and a cape, exuding confidence. It was Lance, the future Dragon-type champion, coming to assist. End of chapter. Chapter 522. Psychic Power and Power of the Viridian Forest. Lance. Seeing who had arrived, Kane let out a sigh of relief. Kane trusted Lance, a legitimate and well-regarded member of the Alliance. Kane, Steven, Lance nodded, approaching with his Charizard. When Lance arrived at the location where Kane and Steven had sent their coordinates, he encountered two Team Magma members tied up at the entrance. As an advanced investigator of the Alliance, Lance quickly assigned other investigators from the Hoenn region to provide support. Then he entered directly. He knew Kane and Steven would be inside, facing an opponent with strength close to that of a quasi-elite level trainer. Knowing their skills, he guessed they might still fall a bit short of handling it alone. Just as he was about to intervene, he decided to wait a little, curious to see how Kane and Steven would handle the situation. What he saw surprised him. There was a fluctuation of psychic energy between Kane and Steven. A psychic? The records of the Alliance contained detailed information on Steven, so the psychic had to be Kane, right? A mid-level breeder and, on top of that, a psychic. Such an ability wasn't common, even within the Alliance. Initially, Lance only wanted to observe, but seeing Kane and Steven about to face Butler, he decided he'd step in if they couldn't hold their own. But what happened next impressed him even more. Kane and Steven, working in perfect harmony, managed to defeat a quasi-elite level Camerupt in an environment full of fire-type energy. It was like fighting on Camerupt's home turf, and yet they won. Although the Camerupt lost control toward the end, it was still a quasi-elite level Pokémon. As a quasi-elite level trainer himself, Lance knew exactly what that entailed. He could tell the skills Kane and Steven demonstrated in this battle changed his perception of them. Although Lance had always been regarded as a prodigy and someone close to the Alliance's leaders, deep down, he still carried his pride. Coming from a family of dragon tamers and mastering dragon-type Pokémon only fueled that pride further. But the fight between Kane and Steven earned his respect. They were trainers whose potential was no less than his own. With enough time and development, they would undoubtedly become pillars of the Alliance. However, Lance also felt a small sense of disappointment. There was still a certain gap between them, making it impossible to face them as equals at the moment. "How did you get here so quickly?" Kane asked. Between the two, Kane was the more familiar with Lance, as they had met and spoken before. Hearing this, Lance smiled wryly and rubbed his temples. "Well, it's because you two are too important." When the Alliance's upper management heard what was happening, they quickly called a meeting. Only you two would dare to ignore their messages and take on Team Magma members on your own. That was true boldness. They had simply ignored the Alliance's top brass. Kane laughed awkwardly. At the time, he hadn't thought much about it and, in fact, hadn't even responded, right? Looking at his phone, he realized it had shut down due to the heat as a safety measure. Steven, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. The Hoenn upper management? His family, the Stones, represented almost half of the region. What was there to fear? Ignoring messages from his family was normal for him. Who knew if they just wanted him to handle more paperwork? That was the influence the Stone family wielded in Hoenn. Lance, who had some idea of this, continued, "When they realized the strongest opponent had the level of a quasi-elite trainer, I came alone. I've been in Hoenn for several days, and all the enemies I've encountered were minor. This time, there was finally one worthy effort, so I rushed over, but I didn't expect." He didn't expect you to handle it. Kane was quite familiar with Lance's mobility skills. After all, he would be the future champion of flying types, well, dragons. "What do we do with them?" Steven asked, pointing to the 3 Team Magma members on the ground. Kane and Steven exchanged glances. Although they had doubts about the uncontrollable state of the Pokémon, involving an Alliance investigator was the proper procedure. Finally, Kane spoke. "All right, Lance, there's something we need to tell you. During the battle, you probably noticed that Camerupt went out of control. When we were climbing the mountain, we had already encountered out-of-control Pokémon, and we believe it's related to these guys. If Team Magma has developed this capability." Kane didn't finish his sentence, but Lance understood what he meant. If Team Magma had the ability to induce that kind of chaos, the threat level would increase significantly. "I understand. Also, Kane, you?" Lance hesitated for a moment before asking. Kane smiled, knowing what Lance was referring to, his psychic abilities. "As you saw, I'm a basic level psychic. My ability isn't very strong, and what we accomplished was largely thanks to Slowking and Metagross. I'm not sure if I'll improve in the future, but for now, I'm just a basic level psychic." Kane openly acknowledged being a psychic. He had already decided to make it public when he told Steven. After all, if he couldn't use that ability, what was the point of being a psychic? And being a psychic was just another proof of his greater talent as a trainer. As long as he continued progressing, the Alliance would increase its support resources. That was exactly what he wanted. It was a small risk compared to the reward. Lance nodded, understanding. It was unusual but not unheard of. After all, hadn't he reached his position thanks to his own special ability? The fact that Cain was a psychic, in Lance's mind, was more of an advantage than a disadvantage. Though psychics were a distinct group, was there anyone else with the power of the Viridian forest? Lance fell into thought. End of chapter. Chapter 523. Fossils of Ancient Pokémon. Finally, Lance took the 3 Team Magma members away, along with the investigators who had arrived later. As an advanced-level investigator for the League, Lance was treated with great respect. As for the 3 objects on the altar, Cain had originally planned for Lance to take them, but he received an unexpected response. The League doesn't fail its trainers. These items are your trophies, they are yours to use as you see fit, Lance said before leaving without looking back. Cain and Steven's abilities were already catching up to Lance's, and now he, too, had to carry out his next mission. Lance left with ease. Steven was stroking his newly evolved Metagross with great confidence. Although Lance was stronger than him at the moment, with his fully evolved Metagross, Steven was confident that he wouldn't be inferior to Lance in the future. This was the natural confidence of a prodigy trainer. As Cain looked at that Metagross, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. As one of the few pseudo-legendary Pokémon that can reach its final evolution at level 45, once it evolves, its power is astounding. Each Metang has its own mind, with experience in mastering moves and battle tactics. However, upon evolution, those 2 minds fuse into one. What happens then to the accumulated experience of each? According to Cain's estimates and his system's calculations, it was likely that the experiences of both minds also merged, meaning Metagross would master those skills at an even greater level. This process of fused evolution was terrifying. It was almost like a duplication technique. And that wasn't all. One of the Metang had been stuck at level 44 for a long time, but knowing Steven, he hadn't stopped investing resources into Metang during that time. Had those resources been wasted? Clearly not. They had just been accumulating within the Pokémon, waiting for the chance to manifest. After the evolution, that energy stored in Metang finally found a way to be unleashed, which explained its remarkable purple sheen. This Metagross would advance at an astonishing rate, and if Cain didn't give it his all, he might not be able to keep up. This Metagross was terrifying for a second reason: the accumulated power in its body, along with Steven's additional resources, would allow it to quickly reach elite level, or even the pinnacle of that tier. With the amount of Stone family resources invested in this Pokémon, shouldn't it reach elite level by right? If it weren't for the timing difference in raising the 2 Metang, this Metagross would probably already be at elite level. Now, for Steven, reaching that level was just a matter of time. The chains holding him back no longer existed. The third reason, and perhaps the most terrifying, was that this Metagross was shiny. Following the pattern of his shiny Slowking, Cain suspected that this Metagross would also have its own awakening as a shiny Pokémon. This was the kind of talent a Pokémon belonging to the future Hoenn champion should have. Although Steven's Metagross made him feel inferior at the moment, Cain knew that in the future, his own Pokémon wouldn't be any less powerful. Torchic, Aron, Larvitar. Each of these Pokémon had the potential to become champions, and Cain was certain that with the right training, they would be extraordinary. He had no doubt about his potential and future strength. Lance and Steven were his benchmarks. A deep sense of confidence took hold of Cain, matching Steven's natural confidence. After a few moments of silence, when Lance and his team had completely left, only Cain, Steven, and their Pokémon remained in the sweltering cave. Steven, still thrilled with his Metagross's evolution, began searching for the strange stones he was so interested in. However, Cain quickly led him to the altar where Butler had been earlier. The altar was tall, though somewhat rudimentary. However, the 3 objects resting on it had always intrigued Cain. With Slowking's help, the 3 stones were fully revealed to Cain and Steven. When Steven saw them, he couldn't take his eyes off the 2 grey stones on the sides, especially. He couldn't help but touch them. Cain didn't even have time to stop him. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened. However, when Cain took a closer look at those stones, he couldn't help but be surprised. The stones on the sides were fossils. Fossils of ancient Pokémon. If Cain had to guess, those were fossils of Anorith and Lileep, Pokémon from ancient times. Suddenly, Kane remembered that in the future, when Steven became champion, his team included an Armaldo and a Cradily. Was destiny guiding the course of events again? Was Steven fated to find these fossils? Kane was starting to feel more respect for the hidden rules governing this world. Seeing Steven completely captivated by the fossils, Kane knew he wouldn't be able to resist. Steven would undoubtedly keep those fossils. After a while, Steven, his eyes shining as if he had found treasure, turned to Kane and said, "Kane, could you let me have these 2 stones? I know it might seem presumptuous since we found them together, but I promise to compensate you generously." Kane sighed lightly. He knew that even if he obtained those fossils, he didn't have the means. Chapter 524. Fragment of Groudon's armor. So these are fossils of ancient Pokémon, meaning these 2 pieces have incredible value, Steven said as he listened to Kane. However, Kane shook his head and replied, "Those fossils aren't of much use to me, and I can't revive them. You can have them, as long as I can keep the red stone in the middle, that's enough for me." Kane managed to suppress the surprise in his heart. From the very beginning, Kane had ordered his system to scan the 3 stones. The 2 fossils were quickly identified, but the small red stone in the center, roughly palm-sized, took much longer to scan, with no immediate results. However, just as Steven requested the fossils, the system's results appeared before Kane. Item name: Fragment of Groudon's armor, incomplete. Description: a fragment of Groudon's armor, the legendary Pokémon, left behind after a battle. It contains the mysterious energy of the legendary Pokémon. Functions: 1. Allows the Pokémon holding it to perceive the earth energy contained within, enhancing the Pokémon's control over ground-type energy. 2. Absorbing its energy can rapidly increase a Pokémon's power, but overabsorption may cause mental disturbances and trigger Groudon's fierce nature. Groudon, the god of the earth, also has notable control over fire-type energy. Fire-type Pokémon can also enhance their mastery of fire energy by holding this item. This small red stone was a fragment of Groudon's armor, one of the 3 legendary Pokémon of the Hoenn region, known as the God of the Earth. Groudon. In terms of combat capability, Kane estimated that very few Pokémon could rival Groudon, aside from Arceus. At best, some could temporarily hold it off but not completely defeat it. The title God of the Earth wasn't for nothing. The abnormal behavior of Camerupt earlier was likely due to it absorbing energy from this armor fragment. In his eagerness to make Camerupt reach the Quasi-Elite level quickly, Butler had made it absorb too much energy at once. Since Camerupt is both a fire and ground-type Pokémon, its characteristics perfectly match those of primal Groudon. Groudon has 2 forms. In its primal form, Groudon possesses both ground and fire types. After its long slumber and awakening, Groudon retained only the ground type because its energy had not fully recovered. This was knowledge Kane remembered. This red stone must have been a fragment of Groudon's armor from one of its battles in its primal form. With the energy from just an armor fragment, Camerupt was able to reach the Quasi-Elite level. This also explained why some of the Pokémon Kane had encountered exhibited a state of rage. It was likely not the work of Team Magma but rather Butler experimenting with this stone. Butler probably didn't even realize that this stone came from Groudon's armor. What was Team Magma's goal? Although the League was unaware, Kane knew it very well. Their aim was to find Groudon, believing that with Groudon, they could rule the world. If the legendary gods didn't reawaken, using Groudon's energy to expand landmasses would make world domination possible. Maxi had always been searching for something related to Groudon, but what he could never have imagined was that a fragment of his prized objective had fallen into the hands of a mid-ranking Team Magma member. And the most ironic part was that Butler hadn't even realized the object belonged to Groudon, using it merely as a tool to strengthen his Pokémon. The true power of this Groudon fragment had been completely wasted. If Team Magma had obtained this piece, they would surely have advanced their plans rapidly, and Groudon's resurrection would have been just around the corner. But now, this Groudon fragment was in the hands of Kane and Steven. While Steven was clearly more interested in the 2 fossils, Kane would keep the fragment of Groudon's armor. How could he not be excited? The greatest benefit of this fragment was that it would allow a Pokémon to gradually improve its control over ground-type energy. Additionally, if suitable, it could also enhance control over fire-type energy. The Pokémon most suited to carrying this fragment was Larvitar. Larvitar already had remarkable proficiency in manipulating ground-type energy, surpassing Kane's expectations. If it carried this fragment, how much further could its control improve? Kane couldn't even imagine it. To Kane, this small red fragment was the most valuable item for him. As for the fossils, Kane didn't have the means to revive them, nor could he guarantee the quality of the resulting Pokémon. Additionally, earning Steven's gratitude was a worthwhile benefit. This red stone doesn't seem to be just an ordinary rock, does it? Kane, do you know what it's for? Steven asked curiously. He needed to understand the stone's function to assess whether there was a significant value difference and to properly compensate Kane for his loss. Kane responded calmly, I'm not entirely sure, but this item seems to have fallen from some Pokémon. By carrying it, a Pokémon might slightly improve its strength or potential. Hearing this, Steven looked a bit conflicted. Based on Kane's description, the red stone didn't seem to hold much value, and he was taking 2 ancient Pokémon fossils. The difference in value seemed a bit unfair. Don't worry about it. You love stones, and your family is probably the only one with the resources to revive these fossils. It's better if you keep them, Kane said, patting him on the shoulder, appearing completely unconcerned. But the more carefree Kane acted, the more uncomfortable Steven felt. Kane, these fossils truly fascinate me, so I'll accept them with gratitude. I promise to compensate you properly, Steven said with a determined look. He knew he would have to talk to the elders of his family. Kane had captured an Aron, but its quality didn't seem exceptional. If he could gain the elders' support, perhaps they could help improve Aron's quality for Kane. That way, Steven could return the favor to Kane. Although he knew it would be difficult, he hoped the elders of the Stone family would support him. The Stone family had long refrained from sharing this type of knowledge with outsiders, so Steven couldn't be sure he would succeed. End of chapter. Chapter 525. Big Brother, Stop Pretending. If Steven couldn't find a way to enhance Aron's quality, he'd have to think of another way to compensate Kane. For now, Steven stored the 2 fossils in his storage space with great satisfaction. Obtaining these 2 fossils suddenly made Steven feel very pleased. In addition to Metang's evolution, this day had been perfect for him. Kane truly is my lucky charm, Steven thought. In just one day, Metang evolved, and he also acquired 2 extremely rare fossils of ancient Pokémon. Meanwhile, Kane had also obtained something valuable. Just getting that Groudon fragment alone made the expedition worthwhile. Not to mention the level-ups his Pokémon gained and the battle experience. Judging by the time, it's probably close to midnight, and the Pokémon haven't eaten dinner yet. Should we head out or prepare everything here? Kane asked. Steven glanced around. The surroundings were filled with reddish rocks, and lava slowly seeped from cracks in the walls. The temperature inside the cave was quite high. Let's go outside. It's too hot here, and the Pokémon won't enjoy it. We can come back tomorrow when the temperature drops a bit during the day, Steven replied after some thought. Kane nodded, storing the red fragment in his storage space. Then he returned Skarmory to its Pokeball. With a swift motion, Slowking used Teleport, instantly taking Kane, Steven, and Metagross outside the cave. The 2 Team Magma members they had tied up on the surface had already been taken away by Lance. They found a large, flat rock and sat directly on the ground. Although the outside temperature was still high, it was far more bearable than inside the cave. Both Kane and Steven removed their Team Magma uniforms but didn't discard them, as their heat-insulating properties were still quite useful. Kane pulled out a variety of tools and began preparing dinner on the rock. When Steven learned Kane was cooking, he volunteered to help. However, as a noble young man from a wealthy family, he had no idea how to cook. Instead, he got in the way, so Kane eventually shooed him aside. Kane typically had a clear distribution of tasks among his Pokémon, but with only Slowking, Skarmory, and Haunter available, the process was slower. Skarmory handled the hunting, Slowking cleaned the prey, and Haunter disposed of leftovers while assisting Cain with other tasks. He definitely needed to bring Miltank next time. Although Haunter had been with Cain for a while, it still didn't know what tools to fetch in each situation. Miltank was much more efficient. Cain released Aron, Poliwag, Mudkip, and Torchic to play. The 4 little Pokémon were thrilled to be outside. Even though Cain hadn't let them battle that day, they didn't worry or complain. However, Poliwag and Mudkip seemed slightly uncomfortable with the environment. Thankfully, Slowking used its psychic powers to create a small pond for them, allowing them to play peacefully. Torchic, on the other hand, was delighted. The temperature and environment were perfect for it. Since its quality had stabilized at deep blue, it had become much more energetic and cheerful, and its body was growing visibly. This was its body assimilating the improvements in its quality. As for Aron, it stayed close to Steven's Lyron, like a shadow, asking questions and learning about moves and techniques. Steven's Lyron didn't ignore Cain's Aron. It patiently explained how to use certain techniques. Perhaps Aron had a natural talent or was particularly adept, as it quickly learned a new move under Laren's guidance. Magnet Rise. Watching Aron float awkwardly in the air using small electrical currents, Cain was genuinely amazed. It had learned Magnet Rise so easily? For Aron, which was heavy and slow, this move would be incredibly useful. It also allowed Aron to avoid ground-type moves, meaning it wouldn't have to endure that kind of damage in battles. It was definitely an unexpected bonus. Skarmory successfully completed its task, capturing a few wild goats that lived on the mountainside and summit, which would serve as dinner for Cain and the others. Cain skillfully added the final seasonings, and the barbecue was ready. Seeing Steven, who had been sitting at a distance but was now by the grill, almost drooling and shedding his noble demeanor, Cain knew the barbecue was a complete success. If Steven was acting like this, the rest of the Pokémon didn't stand a chance. Although Slowking, Skarmory, and Haunter were also eager, they tried to hold back. Unlike Steven and his Lyron, who were practically diving toward the grill. After spending so much time with Cain, these 3 Pokémon had enjoyed plenty of such meals. Skarmory was suffering the most, glancing at its big brother, Slowking, who pretended to stay calm while swallowing saliva. Slowking even closed its eyes, trying to ignore the sight and smell of the food, which made Skarmory even more desperate. Its small eyes looked up at Slowking with a clear message. Big brother, stop pretending. I'm hungry. It smells so good, I can't take it anymore. Slowking glanced down and, using telepathy, told Skarmory. Hold on. Don't embarrass us. Gulp. Skarmory swallowed hard and nodded with effort. However, aside from those 3, Torchic and the others weren't holding back. They were already clinging to Cain, eagerly waiting for the food to be ready. All done. Dig in. Cain wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. It had been a lot of work preparing food for so many Pokémon. And with gluttons like Skarmory, Aron, and Lyron, Cain genuinely worried it wouldn't be enough. He could already imagine that when Aron evolved into Lyron and eventually Agron, along with Drapion, which would also be large and voracious, every meal would be a challenge for him. As soon as Cain gave the signal, Steven and the Pokémon pounced on the food. Steven grabbed a piece of roasted meat, and after tasting it, his eyes lit up. He gave Cain a thumbs up. With his status, Steven had eaten many delicacies, but Cain's barbecue truly surprised him. Perhaps because Cain had added special ingredients often used in Pokeblocks, the flavor was unique. Plus, thanks to Cain's system, the meat was cooked to perfection. After such a long day of battling, Steven was ravenous. All of this combined made Cain's barbecue one of the best Steven had ever tasted. End of chapter. Chapter 526. I can't break my word. After finishing the delicious dinner, both Cain and Steven, accustomed to surviving in the wild, quickly went to sleep. The next day, at the summit of Mount Chimney. In the lava cave they explored the day before, Cain and Steven decided to continue investigating the area. This place seemed to have never been visited before. They didn't know where Butler got the information about the existence of this cavern leading to the volcano's interior, as it appeared to have been sealed until Team Magma manually opened it. Aside from some Pokémon inhabiting the cave's corridors, there were probably wild Pokémon living inside, but it seemed Butler and his team had already dealt with them. Therefore, during this second cave exploration, Kane and Steven decided not to take any risks by sending only one Pokémon each. Kane chose to keep his Skorupi and Slowking close, with Haunter appearing sporadically. Meanwhile, Steven brought out both his Lyron and Metagross. After the battles of the previous day, Steven's Lyron had reached level 40, advancing to the advanced level. Skorupi, on the other hand, despite contributing in the battle against Camerupt, didn't level up but gained significant experience. The cave was primarily filled with fire-type Pokémon, though some rock types occasionally appeared. The predominance of fire types made both Steven's Lyron and Metagross a bit uncomfortable. However, Steven welcomed such challenges, wanting his Pokémon to adapt to hostile environments, gradually improving their fire resistance. The most common Pokémon in the cave were Slugma and its evolution, Magcargo. As they approached the volcano's core, the area appeared to be a vast habitat for them, filled with nooks where they lived in large numbers. The absence of predators due to the harsh conditions had allowed these species to thrive. Toward the end of their exploration, Kane and Steven encountered a Magcargo emanating a powerful presence, a Pokémon at the elite level, forcing them to retreat immediately. Despite this, both achieved what they needed. Skorupi and Haunter leveled up. Skorupi reached level 36 and Haunter 37, narrowing the gap with Honchkrow and the others. Once Skorupi reaches level 40 and evolves into Drapion, its combat damage capacity will be devastating. As for Haunter, Kane was still unsure how to evolve it, though he suspected it would require taking it to a place rich in ghost-type energy. In the Hoenn region, such a place exists. Besides Skorupi and Haunter's progress, Slowking's improvement pleased Kane the most. Though it only leveled up once, reaching level 42, the difficulty for Slowking was far greater than for the other Pokémon. The environment and the Pokémon they encountered allowed Slowking to shine, facilitating its progress. The biggest surprise for Kane was Steven's Metagross. After its evolution, Metagross had accumulated a large amount of energy, allowing it to level up twice in one go. This left Kane astonished. It was no wonder Steven showed such confidence after Metagross's evolution. At level 47, Metagross was on its way to the Quasi-Elite level. After an entire day of battles, Kane and Steven finished exploring the cave. It wasn't the right time to venture further into the Magcargo habitat. Both decided to leave the cave and descend Mount Chimney. Clearly, Mount Chimney still held more secrets, but amidst their exploration, Kane received a message from his mentor, Motsuda Takashi, telling him to return to Leafy Town. The League agents had arrived. The League had designated the town as suitable for establishing a gym, and the Pokémon Center staff were already in place. Officer Jenny had started working at the local police station some time ago. Leafy Town was starting to operate like a well-oiled machine, but it hadn't reached its full potential yet. The reason was the absence of a key figure, Kane, the Leafy Town gym leader and the driving force behind its development. Without his presence, the town couldn't meet its expected potential. Additionally, old Motsuda was on his way to the town, as members of the Pokémon Breeders Guild saw this as an opportunity to establish the first branch in the Hoenn region, and Motsuda had been sent to negotiate. At the same time, Steven's evaluation team had sent a detailed report about the town, prompting him to join Kane in returning to Leafy Town to discuss cooperation plans. Leafy Town was full of potential and no longer a forgotten corner. Once Kane formally assumed his role as gym leader, all the systems would begin operating at optimal capacity. The town's development would accelerate dramatically. The Devon Corporation had already set its sights on this place. So, after finishing their day of battles, the two decided to return to the town. However, they weren't in a rush. Kane still remembered his promise to Aaron and Torchic that they would participate in battles. As a trainer, he couldn't break his word. As for the League agents, they would just have to wait a little longer. End of chapter. Chapter 527. Torchic's transformation. After a night of rest, When Kane and Stephen reappeared, they were already in the forest at the foot of Mount Chimney. They deliberately chose a spot with few people to descend the mountain, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Kane released Torchic and Aaron, along with the rest of his Pokémon. The wild Pokémon at the mountain's base, due to frequent visitors, were not very high level, making them ideal for Torchic and the others to battle. Pokémon around level 10 were perfect for Torchic and his team. Although Torchic and Mudkip were only level 5, Poliwag level 12, and Aaron level 16, their excellent qualities and Kane's solid training meant they had no trouble facing common Pokémon. Additionally, Torchic's fire type had a significant advantage in this area. With the abundance of bug and grass-type Pokémon, Torchic could battle with relative ease. However, they didn't have much time, so they simply moved forward, battling any Pokémon that crossed their path. After all, with Slowking keeping watch, there was no danger. Moreover, these battles against higher-level opponents provided substantial improvement for Torchic and Mudkip. For Torchic, this was its first real battle, where it truly experienced what fighting meant. Normally, whenever Torchic felt pain or discomfort, Kane would immediately provide the best care and comfort. But from the moment the battle began, Torchic was no longer just a young Pokémon that could cry for its trainer's reassurance. When Torchic was attacked for the first time and looked at Kane with teary eyes, expecting comfort, all it saw was Kane's calm, unflinching face. The trainer who had always been the most caring was gone, replaced by a trainer guiding it in battle and growth. Confused, Torchic almost got hit again. It was Aaron who, at that moment, drove the opponent away. After the battle, Torchic couldn't immediately process what had happened and stared at Kane in astonishment. The other Pokémon didn't react like Torchic. Aaron, accustomed to battling other Pokémon, knew that injuries were inevitable. Under Kane's direction, it was able to defeat stronger opponents than it had faced before. Aaron deeply respected Kane's training and guidance skills and felt fortunate to have followed Kane out of the mine. Poliwag, once a wild Pokémon, understood the harshness of the outside world. It knew Kane was protecting them as best as possible and believed it had already passed the most carefree stage of its life. Now, it was its turn to repay Kane. Mudkip was more or less fine. Though it was also level 5 like Torchic, it was a battle-loving Pokémon, similar to Aaron. For it, injuries were like badges of honor, something it didn't shy away from. Moreover, as long as it followed Kane's instructions, injuries were just an occasional risk. Torchic was different. With a mind still immature, it had gone through traumatic experiences in its youth, causing its potential to fluctuate. Under Kane's care, Torchic had grown up healthy. However, it had never participated in a battle, and its understanding of them was based solely on what Aaron had shared, which piqued its curiosity and made it yearn to fight. But when it finally entered a battle and got hurt, it didn't know how to react. The pain in its body terrified it. Its ferocious opponents made its attacks hesitant. This was Torchic's initial reaction to experiencing a battle for the first time. When the fight was over, Aaron and the others tried to comfort Torchic but didn't know how, as they weren't in the same position. At that moment, Skarmory stepped in. Having been raised by Kane since birth, Skarmory had also felt pain and confusion initially, not understanding why it had to fight. For the first time, Skarmory acted as an older sibling and shared its experiences with Torchic, the lessons learned from battles and the joy it felt after every victory. These were Skarmory's personal feelings, which it gradually conveyed to Torchic and Mudkip. Gradually, Torchic started to get used to the pain. And when it finally defeated its first opponent, a warm hand rested on its head. Torchic's eyes immediately filled with tears, carrying sorrow and pain, but most of all, joy. Feeling the warmth of Kane's hand again made it understand the joy Skarmory had described. Torchic was now willing to fight for its trainer, to give its all. Kane watched Torchic's entire journey but didn't utter a single word of comfort. This was something a Pokémon had to learn. If a trainer always coddled them, it would only have a negative effect. Aaron, Poliwag, and Mudkip had survived in the wild and understood the principle of survival of the fittest. But Torchic didn't. So Kane allowed it to learn what it needed to and what a battle truly was. Fortunately, Torchic proved to be stronger than Kane had imagined. Despite falling several times and failing many others, it kept going, crying but always persisting. When it defeated its first opponent, Kane offered the appropriate comfort. Torchic immediately ran into Kane's arms. From that moment on, Torchic had a clear understanding of what a battle was. This was what Kane wanted to see. Steven, who had been watching Kane while he trained his Pokémon, gave him a thumbs up once again. Kane truly had incredible talent for training Pokémon. The subsequent battles went smoothly. When Kane and Steven emerged from the forest at the foot of Mount Chimney, Torchic and the others had improved. Torchic and Mudkip had reached level 8, Poliwag level 13, and though Aaron hadn't leveled up, it had grasped Kane's battle rhythm and style. This was the first step in building synchronization between the trainer and their Pokémon during battle. Due to its higher level, Aaron was the first to adapt to Kane's battle rhythm. This time, the primary goal wasn't training and strengthening the Pokémon but helping them understand what battling truly meant. Overall, Kane was quite satisfied, especially with Torchic, which had quickly transitioned from being a gentle Pokémon to a battle-ready one. End of chapter. Chapter 528. Team Magma's Strategy. After leaving the forest at the foot of Mount Chimney, Kane recalled his Pokémon to continue his journey quickly. Alongside Steven, who was riding his Skarmory, Kane flew on his Tropius, both heading toward Leafy Town. In the Hoenn region. On Route 112, above Larvitar Town, there was a hidden cave nestled amidst the mountainous trail. Inside the cave was a massive meeting hall. At the center stood a middle-aged man with red hair, clad in a red and black coat, positioned at the head of the table. His stance was imposing and commanding. Around the table, the other members of the group varied in appearance, but none dared meet the red-haired man's gaze. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone in the room controlled their breathing, afraid the leader might seize any excuse to punish them. Only 3 individuals, seated closer to the red-haired man, seemed slightly more at ease. While they too felt intimidated by the leader's presence, they didn't go as far as holding their breath. Silence reigned in the hall, and no one dared speak. Time seemed to crawl for everyone present. Yesterday, someone infiltrated Mount Chimney and was discovered by League agents. They are now under arrest, including a key mid-level member. What do you think we should do about this situation? Said the red-haired man in a tone that brooked no objections. At his words, the people in the room exchanged glances, wanting to murmur but quickly recalling the leader's temper. This wasn't the time to make a mistake. They chose to remain silent and avoid drawing attention. The red-haired man frowned at the lack of response. His gaze landed on a burly man seated to his right, whom he addressed by name. Tabitha, what do you think? Tabitha, a stout man, forced a nervous smile and quickly stood up. Leader, this is my fault for not supervising properly. I will personally go and resolve the issue. With that, Tabitha prepared to leave. Wait, said the red-haired man before Tabitha could go. The burly man, relieved, thinking his leader had forgiven him, began to express his gratitude, but the red-haired man continued, Tabitha, since this is your responsibility, ensure you clean up this mess thoroughly. The member was captured by League investigators and is now in the Hoenn region prison. I expect that no information about our location has been revealed. Hearing this, Tabitha felt a chill run down his spine. He knew his leader was holding back his anger and had only spared him because he was one of the main executives. Team Magma wasn't ready to reveal itself to the world. Tabitha nodded firmly. His plan was to infiltrate the League's prison in Hoenn and eliminate the captured member before they could disclose critical information. This wasn't Tabitha's first time handling such a task. After Tabitha left the hall, the red-haired man, none other than Maxi, the leader of Team Magma, sighed and remarked, after this, we'll lose at least a third of our infiltrators. It had taken significant resources to plant spies within the League. If not for Tabitha's skill and loyalty, he would have already been punished severely. After a brief pause, Maxi turned to a thin man with hair covering one eye. Emak, I don't fully trust Tabitha. Follow him and ensure everything is resolved without loose ends. If you encounter League members, don't hesitate to eliminate them. Team Magma cannot come to light yet. The man named Mac nodded seriously and vanished from the hall in an instant. Mac was one of Team Magma's 3 top executives, a user of psychic powers. Although not as powerful as Sabrina, his ability to teleport made him a formidable opponent. The 3 flames of Team Magma, as they were called, were Mac's chief aides, instrumental in the group's growth. But Team Magma didn't rely solely on them. There were other competent members handling important tasks. Maxie turned to a slim, handsome young man named Harland, who was seated beside Tabitha. Harland, take over Tabitha's duties until he returns. Harland stood, bowed, and responded, understood, leader. Harland was a reliable member known for managing delicate tasks. However, when he sat down, a complex and enigmatic expression crossed his face, though no one else noticed. After flying for over 3 hours, Kane and Steven finally arrived in Leafy Town. Though they had only been away for 2 days, the town had changed significantly. In front of Kane's water-type gym, a new building had been constructed, a Pokémon Center. And at the town center, another building now stood bearing the Pokémon League emblem, marking the opening of a police station. With the gym, Pokémon Center, and police station completed, the town was ready to enter a phase of rapid expansion. All that remained was for Kane, as the gym leader, to officially announce the beginning of this new era for Leafy Town. End of chapter. Chapter 529. I want to be the president. When Kane and Steven arrived in Leafy Town, the sky was already darkening. However, the town was far from empty. Everyone had gathered at the entrance of the gym, waiting for their gym leader, the young man who, despite not being a native of the area, had decided to foster Leafy Town's growth. At 16, this young man already wielded significant influence and had been affectionately nicknamed by the residents as the savior of Leafy Town. They knew Kane had returned, and since the gym was expected to officially open that day, everyone had gathered to celebrate. The future of Leafy Town seemed increasingly bright. To save time, Kane and Steven didn't dismount their flying Pokémon upon entering the town but instead flew directly to the space in front of the gym. The gym's opening ceremony wasn't as grand as some might have imagined, but for the residents of Leafy Town, it was more than enough. Under the watchful eyes of Steven, old Matsuda, and some league officials, including Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy, Kane officially announced the opening of Leafy Town's water-type gym. Additionally, Kane used the occasion to recruit maintenance and cleaning staff for the gym to assist with daily operations. He also offered a new employment opportunity to many of the town's strong men, helping construct a massive artificial lake next to the gym. This project, although significant, represented the first spark for the town's economic development. Despite the aid of Pokémon, it would still take time to complete. However, Kane's efforts weren't in vain. It was the first step toward Leafy Town's economic recovery. By employing the townspeople, he provided them with purchasing power, which would stimulate the local economy. While it initially seemed like Kane was spending a lot of money on the town, he knew the future benefits would far outweigh this initial investment. All jobs were paid according to standard rates, and workers were offered the chance to purchase gym entry tickets ahead of others. Naturally, Leafy Town's residents were thrilled. Many wanted to sign up, but Kane decided to postpone recruitment for the time being since the day was dedicated to the gym's opening. After calming the residents, Kane asked Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy to continue assisting with the town's management. Then, he, Steven, and old Matsuda entered the gym. The league officials present had little to say, especially with old Matsuda there. Inside, the gym's main facilities were already completed, though some of the upper floors remained empty. The gym was ready to operate like any other league gym. "Kane, you're officially a gym leader now," Steven said, patting him on the shoulder with a laugh. As Steven watched his friend become a gym leader, he couldn't help but think about his own future. Now that Kane had achieved this, it was time for him to begin working toward his goal as well. Kane looked at him with a wry smile and said, "If it weren't for Leafy Town, I wouldn't have agreed to open this gym. It's a huge responsibility." Meanwhile, old Matsuda, observing the interaction between the two young league prodigies, smiled so widely that his wrinkles became more pronounced. He had heard from Lance that during their recent adventure at Mount Chimney, Kane and Steven had defeated a quasi-elite level Pokémon together. Although there had been setbacks, that event solidified both young men's reputations within the league. Until now, Kane's fame had centered on his talent as a Pokémon breeder, while Steven's came primarily from being the heir to Devon Corporation. However, after that battle, both names began to resonate among the league's higher ranks. According to Lance, both young men had talent comparable to his own. The Hoenn League, already searching for young talents to train, found in Kane and Steven ideal candidates. The president of the Hoenn League, Juan, announced that the league would provide full support to Kane and Steven, hoping they could become the faces of the region, much like Lance was for Kanto. For Kane, the expectations leaned more toward his role as a breeder, while for Steven, they focused on his skills as a trainer. However, neither Kane nor Steven was aware of these plans. Old Matsuda knew of them but chose not to say anything, preferring to let the two young men develop at their own pace. For old Matsuda, the real goal was to provide a safe environment for these two geniuses to grow. The league could offer that support and protection. After chatting for a while with Steven, Kane turned to his master, feeling a bit guilty for having ignored him. "Master," Kane said apologetically. Old Matsuda simply smiled and replied, "Don't worry. My main goal in coming here was to witness the opening of my apprentice's gym. That's one of the greatest prides of my life. The second reason is that the elders of the Breeders' Guild want to open a branch here in Leafy Town, but I wanted to consult you before accepting." With that simple statement, old Matsuda made it clear that Leafy Town was now Kane's domain. Kane, besides being the gym leader, was already seen as the town's de facto leader, much more influential than the mayor. The league turned a blind eye to this, allowing Kane to manage things as he wished. Kane, who had anticipated this proposal, took only a moment to respond, "Master, you can tell them I agree, but I want to be the president of the branch." Becoming the president of a Breeders' Guild branch typically required being an advanced level breeder, and Kane, despite his talent, was still considered a mid-level breeder. However, with old Matsuda's backing and the guild support, it wasn't an outlandish idea. Even so, the branch would likely have very few advanced breeders, perhaps none, since few would want to work under a mid-level leader, no matter how talented he was. End of chapter. Chapter 530. The development of Leafy Town. Upon hearing Kane's words, old Matsuda's face showed a hint of concern. He understood Kane's intentions. Leafy Town was just beginning to take off, and at this moment, Kane held the reins. However, if the Breeders' Guild sent a high-ranking and more experienced breeder to oversee operations, would Kane have to follow their orders? If he did, then who would truly have control in Leafy Town? Kane would have done all this hard work only for others to take the credit. If he didn't follow orders, his reputation within the Alliance might suffer. A young, promising leader of the Breeders' Guild who didn't respect his seniors could easily become the target of criticism. Leafy Town had reached its current potential thanks to Kane's hard work, and he didn't want to see it crumble. After thinking for a moment, old Matsuda remarked, "It will be difficult, as there has never been an intermediate-level breeder as the president of a Breeders' Guild branch before. Moreover, if an intermediate-level breeder takes that position, it's unlikely that other high-level breeders would join the branch." Kane had already anticipated this. His earlier statement was merely testing the waters. Now that he had a clear answer, he knew his master supported him more than the Breeders' Guild itself. With a slight smile, Kane responded, "In that case, I'll take a step back. Master, why don't you take the role of president of the Breeders' Guild branch in Leafy Town?" "Me?" Old Matsuda was taken aback. With his reputation, he could easily take a high-ranking position in the Breeders' Guild, such as director or vice president. But he hadn't done so because his true passion had always been researching Pokeblocks and breeding and training Pokémon. If Kane planned to open an underground market, those thinking of causing trouble would have to reckon with the possibility of dealing with an elite-level trainer like old Matsuda, increasing the market's security. In short, having old Matsuda as a backer would bring Kane only advantages. Additionally, Kane was eager to learn from his master's knowledge and discoveries. With old Matsuda there, Kane would have direct access to his wisdom and experience. Finally, old Matsuda agreed to Kane's proposal, recognizing it would cause him no harm. After delegating some responsibilities, old Matsuda departed, planning to inform the Breeders' Guild and arrange for his personal laboratory. He would also ensure that the branch's construction began immediately. After old Matsuda's departure, Kane and Steven discussed how to boost Leafy Town's economic development. The Devon Corporation research team had conducted a detailed study of the area, providing precise data now in Steven's possession. Overall, Devon Corporation saw great potential in Leafy Town and recommended comprehensive development. Steven, representing Devon Corporation, discussed possible collaborations with Kane. Both, focused on their own interests, didn't worry much about financial details. Soon, they agreed that Devon Corporation would fund the construction of a commercial street centered around the new gym. The shops along this street would be owned by the gym, while Devon Corporation would manage their operations, sharing the profits. If Leafy Town thrived, this street would become a money-making machine. End of chapter. Chapter 531. Steven's departure. Steven and Kane completed the first annual economic development plan for Leafy Town as quickly as possible. Both, somewhat tired, returned to their respective rooms. That day, after descending Mount Chimney, they participated in the first battle of Torchic and its companions in the forest at the mountain's base. After returning to Leafy Town, they interacted with the residents and finalized the official opening ceremony of the gym. Later, they discussed the construction of the Breeders' Guild branch with old Matsuda. That was how Steven and Kane finished Leafy Town's economic development plan. Although not physically exhausted, they had used their minds extensively. Steven retired to rest, but Kane couldn't relax yet. Shortly after their conversation ended, a slight buzz came from the communicator hidden in the inner pocket of his clothing. It was a message from Team Rocket, specifically from Umbra. The message instructed Kane to contact him as soon as he was done with what he was doing. Back in his room, Kane asked Slowking to erect a psychic barrier before video calling Umbra. Mr. Umbra, Kane said respectfully as a silhouette appeared on the screen. You've performed quite well this time. Even the boss has heard that you and that boy from the Stone family defeated a Quasi-Elite Pokémon together. Your strength now aligns with the position of a Rocket Team officer, Umbra said in a hoarse voice. Aside from a faint glow and Umbra's blurry silhouette on the screen, nothing else could be discerned. His location remained unclear. Kane kept his head lowered respectfully and said nothing. But Umbra didn't need a response from Kane and continued. The Leafy Town gym should be opening soon, correct? As one of the few gym leaders within Team Rocket, the boss has decided to extend you more support. If you have any specific needs, state them now, otherwise, we'll provide supplies as planned. Kane pondered briefly and then said, I'd like information on Gengar, including its evolution method. If possible, I'd also like data on improving Pokémon quality. An electronic file will suffice. The evolution method for Gengar had always concerned Kane. Kane recalled that Umbra owned a Gengar but didn't know how it had evolved. If he could access Team Rocket's vast database on Gengar, it would bring Kane countless benefits. However, what truly mattered was the information on improving Pokémon quality, as that would affect all his Pokémon, not just Haunter. Kane's bold request even took Umbra by surprise. You certainly have the nerve to ask. It wasn't clear if Umbra was shocked by Kane's audacity or if he was consulting the boss, Giovanni, about the request. After half a minute of silence, Kane's face remained impassive, and Umbra's voice echoed again. We'll provide the information on Gengar and also give you data on improving Pokémon quality, but it won't be complete information. You'll receive a file tailored to the Pokémon you currently own, but I can't guarantee how comprehensive it will be. Even so, it's a significant concession. If not for the boss's approval, your request would have been entirely unacceptable, Umbra said, his tone laced with envy. He was genuinely envious. Even with his position in Team Rocket, Umbra wouldn't have dared to make such a bold request. Yet the boss's generosity toward his subordinates continued to astonish Umbra. He had no fear that Kane, after receiving these files, would ignore Team Rocket or betray his loyalty. This level of trust, of not doubting one's allies, was what kept Umbra loyal to Giovanni to this day. Kane's face couldn't hide his joy, and the weight in his heart finally lifted. This time, he had tested Team Rocket's and Giovanni's loyalty. He wanted to know whether Giovanni would still trust him after he became a gym leader and a valuable new member of the league. Judging by the response, it had been highly beneficial, and Giovanni remained the charismatic leader he had always been. If Kane hadn't been reincarnated once and maintained a deeply self-centered mindset, he might have been swayed by Giovanni's charisma and become a devoted follower. Fortunately, Kane hadn't succumbed. He remained loyal to Giovanni only to the extent that his safety was guaranteed and his growth was unhindered. Giovanni deserved support, but Kane always came first. After ending the video call, Kane received a massive file on his private communicator. The file was so large that even Team Rocket's advanced communication system took the entire night to download it fully, hinting at its scale. The next day, when Kane woke up, the file transfer was complete, and he immediately instructed his system to process it. Despite the system's speed, it took a full 20 minutes to transfer all the data. System, sort and organize the received data, then prioritize information on Haunter's evolution into Gengar, Kane ordered right after waking up. Beep! Task created, processing, please wait, the system replied as it began handling the new data. After breakfast with Steven, the latter prepared to return to Rustboro City. Both his Metang had evolved into Metagross, and he had also obtained 2 ancient Pokémon fossils. He needed to return to find a specialist to help investigate how to revive them. Kane didn't object. In the end, they both had their own paths to follow. Steven, the future champion of the Hoenn region, already had sufficient confidence and potential. He had crossed the final barrier, and now it was just a matter of waiting for him to soar. If Kane didn't want to fall behind, he would have to work even harder. At the entrance of the Leafy Town gym, Steven, dressed in his usual elegant suit, bid farewell to Kane. "Kane, you've got to keep up. Don't fall too far behind because I'm going to overtake Lance first," Steven said with a smile. Kane smiled back and replied, "You'd better hurry, or I might catch up and reach the top before you." Steven only smiled wider and said nothing more. He turned and began walking toward the outskirts of Leafy Town, raising a hand to wave goodbye to Kane. He felt the pressure from Kane and knew he had to push himself, he couldn't afford to be left behind. End of chapter. Chapter 532. Heaven Teens Planning. The gym opened last night, and this morning it officially began operations. The league has started promoting the Leafy Town gym across various television channels. It's likely that, during this time, no one will come to challenge the gym, as Leafy Town is quite remote and lacks fame. Kane can use this period to recruit staff for the gym. In the meantime, he has also summoned Alec and the others back. Not long ago, Kane had already allowed them to return. Right now, they are training on the mountain behind the gym. Following Kane's instructions, they have established a basic base deep in the mountains behind the Leafy Town gym, which serves as the headquarters of Heaven Team. This won't negatively affect Leafy Town while ensuring the continuous expansion of Heaven Team. Currently, although Heaven Team is still a small force, it is no longer lacking in members as it once was. Sky, Miyamoto, and Alec, the 3 main pillars of Heaven Team, have been recruiting orphans and impoverished people to join the team, offering them the opportunity to become trainers. Their only demand in return is loyalty. For all Heaven Team members, who have never seen their leader Kane, their respect for him is genuine and deep. This is the image Sky and the other 2 have cultivated. Aside from the 6 original members of Team Rocket who followed Kane from the trial island, no one else in Heaven Team has seen Kane's true face, nor do they know that the new gym leader of Leafy Town is actually their boss. This also provides Kane with some protection regarding his identity. Additionally, the Sky Hunt group has fully merged with Heaven Team, operating as an external force. Karen, for her part, has become a key subordinate of Kane. Sky and the other 2 have instilled in Karen a deep admiration for Kane, highlighting how excellent and powerful he is, which eventually led to her complete loyalty and incorporation into Heaven Team. These 4 Sky, Miyamoto, Alec, and Karen are now Kane's most trusted individuals. Karen is in charge of the Sky Hunt group, which focuses on capturing Pokémon to trade for resources. Thanks to Karen's incredible luck, the Sky Hunt group has grown rapidly and gained considerable reputation in the Hunter Guild branch in Verdanturf Town. At the same time, they have generated substantial revenue for Heaven Team, and Karen's strength has also improved. Meanwhile, Sky, Miyamoto, and Alec primarily focus on growing Heaven Team and sending new recruits to work under Karen. Through hunting, these recruits can grow more quickly. Thus, a basic system of recruitment and development has been established for Heaven Team. Currently, the official members of Heaven Team number over 100. Even in Verdanturf Town, they are considered a respectable force, though they still lack elite-level members. Today, Kane gathered the 6 members who have followed him from the trial island in the mountain rear. The main reason for the meeting was to assign new tasks. Kane decided that Sky would return to help manage the daily affairs of the gym in addition to handling the finances of Heaven Team. Alec and Miyamoto would take charge of the team's operations. Alec would manage the recruitment and training of new members, while Miyamoto would oversee external battles. Kane delegated all responsibilities to them. As a leader, there's no need to personally manage a small organization. Competent subordinates handle management tasks, less capable ones handle battles, and tedious duties are dealt with by the team. Currently, the Sky Hunt group is a 3-star hunter group. If they manage to reach 4 stars, the group's level will hit its ceiling unless Kane increases his hunter rank. Thus, Kane also needs to find time to capture more Pokémon and level up as a hunter. Additionally, the most important task is that Kane assign some of the Pokémon he had acquired. Apart from Karen, everyone received valuable Pokémon. Pokémon like Breloom with the Poison Heal ability, Zangoose with the Toxic Boost ability, and Ariados were distributed. If Alec and the others can tame these Pokémon, their strength will increase significantly. Perhaps it's hard for them to believe. After all the effort they've put into training their Pokémon, the results are no match for what they gain by directly receiving a Pokémon from Kane. It's not that Kane wants to demotivate them or hurt their pride, but it's the reality. As for Sky, Kane also temporarily entrusted him with the 3 water-type Pokémon he captured last time so he could familiarize himself with them. In the future, when Kane is absent from the gym, Sky will act as the interim leader. These 3 water-type Pokémon will serve as the signature Pokémon of the Leafy Town gym unless Kane has to battle personally. Sky gladly accepted this responsibility. The assignment of these tasks demonstrates Kane's trust in him, which filled him with satisfaction. The fact that Kane entrusts the management of Heaven Team to Miyamoto and Alec also reflects his confidence in them. After clarifying how future plans would unfold, Kane left them to absorb everything in the mountain rear, while Sky took Kane's letter of recommendation and headed to the gym. The gym is completely empty at the moment, and Sky is responsible for organizing and setting everything up. From hiring staff to building an artificial lake outside the gym, it's all Sky's responsibility. Since he manages Heaven Team's finances, he has access to a large budget. Heaven Team and the Sky Hunt group already generate considerable income, and during this time, it hasn't been small. Currently, Kane has over 30 million in cash, so he doesn't need to touch Heaven Team's funds, which also provides them with a solid foundation. Thanks to their recent development, Heaven Team has already taken shape. From now on, better management planning for the entire organization will be necessary. For example, each member will need a practical and stable Pokémon team. Kane's initial plan is to form teams with the combination of Breloom and Zangoose. If multiple pairs can be formed with Breloom with the Poison Heal ability and Zangoose with the Toxic Boost ability, the team's power will increase significantly. Additionally, it is necessary to define the uniform and emblem for Heaven Team. As an underground organization, having a unique identity is crucial for their growing recognition. Kane has already shared these ideas with Alec, Miyamoto, and Sky. All he cares about are the results, and they will handle the details. Being a leader who delegates has its advantages. As long as he retains enough power, there's no need to worry about his subordinates harboring ill intentions. This is Kane's confidence, a basic management principle he learned from Giovanni. After leaving the mountain, Kane returned to Leafy Town and immersed himself in work in the gym's backyard. End of chapter. Chapter 533. Larvitar with a backpack. This time, Kane wasn't away for long. He spent 2 days training alongside Steven on Mount Chimney. During those 2 days, Honchkrow and Weavile, whom Kane left in the backyard, didn't relax in the slightest. Despite being on the verge of reaching the advanced level, they continued to train diligently. Without Kane around, instead of slowing their training, they pushed themselves even harder. Kane noticed their progress. Though it wasn't visually apparent, the system scan stats showed an increase, proving their dedication. However, what surprised Kane the most was Larvitar. Despite being born not long ago, its body had undergone significant changes. Larvitar already had the highest body mass among all of Kane's Pokémon, and its weight continued to increase. Thanks to Kane's planned feeding regimen, which included daily calcium supplements through Miltank, Larvitar's growth was accelerating. Its size was now comparable to an average Larvitar, though the system still classified it as juvenile. What delighted Kane the most was Larvitar's growing ability to control its own weight. Now, when it ran across the ground, it no longer left deep, uneven footprints. While it still left marks, it could at least balance itself better. With a bit more training, Kane was confident that Larvitar would master complete control over its body weight. Its developing physique still required consistent adjustments, but once Larvitar entered its growth phase, stability would likely follow. Most exciting was Larvitar's innate ability to handle ground-type energy. As for its control over rock-type energy, Kane wasn't entirely certain. However, having been immersed in the geocentric cleansing milk for so long, its affinity for rock-type energy was unlikely to be weak. After all, when Larvitar evolves into Tyranitar, its rock typing will be crucial. Although Kane also had a Torchic with the speed boost ability and an Aron with unyielding resilience, both with great potential, it was Larvitar, the youngest, who exhibited the most impressive energy control. When Kane returned to the backyard, Larvitar was visibly excited. It hadn't been many days since their last meeting, but for this baby Pokémon, it felt like an eternity. Larvitar leapt toward Kane, and with its considerable weight, it managed to maintain balance. Kane, however, had to use both his psychic and physical strength to barely hold it. As Kane patted Larvitar's armor, which was already becoming rougher, he couldn't help but sigh. The weight was truly astonishing. Once Larvitar entered its growth phase, Kane knew he wouldn't be able to carry it anymore. Releasing all his Pokémon, Kane allowed them a brief rest before resuming training. Training had become a daily routine for Slowking and the others, skipping even one day left them restless. But this time, Slowking's team wasn't the only group training. Torchic, Aron, Poliwag, and Mudkip, the 4 newcomers, joined in for the first time. Although their regimen wasn't as intense as Slowking's, it was far more demanding than their previous playful exercises. After their first battle, these young Pokémon bid farewell to their carefree days. The one who adapted best to this new reality was Aron, followed by Mudkip, Poliwag, and finally Torchic. Aron, naturally combative, had always been the most enthusiastic about battles. Mudkip, while not as extreme, also displayed a surprising passion for combat. Poliwag, meanwhile, was more accommodating. If Kane wanted it to train and fight, it would comply without hesitation, putting aside its own preferences. Torchic struggled the most, but after its last battle, despite exhaustion and pain, it didn't show any signs of giving up or complain to Kane. Kane was pleasantly surprised by Torchic's resilience, which exceeded his expectations. And who was the most envious? Larvitar, of course. With its small eyes sparkling with excitement, Larvitar watched the Pokémon training in the yard. If Kane hadn't stopped it, it would have eagerly joined in. Now's not the time for you to train. Once your body finishes developing, even if you don't want to train or fight, I'll make you, so enjoy this time while you can, Kane said, patting Larvitar's small head. Thanks to telepathy, Larvitar understood Kane perfectly. It obediently nodded, using its tiny hands to cheer on the other Pokémon. As it waved its little arms, small fragments of sand and rocks began to float around it. Kane was thrilled to see this. Larvitar's innate talent was incredible, living up to the expectations its mother had for it. Watching the floating rocks, Larvitar grew even more excited, waving its arms faster to make the stones circle Kane. Suddenly, Kane took out a small red object, roughly palm-sized, from his storage space. Upon seeing it, Larvitar's eyes lit up. The floating stones immediately dropped to the ground as its attention focused entirely on the Groudon armor fragment Kane held. Looking between Kane and the red object, Larvitar's eyes gleamed with an unmistakable desire. Kane chuckled, tapping Larvitar's head. "This is for you, but you're not ready to handle it yet. You can touch it, but you're not allowed to absorb its energy. If I catch you doing so, I'll take it away immediately." Larvitar quickly nodded in agreement. For some reason, an inner voice told it this red object would bring great benefits. Kane took out a special cord and crafted a small backpack for Larvitar, placing the Groudon armor fragment inside. And so, Larvitar now sported a tiny backpack. It looked pretty cool. End of chapter. Chapter 534. The Little Groudon. 3 days later, with everything in order in Leafy Town, Kane set off again with his Pokémon, this time even bringing Larvitar along. The night before, Larvitar had entered its growth stage, so Kane stored it in its Pokeball without any issues. However, Larvitar's current size was rather shocking. Its normal height should have been around 60 centimeters, but upon entering its growth stage, Larvitar reached a full meter tall. With its considerable weight, it resembled a small growing monster, showing hints of Groudon in both size and mass. Moreover, thanks to the fragment of Groudon's armor it carried, Larvitar's ability to control ground-type energy was far greater than anyone might have expected. Kane was extremely satisfied with Larvitar's progress in mastering ground-type energy. After Larvitar finished its initial growth phase, Kane also had it practice using rock-type energy. As expected, Larvitar demonstrated remarkable proficiency in both types of energy, fulfilling its role as a sandstorm beast. The time Larvitar spent submerged in the geocentric cleansing milk, while almost preventing its hatching, had yielded numerous benefits. Not only had it increased its lifespan, but it had also significantly improved its weight, size, and energy control. More importantly, its mastery of ground-type energy could potentially reach even greater heights thanks to the fragment of Groudon's armor strapped to its back. When Larvitar evolves into Tyranitar, Kane will likely be able to call it the Little Groudon without hesitation. Even though Tyranitar is a Rock or Dark-type Pokémon, the ground-type moves Larvitar has learned will remain. While they won't receive the same type bonus, this won't stop Tyranitar from using ground-type moves with great effectiveness. Pokémon. Larvitar, Dark Blue. Gender? Male. Level 5. Type: Rock plus Ground. Ability: Guts. Held item: Fragment of Groudon's armor. Egg moves: Dragon Dance, Outrage, Ancient Power, Stealth Rock. Basic moves: Bite, Leer, Sandstorm. Learned moves: Snore. TM moves: None. These are Larvitar's current stats after completing its initial growth phase. Every time Kane reviews Larvitar's egg moves, he feels just how exceptional it is. This Pokémon could very well determine Kane's ultimate potential as a trainer. While he might not need Tyranitar to become an elite-level trainer, if Kane wishes to progress beyond that level, he will likely have to rely on this future Tyranitar's potential. It will be one of Kane's strongest Pokémon and a key factor in determining the limits of his growth. Seated on his Tropius, Kane flew toward Mauville City, enjoying the fresh morning air. His primary goal for this trip was to help Haunter complete its evolution. Yesterday, thanks to information obtained from Team Rocket, Kane discovered the exact method for evolving Haunter. After analyzing the data, he learned that the key was to expose Haunter to extremely dense ghost-type energy, allowing its gaseous body to transition into a more solid form. This didn't surprise Kane, as when Haunter absorbed the ghost energy from the Black Pillar in the Ghost Cave on Trial Island, its body had already begun to transform, unbeknownst to Haunter itself. However, at that time, Haunter's potential wasn't fully developed. If it had evolved then, its future growth would have been limited. That's why Kane stopped its evolution back then. Now, if Kane could return to Trial Island, he could easily make Haunter evolve. But returning to the island wasn't simple, not even Kane knew its exact location. Trial Island was a major Team Rocket base, and Kane didn't yet have the rank needed to access it. So, he would have to find another place. Fortunately, every region has a renowned location where the souls of deceased Pokémon are laid to rest. In Kanto, there's the Pokémon Tower, in Sinnoh, the Lost Tower, and in Unova, the Celestial Tower, among others. In the Hoenn region, this place is Mount Pyre, located on Route 122. This mountain is home to many Pokémon remains and ashes, leading to a high concentration of Ghost-type energy. The area is well known, as this energy has given rise to numerous Ghost-type Pokémon. Trainers specializing in Ghost types often visit Mount Pyre to catch some. Like other such locations, Mount Pyre is divided into external and internal areas. Most people can only explore the outer areas, where Ghost-type energy is abundant but harmless to humans. However, the mountain's interior is saturated with Ghost-type energy so dense it could affect Pokémon or humans, causing unpredictable consequences. Rumor has it that anyone who stays too long inside might even turn into a ghost. Kane had gathered all this information and knew that Mount Pyre was the perfect place for Haunter to complete its evolution. Thus, his primary objective was to head to Mount Pyre. However, the mountain was far from Mauville City, almost near Lilycove City, so Kane planned to rest in Mauville before continuing his journey. Kane had left everything organized in Leafy Town. As the provisional gym leader, Sky had managed to tame the 3 water-type Pokémon with Kane's help, though he couldn't yet use them to their full potential. These Pokémon only obeyed Sky because of Kane's influence. Over time, as Sky grew stronger, he would be able to fully control them. The gym had just opened, so there weren't many challengers. Sky would stay at the gym, taking care of the tasks Kane had assigned him, recruiting staff and overseeing the construction of an artificial lake. The efficiency of the Devon Corporation was remarkable. Their development team arrived in Leafy Town the same day Steven left. Additionally, the Pokémon League construction team returned to build the new Breeders' Guild headquarters. Old Matsuda had officially been appointed president of the Breeders' Guild branch in Leafy Town, while Kane was named honorary vice president. Although the title was honorary, knowing Matsuda's personality, it was clear that in practice, Kane would have the final say at the guild branch in Leafy Town. End of chapter. Chapter 535. Advanced Level Honchkrow. Kane arrived on the outskirts of Mauville City riding his Tropius. It wasn't his first visit to Mauville City, he had previously rented a house on the city's outskirts for over a month. Additionally, he had used the city's battle arena to train his Pokémon while earning some money. This time, Kane was just passing through and had no intention of visiting the battle arena. Although he was only passing by and did not plan to challenge the arena again, Kane decided to stay in the city for a while, not because of the battle arena itself, but because of his interest in one of the organizations managing it, the Void Group. So far, the Void Group had not initiated an open investigation into the disappearance of the Black Serpent Gang in Leafy Town, but Kane wasn't sure if Kainan, one of the Void Group's high-ranking members, had already taken notice of the incident. To be honest, given the current state of Leafy Town, Kane wasn't afraid of Kainan in the slightest. Regardless of whether Kainan was a quasi-elite or even an elite-level trainer, he wouldn't surpass Kane's own master. Kane had left his master, Matsuda Takashi, in Leafy Town not just to preside over the Breeders' Guild branch but also to act as a deterrent, being a veteran elite-level trainer. Upon landing on the outskirts of Mauville City, Kane found a discreet spot to change clothes and alter his appearance, completely modifying his attire and disguise. Once in the city, Kane began investigating the Void Group. Every underground group struggles to keep all their internal information completely secret. Kane only needed to find someone knowledgeable in the city, and with the right amount of money, he could get the information he needed, especially about the Void Group. As a member of Team Rocket and with his experience in underground organizations across 2 lives, Kane quickly found the right place. In the corners of the black market, information brokers made a comfortable living. While some of the information sold was true and some false, discerning the difference depended on the buyer's ability. Kane purchased some information about the Void Group from a vendor who appeared to have a disability at a corner of the black market. Information brokers should never be underestimated, as their networks are incredibly intricate. Why did he choose this particular vendor? Instinct. It may sound amusing, but it was pure instinct. With the information in hand, Kane vanished from the black market. As for the details he obtained, some were false, but others were true. This time, the information seemed reliable. The leader of the Void group, known simply as the Void, was an elite-level trainer. In a large city like Mauville, Void was ranked among the top 5 most powerful trainers. However, it was rumored that this leader, Void, had been missing for some time. No one knew what he was doing, and in his absence, a group of high-ranking members had taken control of the organization. This shared leadership had led to increasing internal conflicts. Most importantly, Void's disappearance had left the organization without a superior-level leader. Many factions in Mauville City and other areas were eagerly watching the Void group as they controlled one of the most lucrative battle arenas. However, no one was entirely certain if Void had truly disappeared, so they didn't dare openly invade his territory. With these internal and external tensions, the Void group had no time to concern themselves with a small place like Leafy Town. This was why no one from the Void group had appeared in Leafy Town so far. It was likely that Kainan, the member Kane was monitoring, was too preoccupied with managing the internal power struggles. To stabilize the situation, there were only 2 options: either Void returned, or a new elite-level leader emerged to take control with their power. Otherwise, the internal chaos would continue to worsen. This was excellent news for the Heaven team in its developmental stage. After obtaining the information he needed, Kane decided to leave again. Although some of the information could be false, the prolonged absence of Void seemed genuine, as Kane could sense a tense and hostile atmosphere in the black market. Things were unfolding more in his favor than he expected. Initially, Kane had planned to remain in Mauville City to attack and destabilize the Void group if they tried to interfere in Leafy Town, aiming to provoke irreparable conflicts between them and other factions in the city. This would have given the Heaven team the time it needed to grow stronger. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Kane took a taxi and crossed all of Mauville City. By the end of the day, night had already fallen when he left the city again, riding his Tropius. Although he had lost a day in Mauville City, he had gained the peace of mind to continue his journey. Mount Pyre was located east of Mauville City, and to get there, Kane would need to traverse Route 118 and Route 123. That night, he would likely have to camp outdoors. He released Honchkrow, relying on him to watch over and protect Tropius while they flew. As night fell, large groups of Zubat and Golbat began to fill the sky, eyeing Kane and his Tropius hungrily. However, intimidated by Tropius and Honchkrow's presence, they didn't dare approach. But the number of Golbat and Zubat kept increasing. Frowning, Kane looked at the Golbat surrounding them with irritation. In a cold voice, he said, "I don't want to bother you, but it seems you won't leave me alone. Honchkrow, it's your turn, show me how much you've grown these past days." "Caw!" Honchkrow cried excitedly. After several days of training in the backyard alongside Weavile, he was eager to let loose. Seeing the number of Golbat and Zubat, he felt the rush of battle coursing through him. He launched a Shadow Ball at a particularly bothersome Golbat. Boom! Honchkrow had mastered Shadow Ball with impressive speed. With a flap of his wings, he dove straight into the swarm of Golbat. Tailwind swirled around Honchkrow, and flying and dark energy mixed into his wings. Like a wolf among sheep, the Golbat tried to resist but were no match for Honchkrow. Soon, they began scattering. However, the sheer number of Zubat and Golbat in the area caused those attempting to flee to collide with those still trying to advance, creating chaos in the sky. Some clever Zubat tried to attack Kane directly, but Haunter repelled them from the shadows. As Honchkrow unleashed everything he had accumulated during his training, his level finally rose, reaching level 40 and officially entering the advanced level. End of chapter. Chapter 536. The growth of the young ones. Honchkrow managed to advance to the advanced level, taking down a large number of Golbat and Zubat in the sky. As the Golbat and Zubat began to scatter, realizing something was wrong, Honchkrow, satisfied with its victory, flew back. Cain smiled as he gently stroked Honchkrow's soft, shiny feathers. After advancing a bit further, Cain signaled Tropius to descend. It was better not to push the Pokémon too hard at night, especially when they hadn't eaten yet. 2 days later, Cain and Torchic arrived at the base of Mount Pyre. It had taken them 2 days, but not because Cain was in a hurry. Along the way, he realized that, since routes 118 and 123 were frequently visited by trainers, the wild Pokémon in the area weren't very high level. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Cain trained Torchic and the other Pokémon in battle. The weaker wild Pokémon were the perfect targets. Even Larvitar, who was just entering its growth phase, joined the battles. However, unlike Torchic, who was participating in its first battle, Larvitar displayed a fierce intensity, similar to Aaron. Both were robust Pokémon, with similar combat strategies. Additionally, Aaron and Larvitar had developed a strong friendship, and Larvitar learned a lot from Aaron's battle tactics. Thanks to its mastery over ground and rock-type energy and its impressive egg moves, Larvitar didn't lag behind compared to Pokémon like Mudkip. The wild Pokémon ranged from levels 10 to 20, which allowed Torchic, Aaron, Poliwag, Mudkip, and Larvitar to face them in coordinated efforts. When Pokémon above level 20 appeared, Weavile, observing from a distance, stepped in to protect them and defeat the opponent. This process allowed everyone to improve their skills without risk. Torchic and Mudkip reached level 12, and with just a few more levels, these starter Pokémon would be ready to evolve, expanding their combat strategies. Poliwag reached level 15. Although it didn't have as many opportunities to shine due to the environment, its progress wasn't as rapid as Torchic's. Aaron reached level 18. After following Cain and recovering from the wounds of past battles, Aaron felt its growth was more significant than ever. Even Larvitar, in its first battle, managed to reach level 10, catching up with Cain's second-string Pokémon. This was the progress of Cain's second-string team. Furthermore, after helping to face higher-level Pokémon, Weavile also advanced to the advanced level. Following in Honchkrow's footsteps, Weavile became Cain's third Pokémon to reach the advanced level. With the first-string Pokémon starting to reach the advanced level, Cain's overall strength also reached that tier. The second-string team was also receiving training when time allowed, gradually increasing their levels. Overall, Cain had entered a period of balanced development. This situation was ideal. Cain no longer had to push his Pokémon for survival, which might have drained their potential. Now, with a steady growth pace, every Pokémon could reach their full potential. Especially the young ones in the second-string team, who, thanks to the support of Honchkrow and the others, could develop quickly. It wouldn't be surprising if, by the time the first-string Pokémon reached the elite level, Torchic and the others were already at the quasi-elite level, making for a seamless transition. Cain was quite satisfied with his Pokémon's progress. The main purpose of his visit to Mount Pyre was to evolve Haunter into Gengar. Once achieved, he would have an even greater advantage in terms of power. Cain also had a Mega Stone, although he wasn't sure which Pokémon it was for. However, Gengar was a Pokémon capable of Mega Evolving. If he was lucky and the Mega Stone turned out to be for Gengar, he would only need to acquire a Key Stone. Along with a good bond with Gengar, Mega Evolution would be possible. Cain already had a Soothe Bell, so he wasn't worried about strengthening his bond with Haunter. They had already built a solid connection during their time on the Trial Island. Additionally, although Mega Stones were hard to find, Key Stones were relatively easier to obtain. Therefore, evolving Haunter was one of Cain's main priorities. Mount Pyre was a place where the remains of many Pokémon were buried, mainly those who had been trainers' companions. Some had fallen in battle, while others simply reached the end of their life cycle. Regardless of the cause, in the Hoenn region, trainers brought their Pokémon to Mount Pyre for burial. Over time, the place became filled with Pokémon graves, and Ghost-type energy began to concentrate in the area, attracting Ghost Pokémon. These Ghost Pokémon roamed around the mountain. If one visited Mount Pyre at night and encountered Ghost Pokémon, there was no need to be afraid. As long as you didn't act recklessly, the Ghost Pokémon wouldn't harm you, though they might play a few pranks. However, if you acted rashly and angered the ghost Pokémon, the consequences could be severe. Due to the strong ghost energy presence, trainers specializing in this type frequently visited Mount Pyre, either to catch ghost Pokémon or to train theirs. However, most stayed in the outer areas of the mountain, where there weren't significant dangers. But if one ventured into the interior of Mount Pyre, they needed to be cautious, as much more aggressive ghost Pokémon resided there. Standing at the base of Mount Pyre, Kane looked at the mountain, which was slightly smaller than Mount Chimney, and lost himself in thought. Wasn't Phoebe, the future ghost-type elite for member of the Hoenn region, said to have come from Mount Pyre? End of chapter. Chapter 537. Dusclops. Upon arriving here, most people were accompanied by 1 or 2 ghost-type Pokémon. However, trainers specializing in these Pokémon always appeared exhausted, with dark circles under their eyes. Unlike other league trainers, they didn't greet one another or exchange smiles upon meeting. Each focused on their own business, ignoring everyone else. Because of this, it's said that trainers specializing in ghost-type Pokémon tend to behave in ways others might find strange or uncomfortable. Furthermore, among all Pokémon types, ghost-type trainers are the least numerous. Kane decided it was unnecessary for Haunter to remain hidden in his shadow, allowing it to come out and accompany him. Haunter seemed very lively in this place, as the ghost-type energy saturating the environment made it feel quite comfortable. Climbing the mountain stairs, even though the sun shone in the sky, there was a dimness in the air, and the sunlight didn't provide its usual warmth to the body. Kane knew there was an inner region within Mount Pyre. If Haunter wanted to evolve perfectly, it would be better to venture into that area where ghost-type energy was more concentrated. This area was still part of Mount Pyre's outskirts. Although the ghost-type energy here was much more abundant than in other places, for Haunter, it only meant faster recovery. It didn't have the density he experienced on Trial Island, where he absorbed much more potent ghostly energy. In other words, the quantity here was sufficient, but the quality wasn't. Reaching halfway up the mountain, Kane stopped. While continuing up the stairs to the summit was easier and more comfortable, many trainers had already taken that path and found no entrance to the inner areas. Clearly, nothing new would be discovered by continuing there. Ignoring a sign warning against entering unknown areas, Kane veered off the path, with Haunter following closely. Walking on the soft grass and observing the scattered graves, Kane noticed the temperature here was slightly lower than on the stairs. "Haunter, do you sense anything in this place?" Kane asked, looking at the Pokémon beside him. "Cake." Haunter shook its head. "Then let's keep searching elsewhere." Although the ghost energy does seem slightly stronger here, Kane mused. As a psychic, Kane could perceive the ghost-type energy floating in the air. Naturally, his body felt some aversion to it, but not enough to stop him from proceeding. As they ventured further, fewer and fewer people appeared around them. Eventually, no one else was in sight. Kane felt a sense of anticipation. "Mismagius," he called softly into the air. "Yes." Hearing Kane's voice, Mismagius eagerly emerged from the shadow where she had been hiding. Since approaching Mount Pyre, Mismagius had felt the environmental difference and wanted to come out. However, remembering the fright caused by the Dragonite they encountered earlier, she had restrained herself until Kane called. Seeing Mismagius with the soothe bell hanging from her chest, Kane smiled and patted her head. The bond between Kane and Mismagius had improved significantly, to the point where she no longer resisted carrying out simple tasks. "Mismagius, can you sense any place where the ghost energy is stronger around here?" Kane asked. "Yes." Mismagius paused for a moment, then closed her eyes, focusing on the surroundings. Kane didn't interrupt, letting her sense silently. "Yes." Suddenly, Mismagius opened her eyes with a delighted expression and floated in a specific direction. Seeing Mismagius's reaction, Kane didn't hesitate and followed, with Haunter in tow. With Mismagius's speed, they reached the location she had sensed in just a minute. However, it wasn't what Kane expected. It wasn't an entrance to Mount Pyre's inner area but a shadowy, dark spot behind a large rock. The backside of the rock, shielded from direct sunlight, was cold and damp, covered in moss. Here, the ghost energy was denser than in other nearby areas, but only in comparison to its surroundings. Yes? Mismagius began circling Kane with an expression that clearly wanted a reward. Seeing this, Kane couldn't help but smile wryly and took out a few pokeblocks to give it. However, just as Kane was about to leave, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. 2 hands extended forward, with a red eye in the center, its body covered in a pale gray. Dusclops! Appearing so suddenly, it was genuinely a bit eerie. On the way here, Kane had already encountered several ghost-type Pokémon, such as Ghastly, Shuppet, and Duskull, but this was the first time he saw a Dusclops. Slightly startled by its appearance, Kane watched as the Dusclops launched an attack. However, Haunter, always by his side, quickly intervened to stop it. The system activated, scanning Dusclops' data. Pokémon. Dusclops, green. Gender. Female. Level. 37. Type. Ghost. Ability. Pressure. Held item. None. Egg moves. Pain Split, Feint Attack. Basic moves. Shadow Punch, Future Sight, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Gravity, Bind, Leer, Nightshade, Disable, Astonish, Foresight, Shadow Sneak, Pursuit, Will-O-Wisp, Confuse Ray, Curse. Learned moves. Snore, Snatch, Spite. TM moves. None. A level 37 Dusclops with green quality. From what Kane knew, Duskull evolved into Dusclops at level 37, but Dusclops wasn't its final form. If he obtained a Reaper Cloth, it could evolve into Dusknoir, one of the most powerful ghost-type Pokémon. It seemed the denser ghost energy Mismagius sensed came from this Dusclops, which had likely evolved due to it. Or perhaps, it was the presence of this Dusclops that made the ghost energy in the area more concentrated. Haunter, use Skill Swap and then Psychic. Dusclops is slow, keep your distance and avoid close combat, Kane instructed after analyzing the Dusclops' data. Cake. Haunter responded quickly, moving away from Dusclops to maintain distance, then used Skill Swap to exchange its ability with Dusclops'. End of chapter. Chapter 538. The future Ghost-type Elite 4, Phoebe. Dusclops' ability was the rare Pressure. From the start of the battle, Haunter felt an intense pressure that prevented him from unleashing his full power, as though he lacked strength every time he tried to use a move. However, after swapping abilities with Dusclops, that sensation vanished. On the other hand, Dusclops began to feel the same pressure Haunter had been enduring. Suddenly, a powerful psychic wave enveloped Haunter. A series of black spheres appeared around Dusclops' body, and under Haunter's control, they all shot toward Dusclops at once. Gah! Dusclops cried out in pain. Haunter had mastered the move Psychic long ago, but since Slowking, another team member, was an expert in Psychic-type moves, Haunter hadn't had many opportunities to use it. Additionally, having spent considerable time alongside Slowking, Haunter had learned a lot about controlling Psychic. Dusclops' hands began to emanate a dark, trap-like substance, and it lunged directly at Haunter. Slow, with strong physical and special defenses, and specialized in physical attacks. It's a rather unique ghost-type Pokémon, Kane thought. At the same time, he continued giving instructions to Haunter, keep your distance. Attack continuously with Shadow Ball. Thanks to his speed, Haunter easily dodged Dusclops' attack. Particularly for this wild Dusclops, without a trainer to guide it, there was no special strategy, it attacked directly whenever it encountered an opponent. This might also be related to the inherent nature of Pokémon like Dusclops. After creating some distance again, Haunter focused 2 black energy spheres between his claws. Ghost-type and Dragon-type Pokémon are the only ones that can be effectively damaged by moves of their own type. Haunter's Shadow Ball would deal double damage to Dusclops, who was also a Ghost-type Pokémon. With the advantage of speed and Dusclops, slower and lacking effective combat methods, unable to defend itself, Dusclops was soon defeated by Haunter's attacks. Kane frowned as he watched Dusclops, unable to continue fighting, fall to the ground. It wasn't that there was anything particularly strange about Haunter defeating Dusclops, but after doing so, Cain noticed that the ghost energy in the surrounding area seemed to grow denser. And as time passed, the ghost-type energy became even stronger. As a psychic, Cain had the ability to perceive such things. Cake. Of course, being a ghost-type Pokémon, Haunter sensed the environmental change far better than Cain. It stayed close to Cain, ready for any surprises. Meanwhile, Mismagius seemed like a carefree child, her small red eyes blinking curiously as she observed her surroundings. Tilda. Suddenly, Mismagius pointed to a spot with her finger. Cain followed her gaze and saw a figure standing atop a pile of rocks not far away. Though he couldn't make out the person's face clearly, the direction they were looking suggested they were observing him. Cain frowned. Did that person have something to do with the increasing density of ghost energy in the area? As if to answer Cain's doubts, several ghost-type Pokémon began to appear around them. Ghastly, Haunter, Duskull, Shuppet, and even their evolutions, Dusclops and Banette. More and more of them surrounded Cain and his Pokémon at a safe distance. With mischievous smiles on their faces, typical of ghost-type Pokémon, they stared at Cain as if they had found something extraordinary. The figure began to approach Cain. As they got closer, Cain could see the person more clearly. She had blue eyes, short black hair, and what seemed like two small red flowers blooming on her cheeks. She wore a long blue dress and no shoes. Most striking was her skin, which was quite dark. No wonder Cain hadn't been able to distinguish her appearance earlier. In such a dim environment, someone with such a dark complexion almost blended in with the surroundings. But when he saw her attire, Cain's eyes narrowed. When he entered Mount Pyre, he had considered the possibility of encountering Phoebe, who would later become one of the Elite Four of the Hoenn region, specializing in ghost types. He had thought of it, but he didn't expect to actually meet her there. Phoebe's blue eyes showed no emotion as she slowly approached Cain. She stared at him intently, scrunching her nose slightly, and in an accusatory tone, said, "Why did you attack Dusclops? Didn't you know people aren't allowed here without permission?" Dusclops? Was she talking about the Dusclops lying on the ground? The Dusclops that Haunter had defeated was slowly opening its eyes. It no longer looked fierce as before. Upon seeing Phoebe, it rushed toward her as if it had found its savior, whining and complaining. Phoebe frowned as she listened to what Dusclops was saying. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why did you attack Dusclops? It says it hurt a lot." Cain frowned, thought for a moment, and finally said, "Ask it who attacked first." Hearing this, Phoebe turned her gaze to Dusclops, her eyes glowing red. Seeing the red glow in Phoebe's eyes and the familiar psychic energy she emitted, Cain understood. It seemed that after becoming a member of the Elite Four, there were rumors that Phoebe could directly communicate with ghost-type Pokémon, even claiming she was the daughter of a ghost. But now Cain realized that this ability to communicate with ghost types was due to Phoebe having telepathy. Under Phoebe's inquisitive gaze, Dusclops seemed a bit nervous. In the end, it confessed everything that had happened. After listening to Dusclops' explanation, Phoebe's small face showed an embarrassed expression. Scratching her head, she said, "It seems it was Dusclops' fault. It just evolved and got excited, wanting to fight other Pokémon to test its strength. But I stopped her, so she ran off, and when she saw you, she wanted to fight you. But in the end, you defeated her." Then Phoebe quickly bowed and said, "I'm sorry, I apologize on behalf of Dusclops." Hearing this, Cain understood what had happened. That's why Dusclops had fought so erratically, using moves randomly without a clear strategy to counter Haunter's attacks. End of chapter. Chapter 539. The surprising affinity with ghost-type Pokémon. After all, Phoebe was the future Elite Four member of the Hoenn region, so Cain needed to show her some respect. He waved his hand, signaling that there was no problem. Even if she weren't the future Ghost Queen, seeing the ever-growing number of ghost-type Pokémon around, he had to show courtesy. What an incredible affinity with ghost-type Pokémon! Cain thought, amazed. In any case, this isn't a place you should be approaching. If you follow the line of rocks behind you, you'll return to the stairs leading up the mountain, said Phoebe, pointing to a path. The surrounding ghost-type Pokémon began to disperse, and the concentration of ghostly energy gradually decreased. After saying this, Phoebe turned to leave. Wait a moment, Kane interrupted her. Phoebe turned around, a curious expression on her face. Kane wasn't sure how long it would take to find the entrance to the inner zones of Mount Pyre, but now he had the perfect guide standing right in front of him. Phoebe's appearance reinforced Kane's certainty about the existence of an inner area rich in ghostly energy. Kane called Haunter to come closer and said, "This little one is ready to evolve, but we haven't found the right method. I've heard that an intense concentration of ghostly energy might help it evolve." Phoebe looked at Haunter, her eyes lighting up. This Haunter has been trained exceptionally well, Phoebe thought. So, I was wondering if Mount Pyre has a place with a high concentration of ghostly energy that could help it evolve, Kane continued. Phoebe considered his words for a moment. The inner zones of Mount Pyre. Her grandparents had told her not to take anyone there. They had warned her that for ordinary people, the intense ghostly energy could be overwhelming and cause irreversible effects on their bodies. But if what this young man said was true, and Haunter truly needed such a place to evolve, the inner zones were perfect. Besides, she remembered that it was her Pokémon, Dusclops, who had attacked Kane first, and she herself had misunderstood the situation. Despite that, Kane hadn't made any complaints. It felt like she owed him a favor, and her grandparents had always told her that favors must be repaid. Should she take him or not? While Phoebe pondered, Mismagius, who had been accompanying Kane, couldn't contain herself anymore. The sound of the soothe bell resonated clearly in the air. Phoebe lifted her head, meeting Mismagius's bright red eyes. A look of surprise and excitement crossed her face, and she ran toward Kane, or rather, toward Mismagius. Normally, Mismagius, who was quite shy, would have hidden behind Kane when someone approached suddenly, as she often did even with Professor Oak. However, when Phoebe approached, Mismagius didn't hide, she simply observed her curiously. There was something about this human that felt strangely familiar. An incredible affinity with ghost-type Pokémon. Kane couldn't help but admire her. Just as Phoebe was about to hug Mismagius, the latter vanished, dodging the embrace. Although she wasn't uncomfortable with Phoebe's presence, she also didn't appreciate being hugged by a stranger. Phoebe, failing to secure her hug, watched as Mismagius stayed close to Kane. "Is this Mismagius also your Pokémon?" Phoebe asked, realizing her own impudence and smiling sheepishly. Kane nodded. "In a strict sense, yes," he replied. "Although, for now, I can't give her commands in battle. I don't sense any aura around her. If I hadn't heard the sound of her bell, I wouldn't even have noticed her presence," Phoebe remarked, surprised. Then she closed her eyes and used her psychic abilities to perceive Mismagius's state. When she did, her face paled slightly, and a look of astonishment appeared. That energy," she stammered. Phoebe's behavior took Kane by surprise. Even if she realized that Mismagius is elite level, she shouldn't react like this, should she? Kane wondered. After all, she was the future Ghost-type Elite Four member. Regaining her composure, Phoebe looked at Kane with newfound respect. "Has this Mismagius reached the elite level?" Phoebe asked. Kane nodded. "Yes, Mismagius was already at that level before joining me, but she's quite naive, so she hasn't fought much." "I see. Then, you have the right to enter Mount Pyre's inner zones," Phoebe replied. With that, she began walking toward the mountain's interior, with Dusclops following her as if it knew it had made a mistake. Kane followed, accompanied by an alert Haunter and a curious Mismagius observing her surroundings. "My name is Phoebe." "What's yours?" she asked as they walked. "Kane. Are you a trainer from outside? It seems you don't specialize in ghost types, right?" Kane nodded. "Kane, is the outside world fun?" "I suppose so," Kane replied, somewhat awkwardly. "What's the outside world like? Is it full of non-ghost Pokémon?" "Yes." "Do you have other Pokémon? Can I see them?" "No." Why not? Kane. The journey, which took about 15 minutes, felt to Kane like a constant buzz in his ears. He never would have imagined that this girl, who initially seemed somewhat cold, would turn into a chatterbox once she felt comfortable. Throughout the journey, Phoebe asked questions about the outside world. For Kane, who understood that she had never left Mount Pyre, it was understandable, albeit exhausting. Finally, they arrived at a large rock. When Kane touched it, it felt like an ordinary rock. Phoebe, however, extended her hand, and the rock's surface rippled like water, allowing her to pass through. Is that how it works? Following her example, Kane enveloped his hand in psychic energy and extended it toward the rock. Just like Phoebe, he was able to pass through. However, both Phoebe and Dusclops stared at him in amazement, as if they had just witnessed something incredible. End of chapter. Chapter 540. The Elders of Mount Pyre. You have the same ability as I do? Phoebe asked, surprised. My grandparents told me this ability is very rare outside of here, and it turns out I meet someone who can also communicate with ghost-type Pokémon, right on my first outing, Phoebe thought. Are you referring to this? This is just telekinesis. What you used earlier to communicate with the Pokémon is a form of telekinesis, we call it telepathy, Kane replied, waving his hand to reveal the thin layer of psychic energy in his palm. Telekinesis? Telepathy. Phoebe had never heard those terms before. Isolated from the outside world, Phoebe wasn't familiar with these concepts. Her entire life, both her grandparents and herself had referred to that energy as ghost power. However, this energy wasn't rare among the three of them. What puzzled her was that, according to her grandparents, people outside their home didn't possess this ability. Is telekinesis the name they use outside for this ability? Phoebe wondered. Kane quickly noticed that the energy emanating from Phoebe was slightly different from his own, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly how. This difference was likely why Phoebe hadn't sensed his telekinesis. Choosing not to dwell on the matter, Phoebe continued guiding Kane through the stone tunnel. Entering the interior of Mount Pyre, they found themselves in a peculiar space, like a small separate world. There were plants, flowing water, and a gentle breeze, but the sky was grey, without a sun. The light inside came from glowing stones and moss covering the mountain walls, making the illumination inside not much different from the outside. Is this the interior of Mount Pyre? Or a strange alternate space? Kane silently wondered. In the Pokémon world, alternate spaces weren't uncommon. Many Pokémon had the ability to create such spaces. For example, the Haunter hiding in Kane's shadow wasn't actually in the shadow, it had created an alternate space within it. The same went for Mismagius's mysterious vault, filled with strange items, where there were likely more than a few supreme-quality dusk stones. However, the high concentration of ghostly energy in this space was undeniable. This was the legendary Mount Pyre, a place where few people could survive for long. If someone stayed here too long, the ghostly energies would invade their body, corrupting their being. It wasn't surprising that telekinesis was required to enter this place. Without some form of psychic protection, the human body wouldn't be able to withstand such energy. Come on, Kane! Don't lower your telekinetic guard for even a second, otherwise, the ghostly energy will invade you quickly. At first, I thought I wouldn't be able to protect two people with my spiritual force, but I see you can handle it on your own, Phoebe explained as she moved forward. Meanwhile, the Dusclops that had accompanied them until now retreated, this was its true home. Kane observed a large number of ghost-type Pokémon around him, many of them high-level and of great quality. Compared to the Pokémon he'd seen outside, these were clearly superior, which made sense given the much denser ghostly energy here. Haunter, who had stayed close to Kane all this time, seemed to thrive in this environment, absorbing large amounts of ghostly energy with every breath. If it had to fight here, its endurance and battle power would multiply. This place was a true paradise, or hell, for ghost-type Pokémon. Phoebe, evidently familiar with the area, knew not only every corner of the environment but also all the Pokémon living there. She had even given them all names, and while some Pokémon seemed indifferent, they inevitably responded when Phoebe called them. The Dusclops that had left earlier was merely average compared to the other Pokémon here. If all the ghost Pokémon in this area organized into an army, they could easily devastate several cities. Even the combined forces of Mauville City's underground groups would struggle to stop them. The level of power here was astonishing. As they walked, Kane's system kept scanning the Pokémon around him. Occasionally, he spotted one with excellent quality, near the upper limits of ghost-type Pokémon. With a bit of training, these Pokémon could reach their full potential. After about 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at what appeared to be a tranquil garden with bridges and streams, though the lack of sunlight made it somewhat less charming. In the center stood an old house, slightly out of place. In front of the house, two elderly people sat calmly, the grandmother knitting a sweater, and the grandfather enjoying a cup of tea, exuding an aura of absolute peace. This place, though a bit cold and devoid of sunlight, was the perfect retreat for a peaceful retirement. Phoebe, upon seeing her grandparents, ran toward them and shouted, "Grandparents! I brought someone!" Hearing her, the elderly couple stopped what they were doing and turned their gaze to Kane. They saw the telekinetic energy surrounding him, noticed the Haunter floating beside him, and finally focused on the Mismagius accompanying him. Upon seeing Mismagius, both elders furrowed their brows slightly before exchanging a glance, confirming their thoughts. However, the moment passed quickly. When Phoebe reached their side, both showed loving smiles, their wrinkled faces softening as they embraced their granddaughter. Kane crossed the small bridge, approached the elders, and respectfully bowed, waiting in silence. End of chapter. Chapter 541. The Great Influence of Mismagius. After calming Phoebe, the two elders turned their gaze to Kane, nodding repeatedly. At first glance, he seemed quite presentable. Kane felt a bit uncomfortable, as though their gazes carried a peculiar weight. "I just heard from Phoebe that you came here because you want your Haunter to evolve into Gengar, correct?" the old man said. Though his voice sounded aged, it was filled with vitality. Haunter hovered beside Kane, observing the situation around them. Haunter was well aware of Kane's purpose in bringing him here. After seeing his companions evolve one by one, Haunter felt deep envy. Having spent so much time in Kane's shadow as his protector, Haunter had started to fall behind compared to his teammates. Even Skarmory, whom Haunter had watched grow, was now on the verge of surpassing him. Still, Haunter had never complained, diligently fulfilling his duty to protect Kane. Though mischievous at times during play, Haunter was always reliable when it truly mattered. "That's correct. I wanted to ask you, esteemed elders, if you know of a place with especially abundant ghost-type energy where Haunter could complete his evolution," Kane asked respectfully. The elders exchanged glances, sending an odd mental wave between them. Kane couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. These elders were using telepathy, yet there was no psychic energy resonance in their bodies. Could it be that their ability wasn't truly psychic power? Still, its use didn't seem very different from psychic power. After a few seconds, the white-haired elder stood up from his chair and said, "Young man, follow me." Kane was taken aback. That simple? With cautious curiosity, Kane followed the elder into a rocky cave. As soon as he entered, the resistance in the air grew exponentially. Kane felt as if he had returned to the space beneath the black stone pillar on the trial island. Mismagius, visibly delighted, flew ahead of them, as if returning home. "Did you find this Mismagius in a place filled with ghost-type energy?" the elder asked. Hearing the elder's words, Kane suddenly understood why Phoebe and her grandparents hadn't rejected his request. Was it because of Mismagius's presence? Yes, Kane answered truthfully. Given that these elders were experts in ghost-type Pokémon and far more experienced than he was, they probably already knew where Mismagius came from. Kane saw no reason to hide the truth. The elder nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Kane's reply. He didn't explain further. They continued walking in silence, their steps accompanied only by the crunching of stones beneath their shoes and the soft chime of the bell on Mismagius's chest as she floated. The atmosphere here was very similar to the dark space Kane had encountered before, but the ghost-type energy wasn't as dense. At least, with his current level of psychic power, Kane could move around normally. Haunter and Mismagius began naturally absorbing the ghost-type energy surrounding them. Soon, Cain realized that the cave wasn't as deep as he had imagined. After only 3 minutes, they reached the end. The ghost-type energy in this area was extremely dense, but Cain couldn't determine its source or why it concentrated here. The elder pointed to a small altar at the center and said, "That's the place where the ghost-type energy is most intense. If you want your Haunter to evolve, that would be the ideal spot." Cain didn't send Haunter to the altar immediately. Instead, he asked cautiously, "Excuse me, sir, but what exactly is this place? And how is it different from the place where I found Mismagius?" The elder's expression turned nostalgic. Without hiding anything, he explained, "This is the interior of Mount Pyre, or more precisely, an alternate dimension within it. It was once home to a very powerful Pokémon, and the spot you're standing on now was its residence. That altar was where it absorbed energy." "A powerful Pokémon? A legendary Pokémon?" Cain asked, intrigued. The elder nodded. "A legendary Pokémon. But it left this place long ago, leaving us this space behind. This cave is the most suitable place for ghost-type Pokémon to evolve. By simply standing on that altar, all the ghost-type energy accumulated over countless years in Mount Pyre will begin to converge there. But don't worry. The amount of energy stored here is so vast that even that legendary Pokémon couldn't exhaust it. Haunter's evolution will only slightly dilute the energy, but the benefits he'll gain will be beyond your imagination." The elder explained everything patiently. By nature, Cain was wary of strangers, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this elder harbored no ill intent or hidden motives. It was his intuition as a psychic. Still, Cain asked, "Forgive me if this seems bold, but why are you helping me? Is there something you need me to do in return?" Cain phrased his question carefully. The elder's expression didn't change. He smiled and replied, "It's not for you, it's for that legendary Pokémon." Looking at Mismagius, who floated and played happily in the cave, he continued, "Your Mismagius is special. It carries the presence of that legendary Pokémon. Though that presence is fading, we've lived here so long that we can still sense it. That's the reason behind our special ability. Outsiders call it psychic power, but after so many years intertwined with ghost-type energy, it has transformed somewhat. We can still use telepathy and some common psychic techniques, but its essence has changed. That's why we call it ghost power. Ghost power? It was likely a variation of psychic power, but one that altered its very essence. Psychic power intertwined with ghost-type energy? This stirred something in Cain. He knew his talent with psychic power was limited, with few ways to improve. Could this ghost power help him overcome that limit? Cain kept these thoughts to himself, saying nothing. For now, his level of telepathy was more than sufficient. Besides, Mismagius's influence turned out to be far greater than he had ever imagined. End of chapter. Chapter 542. Strange Black Crystal. I still have one last question. Are you part of the Alliance? Cain asked. The Alliance, you could say so. At one time, I was part of it, but my wife and I have lived here for nearly 40 years. We no longer belong anywhere. We're just two old folks taking care of what's left to us, the elder replied with a smile. Cain nodded thoughtfully. He vaguely recalled a similar story, a pair of elders on Mount Pyre who possessed two extremely valuable orbs. A crimson orb and an indigo orb. These orbs had the power to awaken Groudon and Kyogre from their slumber. Both Team Magma and Team Aqua had been searching for these orbs, but so far, they had not uncovered their whereabouts, nor were they even sure of their existence. Cain couldn't be certain if those orbs were in the possession of these elders. Once his question was answered, Cain no longer hesitated. Haunter, head to the platform and take in the ghost-type energy, Cain instructed his Haunter. Haunter let out an eager laugh, nodded decisively, and floated slowly toward the platform. Let my old companions assist. Come out, Gengar, Dusknoir, Banette, the elder said, tossing 3 poke balls. 3 powerful ghost-type Pokémon appeared in the cavern. Ghost types tend to have long lifespans, allowing them to retain their strength once they reach their peak potential. These 3 Pokémon had likely been with the Elder for a very long time. Though the Elder's hair was now white, his Pokémon showed no signs of weakness or aging. Trainers specializing in ghost types often see their Pokémon maintain their strength throughout their lifetimes, only fading after their trainer passes on. Agatha, the elite for ghost specialist from the Kanto region, was a prime example. Kane used his system to scan the data of the 3 ghost types. While he was impressed, he also found it logical. Pokémon: Dusknoir, blue. Gender: male. Level: 69. Type: Ghost. Ability: Pressure. Held item: None. Egg moves: Imprison, Destiny Bond, Pain Split, Memento. Base moves: Shadow Punch, Future Sight, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Gravity, Bind, Leer, Nightshade, Disable, Astonish, Foresight, Shadow Sneak, Pursuit, Will-O-Wisp, Confuse Ray, Curse, Hex, Shadow Ball, Mean Look, Payback. Learned moves: Snatch, Icy Wind, Telekinesis, Focus Punch. TM moves: Protect, Hidden Power, Water, Ice Beam, Earthquake, Double Team, Will-O-Wisp. 3 elite-level Pokémon, though not as powerful as those of Kane's master, Motsuda Takashi, were formidable foes for Kane. In an enclosed space like this, with few opponents or adversaries, reaching this level of power was already astonishing to Kane. While the Ghost-type energy here was abundant, progress for the Pokémon wasn't merely about absorbing energy. Dusknoir remaining at level 69 and not ascending to 70 was likely due to the lack of strong opponents to challenge. Haunter had floated onto the platform, and the Ghost-type energy that drifted through the air began rushing toward it as if finding an outlet. Kane's expression shifted slightly. The rate at which the energy was being infused was too rapid, Haunter couldn't endure it. However, the Elder, aware of the situation, had his 3 Pokémon form a triangle around Haunter, creating a barrier that blocked much of the ghost energy. After staving off the strongest impact, small currents of visible black energy began flowing into Haunter's body through the gaps between the 3 Pokémon. It was almost identical to the process on the trial island, where the black pillar had a similar purpose. Haunter closed its eyes and began absorbing the fine threads of black energy. One after another, without pause. This place was where that legendary Pokémon trained. Haunter cannot handle all of this energy alone, so my 3 Pokémon are filtering and purifying it, the Elder explained to Kane. Thank you, sir. Kane bowed respectfully. The Elder waved a hand dismissively, downplaying the gesture. Haunter continued absorbing the energy. Clearly, it was not a quick process. Young man, I need to ask a favor, the Elder said as they waited. Kane was surprised but responded, Sir, please tell me. My wife and I have lived on Mount Pyre for nearly 40 years, but 17 years ago, our son, who was traveling, brought us a baby, Phoebe. Now Phoebe is 17 years old, and she cannot stay here with us forever. We have our responsibilities, but she shouldn't bear them. Do you want me to take Phoebe? And your son? After he brought us Phoebe, we never saw him again, and I don't know if he's still alive, the Elder said with sadness. The Elder continued, Don't worry, I have old friends I can trust. I'm not asking you to take Phoebe yourself, just that when you leave, deliver a message to someone. He must be one of the current leaders in the Alliance. I'll give you his contact information, and you should be able to find him. Just tell him that an old friend awaits him at Mount Pyre. Kane nodded, it wasn't a difficult task. In truth, he was relieved that the Elder didn't ask him to take Phoebe along. That talkative girl made him a little uneasy. As they conversed, Haunter had absorbed enough ghost-type energy. Its body had expanded to twice its original size, and the gas surrounding it, once dispersed, had nearly condensed into a solid state. The system data showed that Haunter's stats had reached a critical point. It just needed one final push to evolve. However, that push wasn't simple. One wrong move, and Haunter could end up shattering instead of evolving. Seeing that Haunter had reached its limit, the Elder pulled a black crystal from his pocket. Kane saw the Elder's motion and focused on what he was holding. Item name: strange black crystal, unnamed. Description: appears to be a highly concentrated ghost-type energy crystal condensed by a Pokémon, containing a small amount of that Pokémon's essence. Effect: can aid ghost-type Pokémon in growth, and the essence within the crystal can facilitate gradual transformation in ghost-type Pokémon. What is that? Kane asked. It's something left behind by that legendary Pokémon. It will help Haunter refine the energy in its body. This will be highly beneficial for its evolution, the Elder explained. Then he tossed the crystal toward Haunter, who quickly absorbed it. A flash of white light enveloped Haunter. End of chapter. Chapter 543. Gengar. What legendary Pokémon was it exactly? Kane had tried asking indirectly several times, but the Elder only smiled and said nothing. This time, the Elder brought out such a valuable crystal. Was it really just out of respect for that legendary Pokémon? However, that legendary Pokémon had only had contact with Mismagius. Why was the Elder so sure about giving such a great benefit? That was the doubt in Kane's heart, but now Haunter was evolving. When the Elder threw the black crystal into Haunter, its body began to change. The small spikes on its back started to shrink, while the long, pointed ears remained unchanged. The hands that were once separate from its body now connected, 2 rounded feet appeared at the bottom, and a short, stubby tail emerged. Its slender body began to swell as if transforming into a more robust form, and its entire enormous body turned into one giant face. Its eyes were closed. Cake! With a loud cry from Haunter, no, from Gengar, the white light surrounding it dissipated, and its previously white eyes opened, revealing a light red hue that gave it an imposing air. Haunter had successfully evolved. Gengar had made its triumphant appearance. With Gengar's evolution, the Elder's 3 Pokémon released their control over the surrounding ghostly energy. A massive surge of ghostly energy began flowing toward Gengar, but this time, Gengar no longer experienced the pain it felt as Haunter. Now, it could handle the energy with ease. Gengar closed its eyes again, focusing on the energy flowing within its body. It discovered a special energy within itself that didn't align with the rest of the energy in its body. While it didn't make controlling its body difficult, having that foreign energy felt unsettling. What to do with it? Absorb it. The energy continuously pouring in from the outside was an inexhaustible resource for Gengar. Inside its body, a sort of pursuit began, with the rest of its energy enveloping the foreign part. Kane and the Elder watched silently from the side. Kane used his system to scan Gengar, observing as its data fluctuated constantly and its quality shifted without stabilizing. The Elder, on the other hand, remained calm, as if he already knew what was happening inside Gengar's body. After 10 minutes, Gengar's data began to stabilize. Oh, this Gengar isn't bad at all. It has absorbed and assimilated that special energy quite quickly, the Elder said with a sparkle in his eyes. The special energy inside Gengar's body, though strong, couldn't compete with the amount of energy surrounding it. Now, that energy had disappeared, or rather, it had fused entirely with Gengar. Thanks to this, Gengar's quality had improved, reaching a dark blue shade. Although it had barely reached that level, it was undeniably dark blue. Moreover, due to the abundance of energy, Gengar's level had risen significantly. Pokémon. Gengar, dark blue. Gender? Male. Level. 40. Type. Ghost plus Poison. Ability. Cursed Body. Held item. None. Egg moves. Fire Punch, Scary Face, Haze. Basic moves. Hypnosis, Lick, Spite, Mean Look, Curse, Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Sucker Punch, Payback, Shadow Punch, Dream Eater. Learned moves. Rest, Shadow Ball, Psychic, Skill Swap, Snore, Perish Song. TM moves. Protect, Hidden Power, Grass, Sleep Talk, Toxic, Taunt, Poison Jab, Thunderbolt, Venoshock. In one go, Gengar had reached the advanced level. It wasn't clear if it was due to the enormous amount of energy or the black crystal. However, it was undeniable that Gengar had made great progress. Its quality had also risen to dark blue. Although it was likely the weakest among Kane's Pokémon of this quality, the system confirmed it as dark blue. What surprised Kane was that Gengar had learned the move Perish Song. Could this be thanks to the black crystal? Gengar was still getting used to its new body. Previously, it always floated, but now it seemed to have to walk on its feet. It also felt uncomfortable with its more robust body, as its hands, which once floated freely, were now firmly attached to its body, making movement a bit awkward. Gengar slowly approached Kane. Tilda. Standing at 1.5 meters tall, Gengar now reached Kane's shoulder, though its body was several times bulkier than Kane's. Me Tilda. Mismagius hovered around Gengar, marveling at the evolution she had just witnessed. How incredible! Is this how Pokémon evolve? When she evolved, she hadn't felt anything. Mismagius wasn't just looking, she also carefully touched Gengar's body. What had once been a gaseous substance now felt solid. Amused, Mismagius began playing around Gengar. Kane smiled and said, "You finally evolved, Gengar. Plus, your power has increased significantly. We must thank the Elder for his help." Hearing Kane's words, Gengar nodded awkwardly toward the Elder. It actually wanted to bow, but discovered its body wasn't entirely responsive yet. Also, bowing was hard, it was a bit bulky. The Elder smiled and nodded, accepting Gengar's gratitude. Let's go. It's time to leave. Gengar has gained great rewards, the discomfort in its body is normal. You can discuss it with my Gengar. The Elder's Gengar had already reached the elite level and, after many years, was a true veteran. When the two Gengar walked together, it was clear the Elder's Gengar was much larger than Kane's. The Elder recalled Dusknoir and Banette, leaving only his Gengar out as they escorted Kane to the cave's exit. Outside the cave, Phoebe and her grandmother waited with smiles on their faces. Phoebe's grandmother asked cheerfully, "How did it go? Did it succeed?" The Elder nodded with a smile. "Once again, thank you all for your help. I'll complete the task you entrusted to me," Kane said, bowing gratefully. Kane spent the night inside Mount Pyre, and the next morning, after bidding farewell and expressing his thanks once again, he departed with his Gengar, who could now move freely, and Mismagius, who had enjoyed a day of happy play. After spending so much time there, Kane feared that his psychic power might also be affected by the ghostly energy. After Kane's departure, "Old man, did you really have to use it that way?" "Yes, it's done now. His body emanates the presence of that Pokémon. I hope it catches its attention. It's a shame we'll never see that Pokémon again. And he doesn't even know the true purpose of this place we protect." End of chapter. Chapter 544. Connections. This time, the journey to Mount Pyre was much smoother than Kane had imagined. Now, Haunter had successfully evolved into Gengar and even reached the advanced level. Although Gengar still couldn't fully control his body, it was something only time and practice could resolve. However, Gengar had a long talk with the Elder's Gengar throughout the night, which proved to be highly beneficial. At the very least, Gengar learned to use the moves Ice Punch and Thunder Punch. Combined with the Fire Punch he already knew, he now mastered the 3 elemental punches. Kane felt that Phoebe's family had hidden something from him, but since he didn't sense any ill intent, he decided not to dig deeper. Soon, Phoebe would probably leave Mount Pyre, and with her affinity for ghost-type Pokémon, it wouldn't take long for her to become the ghost-type leader of the Hoenn region. Why was Kane so sure about this? Because on the contact card the Elder had given him, the name written was Juan. Perhaps others wouldn't know, but Kane, who had recently become the leader of Leafy Town Gym, understood clearly Juan was none other than the president of the Hoenn Region League Division. A true powerhouse. It turned out that old friend from the league the Elder spoke of was Juan. No wonder Phoebe eventually became one of Hoenn's Elite Four. This was clearly a case of connections. Kane couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Everyone he knew seemed to be in the same situation, surrounded by connections. Stephen, the eldest son of the Devon family, heir to Devon Corporation, and future champion of Hoenn. Phoebe, granddaughter of the two elders from Mount Pyre, practically a half-grandchild of the president of the Hoenn League, and the future Ghost-type Elite Four of Hoenn. Was it true that to become a champion or an Elite Four, you not only needed skills but also connections? Kane couldn't help but feel a mix of humor and disbelief. The exterior of Mount Pyre hadn't changed much, but now, with Gengar by his side, passers-by looked at him curiously. Having a Gengar was something all Ghost-type Pokémon trainers dreamed of, but it was incredibly rare to achieve. It was well known that while Ghastly and Haunter were relatively common, Gengar was extremely rare due to the special conditions required for its evolution. In fact, most people didn't even know how Gengar evolved. Even Kane, with all his resources, had only discovered the process after obtaining classified information from Team Rocket. Through them, Kane learned the details about Gengar's evolution and how to train it. This knowledge was, in fact, the most valuable thing Kane had right now. Gengar had already evolved, but now the important task was maximizing his potential. Gengar walked alongside Kane because he still wasn't fully accustomed to his new physical form. Kane kept him out of his Pokeball so he could adjust to his new state. As for the curious stairs, Kane ignored them. He descended the Mount Pyre stairs and entered the forest along Route 122. Mount Pyre was surrounded by water, with only a small part connected to the mainland. When Kane arrived from Route 123, he had to cross a small body of water. Now in the forest, Kane sought strong wild Pokémon for Gengar to train with. The physical changes Gengar had undergone during evolution required him to readjust to all his moves. Gengar wasn't like Sneasel, whose evolution to Weavile only involved a size increase without major changes. But for Gengar, who transitioned from a gaseous form to a solid body, the adjustment was much more complex. Fortunately, with the elders Gengar as a guide, his adaptation process was relatively swift. Additionally, with the moves he already mastered, he only needed to familiarize himself with his new body to perfect them again. After defeating another wild Pokémon, Gengar showed significant progress in controlling his new body. While Gengar continued training, Kane took out a multicolored stone from his storage. Mega Stone! Kane wanted to confirm whether this Mega Stone was suitable for Gengar. If Gengar could use it, then with his Mega Evolution, Kane would feel confident facing higher-level advanced trainers. Now, Kane already had 4 Pokémon that had reached the advanced level. Holding the stone in his palm, Kane slowly brought it closer to Gengar. As he observed, the stone showed no reaction, and his scanner system didn't detect any changes in the stone. It wasn't Gengar's Mega Stone. After trying for a minute, Kane came to that conclusion. Although he was slightly disappointed, he had only hoped it might work. He had placed too many expectations on this Mega Stone, especially since Gengar would be his first Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. I'm pushing things too much. I should let it happen naturally, Kane thought, putting the Mega Stone back into storage. Looking at Gengar training, Kane remembered something. Has that Pokémon been born yet? Being the most crucial for reaching the Quasi-Elite level in my past life, that Pokémon should have been born by now. Kane recalled his former Pokémon and felt a strong desire. In his previous life, although Honchkrow always accompanied him, it was that Pokémon who helped him defeat his opponents. Although, in his past life, he had to use extreme methods to obtain it, which affected their trust and bond, that Pokémon ultimately tried to help him. According to his calculations, that Pokémon should have been born recently. A unique Pokémon from the Hoenn region. The place where it should be isn't far, right? If my calculations are correct, that Pokémon should have been born. This time, Kane was much further ahead compared to his previous life. Back then, he was merely a low-ranking member of Team Rocket, struggling to survive. Kane summoned his Tropius and mounted it, calling Gengar back to his shadow after a solid training session. Just as he was about to leave, the communicator on his clothing vibrated again. Kane frowned as he took it out. Was Umbra contacting him so frequently? He pressed the answer button. Kane, there's an opportunity right now. It's very dangerous, but the rewards are immense. Are you interested in giving it a shot? Umbra's voice sounded like that of a wolf disguised as a grandmother. End of chapter. Chapter 545. The beginning of the Mewtwo incident. Hearing Umbra's words, Kane was stunned. Is it very dangerous, but the rewards will also be great? What does that mean? Noticing Kane's confusion, Umbra continued, Team Rocket has now discovered a very hidden place in the ocean, where an exploration ship accidentally ventured. It's an isolated island with many wild Pokémon, an island that has never been explored and could become the next trial island. Umbra briefly explained the main details of the mission to Kane. This time, it's an internal Team Rocket mission, accessible only to mid-level and higher-ranking members. An unknown island, never discovered before, is surrounded by a special barrier and has been accumulating resources for many years. Any major organization would go crazy if they knew how many resources were inside. And now, Team Rocket has discovered it first. Of course, they want to explore the island quickly, gather some of the valuable resources there, and capture the many high-quality Pokémon inhabiting the island. With these resources, any organization could experience tremendous growth. If Team Rocket could absorb everything, they might even expand beyond the Kanto and Johto regions. It's such a valuable island that even the League would mobilize with all its might upon learning about it. Why has the League been searching for new regions all these years? Because they believe that in these unexplored areas, there could be large quantities of resources. By exploring and controlling these areas, the League has also reaped many benefits, accelerating its development. No wonder Team Rocket issued this mission internally after finding the island. As for why the top executives didn't intervene, it's easy to understand with a little thought. Team Rocket's top executives have strength levels above the elite tier, which is formidable, but that doesn't guarantee their safety on the island. In many of these unexplored ancient islands, there are often one or several elite tier Pokémon. Moreover, these elite tier wild Pokémon don't face resource or survival pressures, as the entire island essentially works for them. There's no doubt that they are incredibly powerful. If the executives entered recklessly, they might provoke strong resistance, and these Pokémon could even unite against them. On the other hand, lower-ranking members are not only less reliable but also lack the necessary strength. If they entered, most would simply serve as cannon fodder. That's why this mission is primarily targeted at mid-level Team Rocket members, especially officers. Some near-elite members might also be able to participate, though likely with certain restrictions. According to Umbra, the best officers would be the upper limit for this mission. Each elite officer and executive can recommend 2 or 3 officers to enter the ancient island. Once they've explored and discovered some of the powerful Pokémon residing there, all mission rewards will be theirs. That's why Umbra said this mission is very dangerous. They don't know how many powerful Pokémon are inside, and for elite-level trainers, safety isn't guaranteed. But it's also a great opportunity. An unexplored island rich in resources is perfect for future development. Now, all the officers in Team Rocket are completely obsessed, desperately seeking support from their superiors, begging for the chance to enter the island. Danger? Compared to stagnating for a long time, they completely ignore that risk. The opportunity is before them, and they must seize it. However, Kane is not like the other officers. He has high-quality Pokémon, vast knowledge about them, and the growing verdant village, which ensures his potential and future. There was no urgent need for him to get involved in this danger. After explaining all the details, Umbra waited for Kane's response. Kane, now Team Rocket's most valuable asset in the Hoenn region, had undeniable worth. That's why Umbra didn't pressure him but let him make the decision. After all, even Giovanni had been paying more attention to Kane lately. He was a future candidate to become an executive. Kane thought for a while, and just as he was about to decline, he remembered a crucial event. He said, "All right. I'll go. When is the meeting?" Hearing Kane's response, Umbra was also surprised, as he had been prepared for a rejection. Given Kane's current progress, there really wasn't a need for him to get involved in this matter, but Giovanni had specifically mentioned him, giving him the choice. That's why they made this call. Are you sure you want to go? Actually, with your progress, it's not necessary to get involved in this matter, Umbra reminded him one last time, as Kane was now fully aligned with his faction. Kane, with his great potential, would likely become a valuable asset for the faction in the future. Of course, other factions within Team Rocket were also watching. Kane would not only face the wild Pokémon on the island but also the Team Rocket officers entering alongside him. Absolutely! Kane responded even more firmly. Umbra didn't ask further. Once someone makes a decision, there's not much else to do. Kane, though full of potential, was still just a newly advanced high-level trainer, far from the elite level. 3 days from now, in Vermilion City, Kanto region, meet at the Team Rocket base. Prepare your Pokémon and resources, you might be on the island for a while, Umbra told him before hanging up. Kane stared at his phone, lost in thought. This event, in his past life, he didn't experience, but he remembered it very well. Because this event was key to Team Rocket's future. An ancient, unknown island, with a survival rate of less than 30% for the first entrance. It matches perfectly with the incident Umbra spoke of. The reason Kane, though initially wanting to decline, agreed so quickly was because something extremely rare would be discovered on this ancient island. Mew's DNA. Exactly, the future creation of Mewtwo begins with this incident. End of chapter. Chapter 546. Arrival in Vermilion City. It seems the plan to search for that Pokémon will have to be postponed for now, Kane thought as he hung up the communicator. That's fine. I'll give it more time to grow and experience the true essence of this world. Sitting on the back of his Tropius, Kane changed course, heading toward Mauville City. With only 3 days to reach Vermilion City in the Kanto region, the only option was to fly to Mauville City and take a plane. Tropius would have to fly through the night, as time was pressing for Kane. Kane pulled out another communicator and called Miyamoto, asking him to use Team Rocket's internal contacts to gather more information about the event. Although lower-ranking members couldn't participate directly, that didn't stop them from investigating. Team Rocket couldn't maintain total secrecy, which was why they wanted to explore the island before the League discovered it and interfered. The exploration was scheduled to begin in 3 days, leaving barely any time to prepare. Team Rocket members in Kanto and Johto would have it easier, but Kane, being in Hoenn, would struggle to arrive on time. Sensing Kane's urgency, Tropius sped up its flight. Fortunately, the weather was clear, and the sunlight allowed Tropius to fly faster and with greater endurance. Although Tropius had gained some weight lately, its flying ability was still acceptable to Kane. When they arrived in Mauville City, it was already midnight. Wasting no time, Kane picked up the plane ticket he had requested from the Devon Corporation, the earliest available, and headed straight to the city's outskirts airport. He managed to catch the last flight of the day to Saffron City in the Kanto region, finally allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. One of the 3 days had already passed. He had 2 days left to get from Saffron City to Vermilion City and have time to prepare and investigate. Kane still didn't know who would be participating in the mission, but he would have to investigate once he reached Vermilion City. Closing his eyes, he entered a meditative state, adjusting his body and mind to be in the best possible condition. The event presented a great opportunity but also significant danger. At his current level, Kane would likely rank near the bottom of the group of explorers. Fortunately, Gengar had completed its evolution and reached the advanced level, giving Kane more confidence. For advanced level Pokémon, Kane felt somewhat more secure. He hoped Skarmory might evolve after this mission as well. When the plane landed in the Kanto region, the eastern sky was already starting to light up. Kane disembarked without delay and took the car that the Devon Corporation had prepared in advance, heading south from Saffron City. Although he could have used Slowking's teleport, Kane decided against it. Sabrina, the Saffron City gym leader, was highly unpredictable, and Kane preferred to avoid any encounter with her. After a 3-hour car ride, he arrived at the southern outskirts of Saffron City, where he summoned Tropius, who had rested through the night. Thanks to the Pokeblocks he had prepared, Tropius wasn't too tired, and with the clear sky, it could fly at high speed again. When Kane arrived in Vermilion City, it was already past noon. Dressed in his league trainer uniform, Kane didn't head directly to Team Rocket's base. Instead, he checked into the Pokémon Center. As a league member and gym leader of Leafy Town in the Hoenn region, Kane didn't have to pay any fees. Rather than announce his arrival, Kane chose to remain discreet. Upon entering Vermilion City, Kane clearly noticed a change in the atmosphere. The number of people on the streets had significantly decreased, and there was a palpable tension in the air. Likely, the common citizens could also sense this dangerous atmosphere. Vermilion City was full of Team Rocket members, but thanks to Lieutenant Surge's authority and strength, order was maintained. Just as Kane was about to head out to investigate, his communicator rang again. It was an unknown number. Kane hesitated for a moment before answering. Kane! Long time no see, ha ha. I heard you'll be participating in this mission too, said a cheerful voice on the other end. Kane frowned as he recognized the voice. He knew who it was. Reggie. Reggie was a trusted subordinate of Lieutenant Surge, whom Kane had met on Trial Island. Back then, Reggie had tried to recruit him, but after that, Kane hadn't heard from him again. They had exchanged contact numbers, but the number Reggie was using now wasn't the one he had given before. Ha ha, that's right, it's me. When I saw your name on the participant list, I knew I had to call you immediately, Reggie replied with a laugh. Participant list? Kane asked, intrigued. Yeah, the list of those joining the mission. If you want, I can send it to you later, along with detailed information I've gathered on each of them. What do you say? Shall we meet up and chat? Reggie suggested in a friendly tone. Kane wasn't surprised that Reggie was also participating, but it seemed suspicious that he knew of Kane's arrival so quickly. Had it been a coincidence, or was Reggie keeping tabs on him? All right. Where should we meet? Kane asked after considering for a moment. In half an hour, at the local market's black market restaurant. I'll wait for you in the VIP lounge, Reggie replied before hanging up. Kane sat still, staring at the floor as his thoughts wandered. 5 minutes later, Kane took out the special uniform of a Team Rocket officer and removed the human skin mask he had been wearing. He put on a black cloak and, with Slowking's help, teleported to the landmark he had set in Vermilion City's black market. He entered the bustling market. End of chapter. Chapter 547. Supreme Circle of Incredible Trainers. In a private lounge of a restaurant in the black market, 4 people sat around a large round table. Reggie, Glacius, and Aurelia, whom Kane had met on Trial Island, were present, and across from them, hidden under a black cloak, was Kane. Originally, Kane thought he would only meet with Reggie, but he hadn't expected the other 2 to be there waiting for him as well. It's been a long time, Kane. Among old friends, there's no need to hide, Reggie said with a smile. Kane removed the black hood, revealing his true face, which he hadn't shown in a long time. I never thought all 3 of you would be here, Kane responded coldly. Glacius, seated to Reggie's left, held a book in his hands, absorbed in reading as if the conversation had nothing to do with him. Aurelia, on the other hand, rested her head on one hand, observing Kane with curiosity. They had heard of Kane's recent exploits through Reggie. If on Trial Island they had accepted Kane into their small circle for his potential, now they fully embraced him for his skills. Ha ha! Of course, we're here for the first official meeting of our Supreme Circle of Incredible Trainers of the Universe, Reggie said with a hearty laugh. Supreme Circle of Incredible Trainers of the Universe? What kind of ridiculous name was that? Both Kane and Aurelia felt slightly embarrassed hearing it, though Glacius maintained his composure. This time, we're all participating in the mission. If we meet inside, it would be helpful to support each other. There will be many different factions, and plenty of people will want to attack us, Reggie said, seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of the name. However, as he began talking about the mission, Kane's expression grew serious. Glacius, give the information to Kane, Reggie said, addressing his bookish companion. Glacius looked up for the first time and took a notebook from under his book, sliding it toward Kane. His pale blue, Emotionless eyes met Kane's. Kane took the notebook and flipped through it quickly. Each page contained information about a different individual, all of them at least at the advanced trainer level. It was unclear if some were hiding even greater power, as the notebook didn't provide too many details in certain cases. The first page was dedicated to Reggie, featuring a striking photo and a brief description. Since these were trusted individuals within the group, Reggie hadn't gone into much detail describing them. After all, this circle was still just a verbal alliance, without any real cooperation so far. If they managed to complete this mission without betraying or attacking each other, the group would solidify for real. The notebook contained about 30 pages, indicating that roughly 30 advanced-level Team Rocket trainers would participate in this mission. Some were veterans at that level, while Kane, a newcomer to the advanced level, ranked in the middle-lower tier of the hierarchy. After quickly skimming through the notebook, Kane closed it and stored it in his inventory space. He then looked up at Reggie. "Tell me, what else is there? I don't think you called me here just to talk about this. Even though my strength is modest, I have enough confidence that I'll survive this mission," Kane said firmly. Reggie looked slightly surprised but then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. I wouldn't expect any less from someone trusted by the boss. You speak with great confidence." Reggie didn't know Kane's hidden cards, so he couldn't fully believe his assertion. In short, this mission involves exploring an ancient island, but more specifically, we'll be investigating an ancient ruin at the island center, Reggie continued. Team Rocket scientists have used aerial scanners and data simulations to identify an ancient structure at the heart of the island, and that's what Team Rocket is really after. Our goal in joining forces is to collaborate within the ruin to find the most valuable things and, upon leaving, acquire the resources we need most. Reggie paused before adding, "I know you don't lack anything now, but when you reach the Quasi-Elite or Elite level, you'll need far more resources. This is a great opportunity. If we succeed, we might obtain what we need to become Elite-level trainers." Aurelia and Glacius, also hearing these mission details for the first time, sank into thought. Kane, however, was pondering more deeply. How did Reggie know so much about this highly confidential information? Both Glacius and Aurelia were protégés of high-ranking Rocket officials. Although they weren't as favored as Reggie, the gap in their knowledge shouldn't be this large. There were two possible explanations: either Reggie had an overwhelmingly superior ability compared to the other two, or his status was far higher than Kane had imagined. Although he wasn't sure which was true, Kane knew Reggie wasn't as reckless as he appeared. Likely, much of what he showed was just a facade. After exchanging information and updating their contacts, Kane left the private lounge. "Glacius, what do you think?" Reggie asked once Kane and Aurelia had left. Glacius, who was no longer reading, was now frantically writing in a notebook. Without looking up, he replied coldly, "He's good." Upon closer inspection, Glacius was jotting down characteristics and data about Kane, trying to deduce his strength and thoughts based on his actions. Hearing Glacius's response, Reggie smiled with a touch of mischief. End of chapter. Chapter 548. Dragon-type trainer, Ren. After leaving the restaurant, Kane didn't head straight out of the black market. Instead, he decided to purchase some essential outdoor survival items, including large quantities of food and various potions. Kane hadn't eaten a single bite of the food from the restaurant. On the other hand, Reggie and the others ate enthusiastically, as many of the ingredients at this place were Pokémon. Slowpoke Tail and Farfetch'd Duck, in particular, were the restaurant's specialties. However, Kane drew a clear line: he could eliminate Pokémon that posed a threat to him, but eating food made from Pokémon was something he couldn't accept. The League had explicitly banned the use of Pokémon as food ingredients. Nevertheless, as long as such foods weren't openly sold or displayed, the League simply turned a blind eye. After all, many families had this inclination. This time, Kane purchased a backpack with massive storage space in the black market and then filled it with plenty of clean water and sealed food that could last a long time. Based on Kane's estimates, the mission would likely take place on Mythical Island, but he couldn't be entirely sure if Team Rocket had already discovered it at this point. He was about 80% confident. In addition to food, tools, and necessary potions, Kane made sure to replenish his supply of Pokeballs. From the most common Pokeballs to the more expensive specialty ones, he acquired a variety. He then switched all of his Pokemon's Pokeballs to the luxurious luxury balls, which were far more comfortable inside. Since Larvitar and the other young ones probably wouldn't have much time to roam outside on the island, providing them with as comfortable a space as a luxury ball was ideal. After swapping his Pokemon's Pokeballs, Kane, with Slowking's help, left the black market. Back in his room at the Pokemon Center, Kane released his Pokemon and then sat on the couch, reviewing the information Reggie had provided about the other participants and the island. The first page displayed the ever-flashy photo of Reggie. However, the description below didn't impress Kane much. Reggie was a Pokemon Electric-type specialist and a direct subordinate of Lieutenant Surge, one of Team Rocket's 3 senior executives. Was that really all? After reading the data on Reggie's Pokemon, Kane doubted the accuracy of the information. At least 2 or 3 of his Pokemon weren't listed, or their true power hadn't been revealed. After a cursory read, Kane skipped directly to the last pages. According to Reggie, he had ranked all the participants in order of power, from weakest to strongest, based on the information he had obtained. The first page was about Reggie, the second about Glacius, the third about Aurelia, and the fourth about Kane. None of the 4 were described in detail, especially Kane. Living in the Hoenn region, Kane was a mystery to Reggie, who hadn't been able to gather much information about him. Furthermore, since Kane was under Giovanni's strict supervision and in direct contact with Team Rocket's Shadow Unit, many within the organization couldn't investigate him further. Most of the data consisted of speculations about Kane's strength. Fortunately, if even Reggie had so little information about him, it was unlikely others could obtain more. Upon reaching the final pages, Kane encountered dense lines of text and extremely detailed descriptions. It was evident that, with his pride, Reggie considered this person highly important. The strongest participant in this mission was named Ren. Just Ren, no last name. His Pokemon were of the rare but powerful Dragon type. A Team Rocket officer specializing in Dragon-type Pokemon. His strongest Pokemon was a Flygon at the peak of the advanced level, just 1 step away from becoming a Quasi-Elite Pokemon. It was one of the few peak advanced level Pokemon in this mission. Moreover, Flygon's dual Dragon and ground typing made Reggie even more cautious of him. As Kane flipped through the pages, he saw data on many other participants. Some were described in considerable detail, while others were only briefly mentioned. It wasn't clear if this was because Reggie hadn't obtained enough information or simply didn't consider those individuals important. After half an hour, Kane finished reviewing the booklet and let out a long sigh. In short, the participants were incredibly strong, and many of them weren't very old. They were trainers carefully selected by Team Rocket's top ranks for their strength and potential. If the mission succeeded, some of them would likely reach the level of Quasi-Elite trainers. However, Kane was relieved not to see one particular name, Xenon. Xander's older brother, who had the power of a Quasi-Elite trainer and was also a Team Rocket officer. But due to his power level, he wasn't participating in this mission. With his ability, Xenon had surely set his sights on Kane the moment he discovered Xander hadn't survived Trial Island. Regardless of whether Kane had killed Xander or not, Xenon would seek revenge. Luckily, ever since Kane left Trial Island, he had gone straight to Hoenn, and with Giovanni's constant support, Xenon hadn't been able to act in secret. This mission would have been the perfect opportunity since, without Team Rocket's supervision, any death on the island would be seen as normal. However, the mission rules allowed only advanced-level trainers to participate, which led to Xenon's application being denied. Even so, Kane knew that after this mission, Xenon would view him as an even greater threat, and when Xenon couldn't hold back anymore, he would act against Kane. Because both he and Kane knew there was no reconciliation possible between them. Even if Xenon didn't seek trouble, Kane would, to ensure any future threats were eliminated. "Let's see how long you can hold out," Kane murmured under his breath. As soon as Kane reached the level of a Quasi-Elite trainer, he would no longer worry about Xenon. Over time, as Kane realized his full potential, the gap between them would only grow wider. Kane already knew that Xenon was a poison-type specialist. Furthermore, his Pokémon were the kind frequently seen in Team Rocket: Arbok, Weezing, Golbat, Muck, Gloom. These relatively common Pokémon had been trained by him to an impressive level. There was no denying he had skill. Unfortunately, his brother had created a mortal enemy. And Cain, with extraordinary potential, was a growing threat to him. End of chapter. Chapter 549. Spending money to buy battles. After scanning all the information in the system, regardless of its accuracy, it was extremely valuable for Cain, who knew nothing. In 2 days, Team Rocket ship would set sail, leaving Cain with just under a day and a half. Gathering his Pokémon, Cain headed straight to the training and battlegrounds behind the Pokémon Center. Many League trainers were there, as both training and battles were always popular, albeit with varying levels of intensity. Cain arrived in the afternoon, right when the excitement was at its peak. Upon arrival, Cain sent out his Gengar to accompany him. Gengar was a rare Pokémon. While Ghastly and Haunter were more common, due to Gengar's special evolution, it wasn't easy to encounter one. Normally, Gengar could only be seen in major league events or high-level competitions, typically under the command of powerful trainers. Walking alongside Gengar, Cain quickly drew the attention of many trainers. Cain's purpose in not hiding was simple: he wanted to attract attention. Gengar didn't have much time to adapt to its new body. With the ship departing in 2 days, Gengar needed high-intensity battles to better familiarize itself with its body. Cain headed straight to a large battle arena and took a position at one end. Renting a battlefield at the Pokémon Center wasn't expensive for a league member like Cain, and it even included a competent referee. Cain pulled out a wad of 200,000 Pokédollars, cash he had withdrawn from the black market. Here's 200,000 Pokédollars in cash. Anyone who can face me and win gets to keep it. There's no limit to the number of Pokémon. It's a one-on-one battle, but consecutive battles are allowed. There's no entry fee. Anyone who wants to participate can register with the referee, Cain announced loudly, displaying the thick wad of money. Those who had been watching Cain since his arrival were stunned at what they heard. It wasn't 200 Pokédollars, it was 200,000 Pokédollars. For an average family, earning that amount in a year without spending anything was already an achievement, but Cain was offering that sum for a single battle. The most important part was that anyone could participate, with no limit on the number of Pokémon. While it was one-on-one, after battling 5 or 6 Pokémon, even the strongest would feel the pressure. The first trainer, the fastest to react, was already standing in front of Cain on the field. Gengar automatically positioned itself in front of Cain, knowing this battle had been arranged specifically for it. Gengar felt a bit embarrassed for not yet fully adapting to its new body after evolving. During playtime with the other Pokémon in the room, Gengar had clearly felt uncomfortable, but fortunately, its companions understood and supported it. The first opponent wasn't weak, but for Cain's Gengar, which had already reached the advanced level, it wasn't much of a challenge. However, Cain didn't allow Gengar to use its strongest moves to quickly defeat its opponent. Instead, he controlled the pace so Gengar could better utilize its body before emerging victorious. Although that was Cain's plan, the spectators thought Gengar wasn't particularly strong, as it had taken almost 10 minutes to defeat the first opponent. The trainers waiting for their turn, convinced they were stronger than the first opponent, eagerly prepared to face Cain's Gengar and win the 200,000 Pokédollars. Meanwhile, some less confident trainers moved to the back of the line. If Gengar defeated several opponents and wore itself out, they might have a chance to take advantage of the situation. To Cain, 200,000 Pokédollars wasn't much, but for these trainers, it was an enormous temptation. If any Team Rocket members had been present, they likely would have tried something riskier, rules be damned. For them, as long as the reward was sufficient, they were willing to do anything. After defeating the first opponent, the second quickly stepped up to face Cain. Just like in the previous battle, Cain managed the fight so that Gengar appeared to be giving it all to defeat its opponent. In the end, however, the results were the same. The same happened with the third opponent. After Gengar's hard-fought victory, Cain fed it some poke blocks. The spectators, seeing Gengar maintain its pace, began to wonder if this was all a scam. But when they saw Cain feeding Gengar, they felt relieved. Finally, it's getting tired. Trainers continued stepping onto the field, but with each battle, Gengar grew more skilled with its body, and Cain adjusted the pace, allowing it to defeat opponents more quickly. The trainers' hopes of exhausting Gengar faded, and instead, they themselves ended up worn out. Eventually, some trainers, seeing that Gengar seemed fatigued, began doubting whether to keep trying. Cain observed their expressions and decided it was enough for today. However, there was still another day, and it wasn't just Gengar that needed training, the other Pokémon could benefit too. That's all for today, Cain announced loudly. Tomorrow morning, at this same place, the prize will be 400,000 Pokédollars. I invite all of you to participate, and even bring your friends or family. I'll be here all day waiting, he added before heading back to the Pokémon Center with Gengar. End of chapter. Chapter 550. Preparations for the journey. The next day, Cain arrived punctually at the battlefield with his Pokémon, Gengar, and was surprised by the size of the crowd. The field was completely surrounded by both curious spectators and those eager to challenge him. But when he checked the time, Cain realized it was only 7 in the morning. What crazy people! Cain thought. Then he reflected, money might not be inherently good, but it sure is useful. In that moment, he envied Steven a little. Cain held 400,000 Pokédollars in his hands and took his position on the field. Everyone present had their eyes fixed on the thick wad of cash he was holding. Yesterday, many had been defeated without much effort, but seeing the money, double the amount from the previous day, no one was willing to give up. After all, the Pokémon Center was right next door, they could recover their strength, rejoin the line, and have another chance. Additionally, more people were showing up, including powerful trainers arriving from neighboring cities. Winning a battle and earning 400,000 Pokédollars seemed like an easy deal. However, Cain wasn't worried. He knew that those who cared so much about the 400,000 Pokédollars were relatively weak trainers. The stronger trainers, those at the advanced level, probably wouldn't bother with such an amount of money, although, of course, there were always exceptions. In one of the battles, a trainer appeared whose strength was close to the advanced level. After Gengar defeated 5 of his Pokémon, the trainer finally managed to beat the now exhausted Gengar in the 6th round, earning the 400,000 Pokédollars. The onlookers gazed at the winner with a mix of envy and jealousy. Everyone had been waiting for the moment when Gengar would tire out so they could take advantage and win, but now that Gengar had been defeated and the money handed out, many lost interest and began to leave. Just as the atmosphere seemed to wane, Cain pulled out another wad of 400,000 Pokédollars and placed it next to the referee's table. Does 400,000 Pokédollars really matter that much? Cain thought. If it could help his Pokémon quickly improve their mastery and power without negative consequences, it was worth every Pokédollar. To Cain, this was essentially buying time, and he considered it a very valuable investment. When the crowd saw Cain pulling out more money, their excitement returned. However, Gengar was exhausted. Despite Cain supporting it with high-quality Pokeblocks, the long training sessions from the day before and that morning had left it drained. Fortunately, Gengar had nearly regained complete control over its body and new moves after its evolution. Cain handed Gengar over to Nurse Joy for treatment and recovery, then sent Skarmory onto the battlefield. At level 36, Skarmory wasn't as powerful as Gengar but had far greater mastery over itself. The crowd grew excited again at the sight of a new Pokémon on the field. This meant a fresh opportunity for them. Cain spent the entire day training his Pokémon. Thanks to the Pokémon Center's advanced technology and Nurse Joy's care, Gengar quickly recovered and reached peak condition. Meanwhile, Skarmory fought throughout the afternoon and was eventually defeated once, costing Cain another 400,000 Pokédollars. But the result was excellent. Skarmory leveled up twice, reaching level 38. This improvement came without any side effects. Its ability to pinpoint opponents' weak spots became more precise, taking full advantage of its sniper ability. After losing another 400,000 Pokédollars, Cain once again put up the same amount before the day ended. This time, however, no one managed to win the money because Kane decided to send Slowking onto the field. At level 42, Slowking possessed a power that many of those present had never seen before. The battles barely began before several trainers were swiftly defeated. Slowking was undoubtedly at an advanced level. Satisfied after a day of intense training, Kane returned to his room with his Pokémon. Though he had spent 1.2 million Pokédollars in a single day, he had faced over 100 trainers who helped his Pokémon progress. It was, without a doubt, a very fulfilling experience. Kane still had over 30 million Pokédollars, and if he could continue using this method to rapidly improve his Pokémon's strength, he would do so without hesitation. That night, Kane enjoyed his last peaceful and comfortable sleep in a bed. He knew that soon he would face survival conditions in the wild, and, more importantly, the upcoming adventure would be extremely dangerous. The danger didn't just come from wild Pokémon but also from internal threats within Team Rocket. Even his companions, like Regis, weren't entirely trustworthy. The only ones he could completely rely on were his own Pokémon. After that final night of rest, Kane boarded Team Rocket's ship for the journey. The ship was large but carried only about 30 people. Once on board, passengers were confined to their rooms, with no ability to leave, and the cabin windows were sealed shut. Team Rocket took the security of the ancient, mysterious island they were heading to very seriously. The ship moved quickly, but surprisingly, one day wasn't enough to reach the destination. This puzzled Kane. He wondered if they were really that far away or if the ship was taking a circuitous route to prevent anyone from calculating the island's location. By the end of the second day, passengers were finally allowed to leave their cabins. Kane went alone to the deck, where he joined the other participants. They emerged one by one from their rooms, only allowed onto the deck after the ones before them had left. It was then that Kane saw another mysterious group within Team Rocket, the Psychic Team members. End of chapter.